Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. How you doing today? Hope you're having a great time. I have to get the table ready. They're going to be floating. It's fine. If you came into this, you knew there was going to be scuff, and that's how it's going to be. Let me see.
I haven't started the game.
That's all right. We're just talking.
Shush.
So, hope everybody is doing wonderful today. Got some good music going, got all sorts of fun things happening, and, well, might as well while we're waiting for Tina to join us. Let's see. Where is she? Ah, she is in there. Wait, why isn't she on my screen? Hold on. Where's Tina? Hold on. Let me go find her. Where? What the?
Did you see that Twitch is integrated into 7 days?
It what?
I can enable Twitch integration to allow your viewers to fuck with you.
Oh. I'm gonna move Tina. She can sit on my desk since you two are all just taking the other desk.
Fuck you too.
Howdy, howdy. Tina, you have to share my table, I'm afraid. The others are taking up way too much space, so you gotta sit on my table.
But they're being too big?
They're being too big. In fact, I'm gonna sit you right over here, so you got some space between the kids. Us adults can sit here. Am I ready for music? Yes. Alright. Thank you so much, Pretzel. Speaking of which, so, like, Pretzel Rocks tells you that, you know, you can play music without getting, DMCA hits. I got some DMCA hits. Like, they mute the stream. It's not enough to, like, give me an actual hit. But they were, like, all songs from Pretzel, and I was like, Pretzel, what's going on? And they're like, sometimes it just happens. Just, you know, tell us which songs they were, and tell Twitch that you had the rights to use this song. So I filled it out, and next morning, boop, they were all gone. Rawr. Okay. Let me get... I'm gonna share this because, boom! Boom. I'm gonna do that. Hold on. I gotta do things for my little bro. Because he hasn't joined into our chat yet. He is making Tina smaller. He is freaking out trying to figure out where to put her. Yeah, that's it. All the dancing emotes. Because I'm on a 3-month streak. I'm on an auto renewal for for Boar. So, alright, let's launch this game.
There we are.
Welcome.
Hooray!
Wow.
We're all here.
Did you see my
We're all
note?
gonna die.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Wow.
Look, I forgot tits.
How could you?
I did it all.
Yeah, I know. I totally forgot to put a table up for you guys on live, so
Motherfucker.
just hold your breath. Oh god, you're all just sitting on my fucking... Put my crown down, that's not for me.
Wow.
You're all just sharing the
believe you've done
table. You know?
I can't believe you done this.
Okay, listen. This is fine where you guys are. I just gotta move Tina. I gotta go through my shit again here.
I gotta
I'm
make sure
covering
tits
tree.
even like connected because I obviously.
Here you go.
forget if it is-
Boop. You're right here, Tina. It's fine. Everybody
I know,
can...
I'm covering poor
No.
tree kicker. I'm covering him.
No, you're fine. I got it. I got it
No, I'm
fixed.
dying.
No,
Oh, there
Boar,
we
you're
go.
fine. You're fine.
Help me!
Boar, you're fine. Stop being overreactive. That's fair. That is kind of your jam.
This may require the run as admin to use game capture. Oh, finally, you actually say that now. Okay, well, fuck you. Okay, whatever. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay, where is there? No.
Oh, yeah, anyway.
Where is
I
that?
do like how Steam updated.
Yeah, there's, like, they said that there's a Twitch
It looks so
integration.
nice.
Yeah, so we're not.
That sounds cursed.
It does. How do I do it?
I don't know.
Game audio work, my mic work. What's Discord doing?
Oh.
Oh, okay, I can hear you guys. That's weird. I'll just turn you guys a little bit up. Just a little. Only the teensiest of bits. God help us all.
Yeah, because we're going to scream like babies.
No one can be louder than me on my stream.
I mean,
no one cares.
that's literally what they tell you to do.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really awkward. Like, who's the real?
I mean, I haven't turned you all
real?
down, but that's because I'm deaf.
Wow. Well, I can hear you, but that's... Oh, yeah, you don't have...
I have military-grade tinnitus.
You have it audio split. I see. I see.
No.
It's really helpful.
I know it is. I'm supposed to set it up before Friday.
Not just because, you know... Like, you know... It's nice for... You know, early video sessions. Oh, what are you doing new? Okay, good. Because I hated that. I hated our last base.
Wait, are we doing new?
Yeah, it's a new world.
Oh.
Thank God. I hated that last place. Let's not do church. Also,
Yeah, let's
looked
not
up
do
on
that.
how
That
to
was a
build
terrible
base, and I will be base. I'll be base bitch.
What the fuck does base bitch mean?
Like I sit in base and I'm building it. That is my
I
job.
can see my eyeball. What is the... Oh, God, I was inside Stitchy. I couldn't see my eyeball. I could
Wait,
see
you're here
Stitchy's...
with me?
I'm right here.
What the hell did I do to get you? Bitch.
Rocket launcher parts. That sounds...
Terrifying.
Yeah, first duffel bag I open, it's like, hey, kids, you want to fucking build a rocket launcher? It's like, you know what? I wasn't considering it, but now I am. I gotta punch a tree. Oh, my hands.
This isn't Minecraft.
Oh, that's how you get wood. At least to start.
I'm gonna be a good little squid. I'm gonna be a good little squid.
Be a little squid.
How are you?
That's not the only way you get wood. No, I couldn't do it. I'm sorry.
They both require using your hands, okay?
That is fair. I got...
All of us are graced to flick the beat.
Not all of us are graced. Well, at least people understand yours. Wait, where did... Stitchy's just standing there.
Well,
Yeah, hold on.
disappointingly, some people might not.
That is true. It's a very sad day. Oh God, I can hear me laughing from across the table.
Sorry.
Oh dear.
Your
don't like
tits
hearing
are
myself.
amazing, Stitchy.
Well,
Nice.
Noise.
yours are too.
Thank you.
You can
You
drink
do it, I can invite my...
for show.
Both you Boar need to invite, accept invites.
Oh yeah, accept invites.
Take the invite, Boar. I got a
Oh,
sledgehammer.
good, of course. Fucking a kilometer away. As is tradition. But I'm not like 5 kilometers or whatever fucking cursed ass shit I was last. The one time I was fucking high as hell.
That is true.
So do we go
In the
find
desert.
a tree kicker, or do we find a spot and they come to us?
I think we all kind of just like wander towards each. Well, we're not even that far away from each other either.
No.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, we're not like.
I think we
it's
should
not
kind of
terrible.
wander a little and then like see if we find something. Do we want something like out of town, and then we have to go wander to town to get stuff, or?
Okay, well, I think we
Yeah,
should
we-
walk between Boar and Mom.
We just gotta
so
find a
we can
non-garbage
try to find
place.
somewhere.
Yeah. I am so sorry for bringing up the church. I thought it was more.
I mean, it was a good idea until all of a sudden I went in and there was like
You're
a
gonna do
goddamn
church again?
catacombs and. Yeah.
No church again.
Oh,
No church. Or if we do, we seal up that fucking bottom area.
Yeah. Listen, we
It
were
does not
learning.
become a use. Well, become a
sledgehammer?
part of it.
I have a sledgehammer. I found one in a car.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Fuck.
Oh wait, let me ignore. Let me get rid of the quest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to do the quests. No more. Remove quest. I don't want to do quests.
Rocks.
What?
Paper,
Pinch
scissors.
that butt.
What up? Oh, rock.
I almost banned your bot.
What? Why?
Because I just saw bot.
It's fucking stream elements or
and I
something
was
pops up.
gonna
It's
be a
like,
good
you
mod,
motherfucker.
ban it.
Where are you guys all at? You guys are all turning around in circles.
Oh. Well, yeah, we're trying to find a place that looks nice.
This way.
I mean, in town means
Collect
there's going to
plant
be a
fibers.
lot more.
Shit.
Well, no, that too. I was going with a con versus, the pro first.
Oh, con
Me-
zombies.
It means like a lot more zombie.
Prison.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Up ahead,
Oh.
Stitch.
You want a prison?
I want to build a prison.
Prison for you and me to live in. No, I mean, we found a really nice log cabin
Out here in the middle of nowhere.
out in the middle of nowhere, which means
That was what I wanted.
Boar can build his wall to his dreams. We're gonna check it out.
Down trees for the joy of it.
You're right fucking there.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Fuck these trees. Oh god.
We're gonna have to make a new
Goodness,
door.
this game is guilty.
Yeah, it's fine.
We're gonna
Well,
clear it out.
The old door is old. See a house. I'm hungry. As
Yeah.
is tradition.
We're taking a look. This is doable. Oh, there was a... Okay. Needs a new window here.
Ooh, this shovel would be good.
Got a cool bathroom. I hear some
Maybe they'll make a
zomzoms
sledgehammer.
outside.
Or upstairs. Or there
So we'll start
upstairs.
crying.
Oh, it's Bertha.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, you go get Bertha.
Hey, Bertha.
Oh, yep. I didn't want to put you down.
I got her.
You did? Holy shit.
So I guess I'm just sledgehammering the rest of my life away.
Sledgehammer is really fucking good. Ooh, construction
Come on.
run.
Come
That's,
on.
That's a updating, yes. Oh,
I'm out of stamina. I'll give you a second.
What is my draw
Oh, thank
distance in this game? Should be, like, not that bad.
Oh, God! Why would you...
Got you. Sorry. Sorry. I thought I got him.
Oh. Come on. Yeah, I was gonna say, there you are. Anyways, there's some good wood crates and stuff here. Yeah, I think we're taking this place, so come towards us.
Alright.
It's a very nice place. They're downstairs. They're outside.
This
They
is our home.
No, I mean the zombies.
Oh.
Because they're
Hey,
clawing up our
zombies.
house.
Hold on, let's go fucking get him.
You guys would be so kind to let me in. It'd be way easier than me having to, like... Right here, this zombie being off in the corner. That's okay. Ooh, rolling toolbox. Ooh, wire tool. That's a thing.
Oh, yeah, there is some windows broken, so we will need to fix that up.
Yeah, but we can repair that.
Yeah, but it's pretty nice. It's out,
It's out away from town, so we can actually build up defenses.
yeah, the defenses will be better.
Aha, there we go. I got my way out. We have a grill.
Yeah, we have a grill.
Ooh, girl.
Nice
Grill.
Girl.
I'll wait here to greet our friends.
Those are stones. I don't know doing.
I'm gonna wear a leather poncho. Seems appropriate. Which means I get to eat some lunch.
What the fuck's going on here?
Yes,
Ayo.
Ayo.
Okay.
Keep forgetting. Oh, I'm out of fucking stamina. I'm too weak. I'm a pansy.
Take a drink of water.
Oh, I only got the one water and a lot of murky water. Oh my! I just 7-10 split those guys with a hammer, sledgehammer. Ow! Fucking die! Well, here. Oh my goodness! I got an abrasion thing.
Lovely.
Great. So you always love to hear it. You always
You
love
do.
to see it.
You do.
Oh hey, goo. That's fucking terrifying sound. Working stiff, sealed cray. What's in you? Frames, forged steel. That's something for sure. That sure is a thing. What do you do with the office chairs? Okay. Oh, you can get leather from office chairs? I've learned a thing. I have learned a thing. Welcome to our cement mixer. We have all of what you require. Cement. No, we have stone though.
Do we?
I have stone. What's in them? Give me your wood. Lucky. What's in this? I think it's... Yeah, never mind. I'm stupid. I have the big dumbs. Right. It's a clinical condition.
It's okay. We still love you.
Means I can't accept that love. That's where the really big dumb scum kicks in. Ooh, is this a thing? I don't know. I see a flag, so it must be good. Hey, chicken. Yes, chicken.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that in there.
Hey, if you see a flag, that must be the traitor.
Oh god, are you already chopping down trees?
Yeah, I guess they're clearing
Oh,
out
it does look
around the
like a
house. We can
traitor.
Guard ourselves against zombies.
Kill the traitor.
I was hyped for a second, and I'm less than hyped.
Keep going, Cthulhu.
I made her fly. Did you see it, baby?
I did. You made her fly.
Did you chop up the other zombies?
No, I did not chop up the zombies.
Oh shit.
Motherfucker.
See, that's how you kill a zombie.
That is
Without hitting your your fellow teammate.
You know what? You
Oh, no,
win.
no.
I
Oh,
don't
shit.
know.
Get them.
What do you want?
What fun is it not hitting your fellow teammate?
Shit, I just realized I forgot something.
What'd you forget?
Apocalypse ain't so bad.
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What'd you forget?
Nothing.
What'd you forget?
Nothing.
What'd you forget?
Don't you forget about me.
That might have been what I did.
Selling these. Don't you. I'm sell these fitters. No. Others doesn't sell for much? Well, sir, you could
Oop.
kick grass.
There we go.
Want this torch?
Also, Boar made it to 100 followers.
Woohoo!
Whoo!
yeah.
As I was clicking back, I realized I was staring at you, so I swung back so I didn't hit you.
Bitch.
It's like, oh.
Do you want me to hit you with this
They
thing?
were talking about it on Twitch.
No,
I
they
was
don't.
like going, oh, well, fuck you too.
You send zombies flying. I don't want to know what it'll do to me.
Sir, you just let me steal $200 from you. Why? Why are you like this?
He knows where you
Like,
live.
ah.
There's metal up
Understand.
against the windows, so those are pretty good.
Ooh, a skirt. I could buy this. I don't know.
Do you want me to get rid of these tables and stuff, or?
Yeah, let's get rid of some of the stuff on the outside because the zombies are just gonna.
Yeah. Grill too?
Yeah, the grill too.
Alright.
That's a nice grill.
Well, was.
Was.
I need a rock.
That's the weakest little
Oh,
bone.
I gotta put my
I won't
top on.
be careful. You know. What's this? Trader Joe's machine rental. Wait, you rent? Why?
I'm gonna keep this table here, because it's got a little light on it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and I broke all the broken doors, so.
Bruh.
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 Listen here, bruh.
Bruh.
Oh, thank you, Domo. I was like, oh, what I hear, bruh. I
Bruh.
like where'd it come from?
Where did it go?
Where'd it come from?
Did you come
Bruh,
from?
I
Where
go.
did you go?
I'm just robbing his mind. Not blind. He literally watched me walk into his house.
I
He's like,
named the spider.
he's not gonna rob me, is he? It's like, yeah, I'm
He
gonna
wouldn't
rob you,
dare
sir.
rob me.
I literally saw him open the register in front of me and just take out my money. He would never rob me.
Mm-mm.
He's just a kind, gentle soul, and he's actually robbing me. Oh shit! Oh fuck! He's destroyed my house. I live here.
That you do.
I live here though. Please, sir, don't do this. Ooh, that's a nice.
There's a chicken
sword.
hopping on the rock out here.
Got that chicken.
I'm breaking down
Fuck yeah.
stuff. Did you get doors on each door?
Yeah. I have
Okay.
doors.
Fuck it up.
Where's the chicken?
I
On
don't
the
care
big
about
rock.
personal responsibility. Fuck it up.
I don't see it.
I keep forgetting how fast you can run.
Domo!
Not like fully loaded by
What Domo
death.
do?
Domo farted.
Well, that didn't get me any
Domo.
rocks.
Domo, excuse
Hey,
yourself.
excuse me.
How could you do that?
Domo.
That's it. For that, I killed what looks like a doggy rabbit.
A Darab.
A Dorabo.
How you doing, Domo? Never. You know what? That's fair. I don't think anybody in our family actually ever apologized for that. Did you, Boar?
No,
What did we do?
it's encouraged.
Farted. Taking to this fence, it's heavy business. Did you kill a chicken?
Didn't. Killed many things.
No, because I couldn't
Oh,
find the
hooray, a
chicken.
rock.
There's also a zombie trying
Oh
to
my
get
God,
you
it's that guy.
hardcore.
Is there?
Okay.
Yeah.
You're trying to hard. Am I just bait up here?
Hardcore. Where
I got
only
him.
Bones in it.
I broke his brain.
A brain. I need that to live.
Oh, no, the zombie, not you. You're fine. I'm
Oh.
blah, but here.
Am I?
That will make it better. Wait, farting in my chat or the streams in general?
You guys are
Just a
farting in
priesty.
chat?
Domo farted in chat.
Dare. I mean, it's encouraged, but how dare? What's in this? There's actually shit here. Oh my god, I was expecting garbage. I mean, I am digging in garbage, but still. Fuck.
Yeah. Bro. Both. Oh, I thought you said bra because I didn't clean off my glasses this morning.
Money.
Okay,
Ooh,
I got stone.
steroids. Mine.
Chips so I can run. I don't know what you got out of my lap, you stupid cat. Come back.
Which cat?
Cthulhu.
Ooh, iron.
Emotional damage.
Come lay down.
Too true.
That's nice.
Trying to get myself in a better mood, that's why we're here. Well, you know what? Me and Boar will try to make your day better.
The one who, after she got fixed, wasn't
Get
going to be
worse.
horny anymore.
What? Oh, the cat.
Yeah.
My brain just heard horny. I'm like, what?
We're discussing
We're trying to
Tina's
stop
dating
the
life.
horny. We're trying to stop the horny.
Trying to stop the horniness. And the lovey-dovey's, that she's still lovey-dovey.
Yeah, she's still lovey-dovey. Which is great. That's good to know that, you know, even getting spayed isn't... Bruh.
That sense.
Bruh?
Isn't, destroying her lovability.
Oh.
She's a very lovey
Like
cat.
fiber clothes.
My gosh, how far are you guys from town?
Yes. I'm getting closer, slowly.
You're pretty close to us.
Just, you know, taking my time. Yes. Give me that toilet water. Yes, give me the stinkiest water.
That's terrible.
I
Oh no.
desire the stinkiest water.
What do I need to repair this? Oh, I need a
Put their
toolbox.
hot water
Oh
in
no!
here. This is the worst house ever.
I don't have the smashies.
No smash.
No smash.
No maiden.
No maiden.
The house
No
looks
pets.
horrible. It's up off the ground.
There's no, like, Jesus. No Jesus. There's no Jesus in this house.
I don't think so.
Hey, hit
Who's got a
by-
fucking gun?
Oh,
Not I.
Oh, sulfur.
Oh, you can get charcoal from burnt buildings?
Or
That makes
nitrates.
sense.
Nitrate.
I did not know this. Thank you, trees. There's a reason why I'm TreekickerBoar. Fucking hate trees.
Okay, no more nitrates.
Hey, stinky body. Ooh, body bag.
Ooh. Bird
I hate the
nest.
sound when your weapon breaks.
Stitchy?
yeah.
There appears to be a very large zombie.
Do you need help?
Yes, I'm inside, making us a campfire.
How dare. Hey, good, honey. Thank God. I need it, because I have an infection. About to run at the zombies. They run at me.
Well, there's a Tina.
It's over on this side.
Sippies. Remember to stay hydrated when you're beating zombie ass.
Got double chins.
I don't think he's got a chin. That's even worse.
Okay, I gotta run
All
away.
he is chin. Shit.
I am the chin.
Fucker on fire.
Forgot you. Forgot many things.
Yeah,
Oh, a
all right,
wrench.
chop him up.
Fuck. Wrench. Oh,
We don't let zombies stay on the property.
Not anymore. Not since the incident.
That's since the bite of 67, right?
Exactly.
I've been taking way too long to chop them up.
God damn the bot. I gotta get rid of this.
A bite of
smoke.
87, but
Like,
okay, Tina.
Oh, I know. She's trying to make
There's
her own.
many bites. There's many nibbles.
Indeed.
I'm taking everything from you.
I need to take my bed upstairs.
Yeah, there's a very nice little spot for beds, which I have to go make one.
Yes, we all
It's
know.
very nice.
I drop in spring, 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 you do everybody lose. Drop in the line clan. I got
But I got a nice fireplace started.
diplomacy. Alright. We're only 30 minutes in. I'm already going insane. Fuck is that? Is that a bird attacking me? But he can't get me because I'm a boat.
Hey, Apples! Thank you so much for the raid! You good bean. I won't tell Tree Kicker you're here.
Motherfucker.
Let me get you a shout out.
Motherfucker.
Oh, you already did. Thank you. Why you no invite? I mean, you can.
And that lady big. That's a big
Yep.
lady. And she
Big
big.
lady.
Come on, stand up so I don't have to swing so low.
Ooh. Fancied up the...
Yeah. Sorry,
Are
when she
we-
gets up, it's like, yeah.
Is the metal not good enough? Tina, is the metal not good enough?
Soup. Delicious soup.
Oh, I don't have it installed.
Bye.
How dare.
How dare.
You have to be pre-prepared.
You do.
What's not installed?
You gotta be pre-prepared. So, let me take a look-see what you were playing. You were playing Overwatch 2. How were your games? How was it?
Double watching Squid now.
Your what?
I was lurking.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
cooking pot. Do we have a cooking pot?
We do not. And we have
Okay,
one
okay, there's
fireplace.
even more.
Oh, we have two.
Get the fuck out of here, Brass. Get the fuck out of here, Brass. I swear to God, I'll eat your ass.
Brother, even paying attention to you?
What the hell is this?
Oh, and a cooking grill. Okay, we set. We good. I almost want to do this, but
It's very nice. Whoa. What if we wanted to use that, Tina?
For what?
I don't know. Something? What are your dogs barking about up there?
Charlie wants to play.
Well,
Stop wanting to play.
no. Apples, how was your game? Oh, I hear a screamer and a dog.
Toilet. Delicious murky what? Oh, I didn't see the gun bag, but my brain went, ooh, toilet. But like, here's weapons. Oh, a pistol. Alright, pistol. That's kind of disappointing. In a world that you can make your own.
I got the screamer. This chopping her up's gonna take a bit.
Oh, I got a gun.
What? Does everybody have a gun?
I found a gun.
I got a leg and an arm off.
Yikes. That's yikes forever.
Wait. I don't think I'm actually hitting her. I think I'm hitting the stone.
Wait, am I still
Yeah,
fucking
we're-
infected?
Yeah.
No, okay, that's curing infection. That's
Ah.
smiley face. There's a smiley face behind it. What's in this potted plant? What doth it become when you break it?
Mm.
You get clay. Okay. I should make my way towards
We
y'all.
don't do art.
We don't do art here.
I gotta make a bed.
No sherry.
Yeah, I need plant fibers.
We're a macchiato fan.
Yes, we are.
The car. Time to break it apart. Yes. Rip and tear.
There we go. So how did you get a
Sleep.
pink one?
Pink one?
Yeah, you had a pink one last time.
Sleeping bag?
Yeah.
I paint.
Oh.
Mmm.
Mm. No, we're not doing the Skekskis? Alright. By the way, today, well, not today, but in 1862, Jenny Hodgers, disguised as a man named Albert Cashier, enlisted in the Union Army in Illinois and fought for 3 years until the end of the war. She continued living as a man after the war.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for her. Good for
Because it was
Good for them. We'll go
Good
with
for
them.
Yeah.
We don't know what their pronouns might have necessarily been. And that's okay.
I
Yeah,
don't need a wheel. Where I'm going, I don't need a wheel.
bedroll.
Yeah, take it though.
We only put it as that because, you know, We don't know what the necessary pronouns are, but it's interesting to know.
The more you know.
An engine? I don't need... Where I'm going, I don't need an engine. I'm gonna eat some chili.
Well, that'll make you fart.
Hold on, I will.
I love that everyone gets some chili.
Look.
Which
Hold
is
up.
gas
Sir,
induced
sir,
to,
sir,
triggers
sir.
the zombies. Did you fart?
Sir? Thank you, sir. Lead car battery? Wow. Be better than this. It is better. was making
She's
a joke.
sleeping on top of cabinets.
Bit angry. It has
I'm gonna sleep.
anger in its heart.
I'm gonna sleep right next to the fireplace.
Good.
There we go. It's not working, but it's an aesthetic thing for me.
Moo
Ah.
what?
Moo wants love. Give Moo love.
Oh, are you here? No, literally.
What is your problem?
Where you at?
Why
Oh, they're coming. They coming.
here? What do you want? Is this
Oh, hey, you're not a dog. You're a
I'm
fucking
pushing
wolf.
my face against yours. What do you want?
Oh, this is awkward, sir. Sir? Sir? Dog? No, literally.
Squiddy,
Not dog.
Wolfman.
Wolf.
Good for someone, yeah.
You suffered concussion. I've suffered many things, but I'm not down to a dog. Okay, I died to a dog. Unfortunate. I don't have a bedroll. Well, hopefully this game is kind
Hey, Valak,
and
how you doing?
generous and isn't going to spawn me 200 kilometers away.
It's got you 1 kilometer away.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, you're the exact
I
same
didn't
as
die
far
that
away as you
far.
were.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wasn't that far. I'm still,
Hello,
like,
you two. I am doing
I can
well.
see.
How are you? We're still fundraising. That's as far as I've gotten.
we put the fun in fundraising.
Yeah, we're. Oh, look at Boar trucking his way here. Not really.
We put the Wii in wedding.
Wee.
We put the Nintendo. I don't know. My brain was like,
Yeah, I was like, I don't know where he's going with that.
they gave us the cease and disorder.
Yeah. Remember, if Nintendo asked you if somebody's playing this game, or you saw someone playing this game, no the fuck you didn't.
What?
Nintendo's been is doing cease and desist orders on streamers.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
We can't have people enjoying our game and showing other people that.
No
We
one
have to
fucking
pay
knows
for it.
why.
Oh,
It's
because
Nintendo. They have hate in their heart.
They do. So they're like, yeah, if you think you see someone playing a Nintendo asks you about the Nintendo games, no you fucking didn't.
At least we don't lose stuff. 'Cause that would fucking wrecked me. Fuck that wolf man.
I was gonna run up and
Wolf,
attack your
comma,
mother,
man.
Don't do that.
but I realized that she was doing work on something, so I was like, ah, yes, do not murder.
I'd prefer
not-
if I didn't get murdered.
Do not commit the murder. Allowed.
Okay, Let's see. Good lord. Wait, am I looking in the wrong... Oh, there's a wolf.
That's stinky. It's probably like the half-dead wolf that ate my ass.
Why, Nintendo? I see nothing. Exactly. I'm sure it was certain games.
Keeping games that were had released. They're not
I fucking took a motherfucking wolf's head off.
Whoa!
nice. Fuck that wolf
Stitchy,
up.
since you have a knife-like object, if you'd like to...
Object, yes, I will come down and get it.
Yeah, thank you.
'Cause that is,
I see nothing. I know nothing. How about if I just don't even know what games are Nintendo games? Exactly. So if you ever get emails that are like, have you ever seen, who's some great Nintendo streamers you know? No, you fucking don't.
I've never seen a Nintendo game in my life.
It's probably the half-dead wolf that ate my ass, Treekkicker. Is that what you really said?
I stopped getting like fucking weird.
He
ass
ignores
phone
me.
calls.
All right.
Sorry.
No, it's
But
fair.
I say
I think that's another house over there. I'm gonna go and raid it, okay?
Oh,
Stitchy?
I'm sorry, what?
I think I see another house. I'm gonna go raid it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
I am going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Okie dokie, makes sense. Hi. Fuck. Seriously? Hold on a second.
Seriously,
good
what?
sir. Nothing.
Hello there, kind sir. May I interest you in some nut eating? No, understand.
Yeah, take that, asshole.
We're hiding from the zombies.
I have a special message for Stitchy. Well, then you might want to wait. She went to go to the bathroom break real quick.
She gone.
Yeah, she gone. Okay, we are not too far away from from what looks like a town.
You can call it a town.
Yeah.
They call it a
Oh,
town.
okay, I wait. Excellent.
I'd say that. I forget how my own fucking quote format is.
Oh, do you need me to do it? I can do it.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't do anything right.
It's okay. I still love you, Boar.
I mean, thank you for lying.
I'm not lying.
Oh. Bash you in the head. 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 Bash you in the head.
Sure.
Bash you in the head.
You
If
good over
walk
there,
any
Tina?
closer to me. Okay, I'm gonna.
What?
No head.
You good?
I'm good. I bashed it in the head.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I need that one command that like does the whole API shit. You know.
The
it
API?
puts everything.
Oh.
Like even
Is
puts
Tina
the
talking
game
about
plan
politics?
with
No.
No.
So streamers can't stream Nintendo. I don't think it's necessarily like they can't stream.
have
It's a whole situation with Nintendo. It was like certain game. Oh. This is in the weird shit population.
These people are weird. Not that good kind, which we encourage. What the fuck is that sound?
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Just hear just like fucking animals coming to life. Like a toy, like a twisted Toy Story.
I know. I would expect that from Sony, but not Nintendo. I know.
Sony likes their people. Sorry, pause, because I apparently had to stop breathing for half a second to shoot. So that's how I do. I'm
How you
scared.
do? I would have to. What does he need? Boar needs a lot of things.
Thanks.
He needs an API something.
Oh, it's like I feel like it's almost a bot that when like you do quote and then like you put it in, then it even puts in the game and date.
Oh, well, that's
Like I've
nice.
seen it on other people's things. I'm like, I want that, but I don't follow through. So.
Please, I don't even follow through on deviating my audio.
It's so useful because then
I
you don't have to worry
know, but
like,
I gotta get it done by
excluding
Friday.
having the pre-music.
Yeah, I gotta
Or
do it
heck, I
by
could have
Friday.
music playing right now. Puppy.
If we're doing a thing on Friday, Boar, I definitely gotta split my audio.
Yeah. Oh,
Because as much as I love pre-made stuff,
as much as I love pretzel,
Yeah.
I don't want to pay for pretzel.
yeah.
That's the reason why I did it.
Well, Pretzel's free.
Well, yeah, but I
Some
don't
of their
like the
stuff
talk.
is not.
It's more like I don't like the. What's that word? It's telling me this is what's playing. I'm like,
Oh yeah,
I don't
no,
like
I
that.
put that in there because people kept asking me what was playing.
But that I think they mean.
It encourages it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Come to me, biker man.
How am I cold? Oh, it's raining. That's why. Okay. Find clothing. Take shelter. Listen, my dude, I am trying to do that.
Kind of like that. Kind of like that, though. But different. It's more like it does all the stuff for us.
It's an automatic system.
I want it to be automatic. I want the bot to scream too. Just it starts crying and going, "Why are you doing this?"
I just turned it off. Okay.
I'm slowly making my way over there. Because I have too much garbage. And I'll level myself up later when I get there. Some lazy.
I have my headset back.
Yeah, I told you there was a little town.
Like, that's where I'm coming from. Is a town.
Yeah. I'm kind of by Tree Kicker.
Yay.
TreekickerBoar.
Hey, you're fine, Domo. Thank you though for being here. You're the
I'm
best.
going to the trader so I can get that stupid thing out of my way.
Is there a zombie coming up on me? Oh, he coming.
Fuck is
Hold
that
up.
noise? Oh, it's a snake. Okay, I was like, what the fuck is that noise? It's a snake.
There was a zombie in our house.
How'd that happen?
I don't know.
What did you think? Someone got bit?
I'll just ping pong you between you and your sis. That's
I don't
fair.
know how a zombie got.
I mean-
Really
a zombie
appreciate
got in our house and ruined our window.
That bastard.
Guess
Zombie
if I'm
ruined our
Tyler,
windows.
Oh,
I'm
come here,
behind
bird.
the house now.
Fuck off.
Like where you are, right? Strap it down. Trees in the way. Apparently alerting with everybody with the
Mother-
sound of my clapping
fucker.
cheeks.
Those are very impressive cheeks, Boar.
Down on my
Jump over
ass
the
is
water.
alerting the zombies.
There's a wham-wins.
Wham,
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 whams?
ambulance.
Hello, Wans.
Parkour. Parkour.
Yeah, my head hurts when I get a bullet through it too. It's like Tylenol. After a few hours, it goes away. Just-
Followed
don't
by the
interrupt me
intense
on-
flavor for flesh, right? The pain goes away, followed by an intense flavor of flesh, right?
Delicious. Delicious flesh.
Yay!
I have way too much
Stitchy!
cannibalism
Oh, yeah,
talk in
Valak,
my veins.
Valak
I play.
had a message for you, Stitchy.
Oh, what?
Stitchy. Fuck the trees.
But don't actually fuck the trees.
Maybe a little fuck.
Oh,
Them fuck.
thank you, Valak. Raptor noises terrifyingly in my ear.
Well, I'm nowhere near you to hear him, so.
Well, it was in the thing. It was in the stream. They did Valak did a raptor noise. I appreciated it.
A pair
Thank
of
you.
red-tailed hawks were adopted by a California bald eagles and were raised as they're young.
Aww.
Oh, they're gonna be so confused.
Why my dog so stinky? Why are you so stinky, Unter?
Wait, I was gonna say, is it which dog is it?
Which dog is Stinky?
Unter.
Yeah, he's an old man. Stop making fun of him.
I'm 9 years old.
Yeah.
Farts. Lets out the wettest. Just
That's how I propel myself to get around.
Rocket power.
That's terrible.
Yeah, well, you sort of heard my grandma.
oh no. Is that honey? Honey.
Are you infected, Tucker?
No, but I found honey.
Yeah, fuck that.
By the time I find a frickin' entrance to this place,
I
it's gonna tell me it's
found
nighttime. It's gonna close.
I found
You
a
know what? I'm gonna
a little old western town.
Ooh.
Utah.
Yeah. Infected, kill him. I know. Think of the rabbits, Boar. Think of the rabbits. But it's gonna take a lot longer because I don't have a gun.
Oh no. Where the fuck? Are you guys even near where the city, your building is? Or am I just
Me?
running?
No, we're not near the city.
Oh no, I mean the house.
Ah!
You guys kind of claimed.
I'm not.
by it.
Stitchy's
Oh, okay.
by it.
Oh, no, nobody's in that place.
Like if I'm running there, I better be fucking running towards it.
Be like killing him with a swivel ball bat.
Oh, that house. Okay, I see it. It looked cute.
Yeah.
Fuck you, plants. For giving me oxygen that I thus waste. Oh my fucking god, I said just a second. In a bit. You know what that means? It calls.
Are you being encumbered, Boar?
Yes. It's probably something incredibly easy that Google could definitely do for somebody. But God help them. You don't learn technology. Don't learn it. It's easier that way. You know, it's just super easy.
Boar lives with people who are not technologically literate.
Impaired?
No,
Yeah,
they
that's why
are
I can't stream all
impaired.
week. I can't stream
But
on weekends.
yeah,
It's
he
fucking
lives
bother
with
me.
technologically illiterate people. This item
Same
needs
days
repair.
off.
Fucking eat me then.
Just devour my flesh.
Oh no, I've been eaten.
And then I'm coming.
I'm coming
I
How's that work
home.
out for
I
you?
see the log house. It looks really cute and quaint.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, we are doing a fundraising there. If you'd like to donate, we do have some incentives to do, and they're very fun, I happen to think. I do. I happen to think they're fun.
They are fun.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go up the stairs and I'll AFK for just a second. You can hear the lovely sounds of whatever the hell Stitchy's doing.
She's
Alright,
panting
go
an
back.
awful lot. Ooh, Skull Crusher. Yeah, I want my sledgehammer back. Give me my strength. Give me my sexual Tyrannosaurus, my pack mule. Yeah, get us started. What type of blade would Boar and Tina and Stitchy be? Oh, this is the conversation we had yesterday from Boyfriend Dungeon. If you were a human who could turn into a weapon, more assuredly a non-shooty kind of weapon, what kind of blade would you guys be? I personally...
Deerhorn blades.
Ooh, that's fancy. I like the white picket fence thing up here. That's nice.
Well, it's just to keep us from falling off of it and dying.
Fair, fair. Do you not like my clothes?
Beautiful.
I know. I am, aren't I? Do more damage to wolves. Nice. Learn Spear Hunter, just because I can. I'm gonna go throw some stuff in here. Oh, I have a repair kit! I didn't even realize I grabbed one! I can repair my sledgehammer!
Yes!
Yay! Sledgehammer's back. Alright, I'm gonna go put some stuff I found away.
Haha, look at that, now it's all repaired.
Tina,
Yeah.
what kind of blade would you be? If you could...
Rapier.
That's a good choice. That's a nice kind. I put the food in the old sink. And I'm putting some medicine in the medicine cabinet. Which includes vitamins. Hammer! Wolfie would be a hammer.
Vitamins.
Vitamins! We have 7 repair kits right now.
Woohoo! Repair all the things.
Yeah.
There we go. I fixed the porch. Come look at it.
I'm gonna come look at it. I'm coming. It's beautiful. Now we just need
solid.
stairs. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
No, I can make stairs. That's something I can do.
It was just the way you looked at me like, really? I think I might be a bread knife. I could kill someone, but I'm meant for food. I love that Valak. That's a cute one. Oh god, Boar is so sunburned.
Like you?
Not right now, I'm not. Guess I'm gonna put it in these empty cabinets upstairs. Until stuff is, you know, ready to go.
Yeah. Oh, I should make some chests.
Yeah, I figured, you know. Alright, so I'm gonna go out and smash some other shit. Ah. Well, it is night. I guess I should stay in since zombies running full speed at you.
It's not night yet. They haven't kicked me out of the Trader Joe's.
I leveled up in my zombie tossing. Ooh, I'm out of stamina. Back up, back up, back up, back up. That was satisfying. Oh, you'd be a Seox. I was saying hammer because you got a sledgehammer. Oh, that's right. I guess I would be a sledgehammer.
Because you're a sledgehammer.
Oh, it's a bit of zombies here. Oop, out of stamina. Back it up. Here we go. Don't worry, I took care of him. I took care of him for you, baby.
Proud of you.
Thank you. I gotta get some. Oh, this is a lot of boxes.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go get the shit.
I put them off the floor so we don't have to worry about floor space.
I need to repair my item.
It's probably a good idea. I don't know why I was going the Attack on Titan song.
No idea, considering neither one of us really watched Attack on Titan.
We didn't, so. Because Boar needs those for nitrates. I guess I'll take the medicine out to put that in the chest.
Put everything I have that I don't need into the chest.
Alright. I am encumbered.
Well, go empty out.
I know I am encumbered.
Where is the fuck I just brought everything home chest?
Just pick one.
Okay. Mods.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
I can't walk.
Are you that encumbered? Medicine.
No, I don't know how to hit the buttons.
That'll do it.
I will walk towards my bed.
Except those. Yeah, repair kit can go in there.
You tiny puppies, yeah, I had to get you guys in. Oh boy, yeah boy.
Oh, did we?
you puppies.
We have a return of the boar.
Little
Everyone's
puppies.
delight. Or else.
So,
Cocked pipe pistol after 2 hours.
I was like, sorry, I'm looking over thing.
Hey, I hear someone fucking up everything, but I hopefully. Oh no, it's a screamer. All right. Understandable.
Beyond food.
So I can actually do something.
So,
Down my
was it
bed,
something that could have
roll.
required Google?
Yes, it could have been fucking easy as hell. It's just.
What required Google?
Oh,
What the hell are you? Just a dirt pile?
Pedro.
Pedro.
Yes.
Let's see.
Upgrade. You can't upgrade log cabin. Okay, I was like, on.
No, log cabin is perfect the way it is.
The only way you
What's
can
the-
upgrade log cabin is if you go to cement.
And we don't have that. That's a potato seed. I'll keep
And
that.
also, well, there's like a construction or a half-built house not far from us.
Yeah, there's stuff.
There's things.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that chair for existing. Hey, a toilet with paper in it. Come on, where's the poo water? I yearn for the poo water. I feel like zombies, but fucking
Oh, we got a
here,
little
not
mini
there.
horde here, guys.
Yeah. I was like, I'm hearing a lot of shit going on. How's she going out there? Oh, fuck me.
Oh, fuck.
Try not to accidentally shoot someone in the head.
Yeah, please don't.
Sweep the legs.
Oh no, I'm infected.
Oh, I have a jar of honey with your name on it.
Oh, yeah, I'll take that.
Honey's got name on it?
It's
Well,
my
two
name.
drops, but still.
That's okay, I'm gonna be wandering out there anyway, so.
I'm good.
I'm not infected anymore. Anyways, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah, there was a question asked while you were gone, Boar.
Oh, yeah.
If you could turn into a magical weapon, like if you could turn into a blade, what kind of blade would you be?
A killing one.
I'd be a glaive with 2 little tusks on the side of the blade.
Oh, that would be kind of cute. Sorry, I'm sorting the shit. Medicine.
I'm destroying shit around the house because I'm
Stuff.
gonna build myself a wall. But it's gonna be more well
Food.
thought out than every other time I've built walls.
I believe in you, Boar.
I believe.
Food, money,
But I do need empty. Oh, I do have empty.
weapons.
How many frames can I make? That seems like a lot of frames, but let's do like 750. I forgot I have my numbers set up to my motions. Alright. Just like as I was typing it and I look over and I'm like, oh no, I hit every button for my emotions.
Oh no.
They're stronger.
Sprained arm. How do I take care of that? Oh, it just takes time.
Oh, that too.
It just takes time.
I don't want to take time. Boar glaive. How...
Or blade.
I'm gonna hate saying this, but Valak wants to know what long shaft you have.
I feel like a long pole, you know, like a big old,
Long
like, go
shaft?
on you ass, like, glaive kind of deal.
Oops, I forgot
Even
to
though
take
I'm
my
tiny,
meds.
But weapon
Is that
big.
really what he wants to ask?
Yeah.
How big is your shaft? Don't worry, I already have in my, like, Google search, like, how long is a
Oh, no.
orgasm.
I didn't want to know that.
Well,
He hasn't even
it's
told
forever
you.
You
It's
know?
forever now in caution in my brain.
Okay, so you're building.
Hey, I got some glass here for you, Tree Kicker. I know how much you love it.
I mean, you can just call him Boar. You know, you guys are in it.
Listen here, Boar.
I always love when it's like,
So what-
everyone's like saying trick kicker. I'm like, you can just say boars.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably.
Just make it easier. Hey,
That's what I started out with, so you're gonna have to wait until I get used to calling you Boar.
That's true.
it's true. She doesn't have a post-it note for you, though. So you know she
I don't
loves
have
you.
your post-it note anymore either.
Yeah, she loves you more, Boar, because she can remember that your name is a code name.
Yeah, well, I was
With
gonna
that-
say trick kicker isn't far from my actually.
Well, like she didn't have to put a post-it note with your real name and then your stream name next to it. That's what she did to me.
That's
It didn't have your real name on it, it just had Squid on it, so I can remember to say Squid.
I have to say though, on vacation was the most amount of time that I've had hearing my actual real life first name.
Oh yeah, I probably should put shit
Uh-oh,
away.
Screamer's here.
Oh,
Screamer.
fucking
Screamer.
bitch.
Fuck, I missed.
Ow.
You did. Slap me. Oh jeez, look at that sledge off the corner of my eye. I'm like, oh fuck.
Life flashing before his eyes. If you please have... You have stuff to get rid of. Are you just shoving stuff in things?
Kind of shoving everything, not everything, but things that are, you know, ooh, weighted head. Hey, that's good for... I had... That's actually, I've never seen that one mod upgrade. It's a really good upgrade. Wood splitter mechanic. That's real good.
Oh boy. Screamer
I'm just
brought
putting
friends.
Ah, not my bottle of water! Oh,
Butthole water.
sorry!
Oh shit. Fuck.
What is with you people hitting me?
Sorry, I literally thought I was alone out here. I even like double checked.
I'm
Okay,
going-
no one's here. Time for me to swing like a banshee.
I'm gonna go
And then all of a
inside.
sudden just, that would be smart.
Assholes.
That's fair.
I'm
So I
allowed
need
to call you guys assholes for that.
I mean, I did fucking just womp. I even used the strongest swing.
Yeah, he did. He used the strongest swing on me.
Strongest.
Okay, no healthcare stuff. Oh, no, you got aloe, antibiotics, vitamins. Excellent. Ooh, more antibiotics.
Oh, we need those.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Good. We need a lot of them.
Well, we
I
got
can
a lot.
first-
Concrete
Oh, what the
mix.
fuck? Come on. Oh, that was lightning. I was like, pounding the fuck out of me. What the?
Nitrates, feathers, animal fat, crushed sand.
Fortitude? Oh yeah, I want fortitude. Be a punchy boy.
We got wire tools.
Ooh, bring those home.
Well, don't worry, I'm gonna put them...
There's 2 wire tools.
Yeah, there's 2 wire tools.
Sexual Tyrannosaurus, because
You need it.
come on. It's almost a like, natural
Weapons.
requirement. 3? Yeah,
I'll put it in with weapons.
Here,
We
I
got
hear
wolves.
3. Or that.
There was a wolf.
A woo. My god.
Oh, woo.
Aw. Oh, Tina! You closed the door on its head.
Well,
You could
That'd be
chop
good.
it up a little.
No, don't.
Fine.
Jesus.
So I can craft knuckle weapons. Okay.
There,
I
I
do
chopped
craft.
its head off.
No,
Where do I
no,
get
no.
the
Get the rest
Now
of
I can close the door.
No, get the rest of the food. But you gotta
Knuckle
let me out.
wraps. Ah, I do have
Fine.
knuckle-
Thank you. God. Okay.
Oh, my God. Jesus, scared me.
I
Why
can
am I
say the
doing
same
shit
for you,
outside?
Boar.
You know, I'm just standing here, vibing.
Are you
Aggressively
vibingly?
vibing. Okay, there's nothing in these chests. Where is it?
No.
I need to put shoot away.
Wolfie, listen, Wolfie, 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 Wolfie.
What did Whoopi do?
We do it again.
Yeah, what they said.
Shoot here. I don't need a gun.
Okay,
No,
actually-
I got family ready to blow my
Actually,
brains out.
since it's
Mountain Man chest.
Where is my mouse? There it is. Boop. Sad
I
Pat's
found a
wolf.
chest down here. The
I'm
secret
just
chest.
gonna listen. I'm just gonna.
It was
Where's-
a bad cousin.
Yeah, it was a bad cousin.
You know, a big bad cousin.
Yeah, they came in and they were like,
He threatened to kill you, Whoopi, so I had to get rid of him.
we had to
Got to. By law.
by
Oh,
law.
you're making a foul place? Yeah, okay, then I can go and shove some.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna
Tools
do
in
this because I need a quick BRB. Where is my
fucking
tab?
do.
There it is. Okay, sorry,
me.
sorry. I gotta move my tab way up ahead of everything because otherwise I can't find it and it's not gonna show. All right, there we go.
Books. I'm gonna, put
I'm
books in
gonna
the
do a
chest.
BRB. To be fair, I'm a werewolf. Oh, well then I'm not apologizing
okay, yeah.
anymore. I'm gonna go BRB.
Although my
enjoy
favorite is when someone's
this-
like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Boar, for killing your people." I'm like, "I'll fucking kill my people." Just do it in a heartbeat.
He does, but it's mostly because of the Tusk envy. But don't let him tell
It
you
is.
anything different.
It's definitely tusk envy. How dare they have better tusks than me? Just and bigger. Like God,
How dare they?
fuck. Imagine trying to put down a plank of wood and it's like, no, I'm sorry, that grass has more priority. Build like a little tiny little wall around here, like something like, and about this. Motherfucker. I love building. God, I love building. This should be fine. Why can't I punch things while I'm putting down frames? That's my biggest complaint in this game. Can't I punch with my free hand? I guess. I don't like it. Especially because a fucking a blade of grass stops you. Come on, Minecraft learned this. Oh, okay, it does work for some pieces of grass apparently,
dang
but
it.
it's very, flimsy. A little wibbly and wombly. Oh, you're upgrading. You scare me.
Who's scaring you?
Oh, you, because you're upgraded. I'm like, it's breaking sounds. And it gets upgraded. That's what my brain thinks. Alright. I built the frame of the house wall. I'm gonna build it too thick. And then I'm gonna, let me see here. Actually.
What?
Oh
No,
yeah,
that
don't go
didn't
too
work.
crazy with upgrading, because I gotta edit something. It's a necessary one. Might- Yeah, especially if they're too high. Yeah. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be here. That be gonna be where the door will be. Fuck. Understandable. Fuck you, game. But understandable. Alright, how far could you go before that happened? Let's assume, like, here's the limit. Take it to the limit. It's gonna look all real fucked. Yeah, definitely fucked. Alright.
Oh,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, Domo. 6, 7. It sounds so aggressive when you're doing it. Going feral. Alright. Fine. This should be fine. No, fuck.
can I put it on my head?
I just didn't think about how far to put him, and I didn't think it out. Building Minecraft style, where I'm fucking cussing and swearing the whole time. So just like Minecraft. Five, 6, 7. Does it actually tell you when it's gonna be? Yeah, it does tell you when it's about to be fucked. All right, I did not know that. What a good game. Not actually being said sarcastically. Hey, tiny puppy, you want up on that bed? You want up on that bed? You get up on that bed. Yeah, you go. You dominate the bed. It's your bed now. You better believe it. I need more frames. I need to kill more trees. Kill them trees. Kill them trees. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck them up. Throw them down. Everybody gonna see there. I'll climb. All right. Hold up. I hear a zombie. You motherfucker. Get out of here. Oh. Awkward reload. Oh yeah, I don't use sledgehammers anymore. I punch. Alright. I've embraced the fists. I think I'd rather have it like that. I'll go beat up this mini horde real quick. I'm hungry. Of course I put all my food away. Where's my lunch money? Where's my food? I'm hungry. Where's my money? Alright. I didn't get you food either. Beat up a nurse. She has money, right?
They used to until they went to that whole, if it drops a bag, they have something crap.
Oh yeah. Man, those hit moves. I'm building a wall so we can all like hide behind it and shoot. Hopefully. Hopefully. That's why I'm making gaps. But I'm gonna make it 2 times thick. Twice as thick. Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. So we can, you know, shoot out of them and hope to God we don't, like, get turned inside out like a bad puppet. And then the fog comes in, as it is wont to do.
Now we just need to beat up some creepers so we can get some gunpowder.
Exactly.
Then we can lay mines around it, like we're a military camp.
Exactly. This should be fine, says me, gaslighting myself. Well, it's not completely fine. I gotta, like, make it double thick. Look, the ID is here. Every time I'm hearing you upgrade, I'm like I have like a mini panic. But what?
I have a mini panic. I'm tearing it apart.
Like, I'm like, who the fuck's over there? It's like, oh, okay, never mind. Like, maybe I'm gonna type in without using my num code. Because I don't want to start crying on you guys. Or, you know, getting really sweaty. And let me just
I
keep
cut
the
down
sweat.
so much trees.
They gotta kill so many trees. I'm gonna make like 20 of these, and I again just said I wasn't gonna hit him, but I did. I did
We have
not.
a hard
I did
time?
not hit her. Hey, Mark. I have a shovel. I guess I can make a shovel.
There's a shovel in the one of the chest.
Yeah, but I can make a shovel. I don't need a good shovel. I just
Oh,
need
okay.
Hey, tiny puppy, did you not just jump off the bed? And he's like, no, I want back up on the bed, though. Okay, get up on the bed, little one. Little indecisive little bastard. Oh, you're carving up something. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? Hey, what's that sound? Everybody gonna be coming around. I want attention. Oh, yes, okay. Oh, yeah, I'm fucking still sweating over here. I forgot. I just looked over and I'm like, I'm still sweaty. Your dog is like, oh, yeah, he does want attention.
Did you just say you're sweating?
Yeah, he's like,
Because I was in the sweaty. I was in my sweating emotion.
Oh.
Because this game, as opposed to the last game I played, actually allows me to use the emotions. The other one was like, you want to hit your num cat key?
Blah, 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 blah.
You can num my dick. I'm like, you're right. Damn, you rad.
I love boars, and you're right. You already have naysayers against your wall, Boar.
Well,
How do you get up here?
with ladders, which I have. But it's mostly to shoot through the hole. God damn it. Whatever.
Well, I can't get the one that's chewing at the hole.
Well, that sounds like a skill issue.
Sounds like your mama issue.
It's right. Right, though. You're right.
I didn't know it was the female thing to be able to find the hole. It
Well,
was a male issue.
it's a male issue to not find. Oh, we got a little mini horde, so I'm walking by.
It's okay. They won't hear me over the sound of me clapping this floor.
All right, line up to
If
get your
you're saying
smacking.
it's too low, that's because I'm trying to build
Oh, I
a
see
little
'em.
stepping area. You know,
Yeah.
little steppies. A little uppy area.
If I die, I'll die clapping. Oh,
God, my cheeks be clapping.
yeah. Let me clap.
Let her cook.
I've suffered a deep laceration. Shoot me, Tina! End my torture!
I don't have a gun.
I got a boo-boo.
Ah!
I got a hammer. I'd hammer in.
Never mind. Man, I was not expecting to be doing this much, but here I am.
And yet,
TreekickerBoar, not tree diggy boar. I don't know. My brain
Here's the
was
question:
like,
do we have the AC on?
I'm not a minor.
Yes, why?
Okay, because I'm just
You're hot?
yeah.
Oh, AC.
I can
And I
find
can't
you a
fucking
fan.
understand English.
No. I should probably tie my hair up.
Yes, that would be reasonable expectation number 1.
Do you have a hair tie?
I do in my purse.
Okay.
You
No,
don't
I
got
have
an
a hentai.
arm.
Here, I'll trade you.
Okay, thank you.
I got me an hentai.
Did you just say you
You
have
don't
your
got a
hentai?
body.
Yeah.
No, Boar.
Gotta have those hard copies.
No. Just
For when the internet
sorry,
goes
tying my hair up.
Just-
Tying my hair up.
Do you want a hairbrush to tie
I'm
your
gonna
hair?
go out
No,
and
it's
chop down some
fine.
trees. But I'm gonna
Got
put
it.
down my
Oh.
ladders wherever the fuck those
Whew.
are.
Already
Come over here.
nicer.
Hey, Domo. Hey, how you doing? I'm gonna
Don't
put one
nobody
ladder
got no
by the
Domo.
entrance so you can climb upon my wall and see that you are wrong.
Okay, that time I was destroying it and not building it up.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Say it, Boar.
You
I
smell
fixed it.
You stinky. I'm gonna put ladders all around. So we ideally want to shoot through the little gaps, but you know.
Well, yeah, but if they're in the close to the wall,
Yeah, that's why I'm like.
they're
building the nice little
you
ladders.
can't smack them
Yeah,
or shoot them. You can't do shit to them.
that's fair.
Okay,
Eight.
tell me why. Now that I have income coming in that I
Tell
can
me
save up,
why.
ain't nothing but a heartache.
What's here? What is
Anyways.
here and is what is blocking this
What,
ladder?
what about income and saving?
I was like, why is it now that I have an income and savings, I can't find a single damn artist to do shit for me?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's commissions are closed.
Yeah,
That's-
they're all commission closed to like next year, which I'm like, oh, get that bag, you know, get your
I
bread.
know.
But I'm also like,
Although,
God
man,
damn it!
I wanna cry. Man, do I want to cry because I'm like, ooh, I want to commission them. Commission's closed. No.
I know. I'm like,
I have money, but you know, the idea that it could be there.
yeah.
It could be.
And I can't ask anybody on Twitter because if I do an all points bulletin of, hey, is anybody open for commission,
50
I'm gonna get like 8 billion bots. I already have 17 sitting in my inbox.
Oh yeah, I'm thirsty and hungry. I forgot. I need nutrients. Damn this corporeal body. Everyone
Oh
gone back
man,
to work.
good thing you said that.
Thirsty. I'm hungry. I got the angies.
Oh, talk about having the hangries. Oh, when we were coming back, we were at Wisconsin Dells, and Stitchy was just like, God, I would love hot pot. And I'm like, oh, there's got to be a place that's got hot pot in Wisconsin. And we're trying to find it, and Google could not find my exact position, no matter where I was, like, refreshing or all sorts of stuff. We were getting hungry. We hadn't eaten anything since, like, what?
7 that morning.
7 in the morning. And I got the case of the hangries. I was just like, I swear to fucking God, if we don't find someplace, I'm just gonna jump out into fucking traffic.
Just like, I'ma fucking do it. Don't do it. I'ma fucking do it. Where did I put my rocks?
What's wrong with that zombie?
That zombie doing?
Yeah.
That zombie doing?
That zombie's kind of got what looks like, you know, tumors all over it.
Oh. You got the stinkies.
Hmm.
A little bit of the winkies. Just give me the side eye.
Ah, shit.
Give you the stink eye.
Oh,
Are
that's
these the
mud.
new models?
Oh, it's a
Made.
screamer.
That's nice.
Could be.
Could be. It looks
Oh,
like a
here's
new
the
model.
Hungy station. Delicious chicken soup. Get
Yeah.
some of that soup.
We've got
I'm
all
gonna eat
the
a whole
food
sandwich.
together.
I don't care if I shit myself to death. I'm eating this sandwich.
You know,
Nom, nom,
that's
nom,
fair.
nom, nom. Oh yeah, I have water. Where's the water? Oh, I probably put it away because I'm dumb. I was like, didn't I just have water? My stupid. Oh, there it is. Pure mineral water. Delicious.
Crispy.
The sippies. That'll be good. Nice. Mineral water. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna go and beat a zombie up because I want to feel superior. Oh, that's a teammate. I shouldn't punch you in the back of the head.
Am I hearing somebody in the old town?
Get knocked,
Hey,
motherfucker.
Stitchy, how you doing in the old town?
I'm dying.
If I was a zombie, that's what I'd make. Alright. Chopping down some trees.
Okay, there you go. Oh, no.
Nice.
Hot pot. Oh, hot pot. Yes.
Hot pot.
I mean, there might be a
Hot.
hot bot.
Yeah, there might be.
You never know.
But-
They're usually called servers.
Ooh. But yeah, it was
Hold on,
hot.
I've seen
Hot.
too much art of them.
P-O-T.
Yeah. It's too much art of them. There's- Ever since 2020, people be thirsty.
They do.
Heck, I almost got commissioned for one.
For a thirsty?
People are like, why don't you take commissions? People get weird with their commissions.
But you
They
could
get really
you
weird.
You could eat well for the rest of your life.
Come on, shake a poor sinner's hand. Yes. Do, do, do.
Are you ready?
I love that meme.
Hey, there's a zombie bear out here.
Is there?
It's
Yeah.
okay, the zombie bear's fine.
Yeah, he's just
playing.
walking. He's just walking.
He vibing.
He is. He's vibing. I'm not gonna mess with that.
Speaking of vibing, can I make a better axe? No.
Okay. So you guys are way over there.
Yeah.
I'm just
We're checking out the town,
fucking up these
grabbing
trees.
shit.
Good. This is gonna be a rare moment where I'm not actually a scavenger.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm being the base bitch. I'm building it.
Does that mean you're gonna take care of the boxes?
Potentially.
I love that. Potentially.
But you're so good at it. People go to your streams and go, God,
Just
I
to
can't
watch-
wait to watch
yeah,
Squid organize.
I can't wait for the soothing of her organizing all the boxes.
And by soothing means her screaming, "What the fuck?
Like, who put this here?
Why would you
What the
put this
hell,
here?
people?
It clearly says food." Why is there some sort of like... Oh, Stitchy. I was coming to save you.
Yeah, well, if you want the bear, get the testosterone out of it.
Did you kill the bear?
The bear's dead, yeah, that's why the
Okay.
bird got me.
Well, I don't have something really to...
What you dogs eat? Because goddamn, you guys are stinky fucks. Goddamn. Like all of a sudden I'm just like, ugh, stinky. And I look over and I'm like, see two dogs
Ooh.
sitting in my bed right behind me. And I'm like,
Just
"You stinky
ripping-
little fucks."
Just
Stinky
ripping
dogs.
ass.
Yeah. In my bed. That's where I'm supposed to just...
Getting the
That's
pink
my
eye.
shitting spot.
He's like, that's where I fart.
No, you can't. That's mine.
Okay.
Day 3. For once, I'm
Boo-boo.
actually near the base and
He's-
building. It's a weird experience.
I'm following the road.
Good. Oh man, that means I'm the only one here.
No, I'm back home because I died.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was just thinking, oh, I'm the only one here. Just as I'm like digging up shit around the base.
The bear testosterone.
Delicious bear testosterone.
If I can get to it before it...
Fuck, don't I have steroids on me? I do have steroids. I do like steroids.
Boar
Steroids
does
are
like
good.
steroids. Thank you for the lickies,
They make you go
boo.
fast.
I appreciate your attention and
I
affection.
made Cthulhu a salsa cake.
Oh yeah, when I was first like, someone's petting you. You got the pet routine.
I do not. I want to, though.
You should do the
The
pet routine.
boar
I know
is...
it's gonna be
The
different
bear
from
is
mine.
not dead, Stitchy. He's right there.
I killed the one by me.
Well, he is
Two
not
bears.
dead. He is
Every
reborn.
tree around me.
I am reborn, child.
That's what
A
he
zombie
said.
boar.
Bear. Sorry. Oh my god. Like my voice like started. I went through like second puberty for like a second towards the end,
Yeah, just a
and
bit
it felt
there.
uncomfortable.
As puberty do. Check it out, the church. Yeah, 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 yeah. Just searching up and having lots of fun.
Speaking of lots of fun, I've leveled up a few times. I should do the
Yeah.
huntsman. Yay! Yeah, I need to harvest more shit. So don't give a fuck. That means I'm also the farmer again, but you know, actually probably better. Rule 1
Yeah.
cardio. Eh,
Yeah, okay.
that sounds good. I want to punch people better. I want to punch.
He wants to punch.
Wait, I have. Putting. Okay. instantly screwed up my screen that I just washed before stream. So I was like, open up can, sprays all over it.
You poor soul.
Luckily, it's only on the Discord / the second monitor, but you know, it's still there. It still hurts.
It do.
I'm hungry apparently. How am I hungry? I ate shit sandwiches. What the hell? What the hell?
Yeah, if all you zombies could get out now while I'm here, that would be great.
And I was never hungry.
Yeah,
as a
thank you.
scavenger.
Thank you.
Never.
Any more zombies?
Yeah, right here.
Thank you.
Honestly, I love how you
Pants
ask
grab.
and like there's a streamer out here somewhere.
It's fine. We're
Now he's
fine.
gone.
And we sure do got a lot of trees around here.
Oh, good. Boo's cleaning himself. That's good. Yeah,
He's
that's
going
pretty
for
much
his
it.
own hot pot.
Oh! How fucking dare you?
It's okay. He wanted some hot dogs.
Oh, you're all nasty.
Little firecrackers.
Oh, I'm gonna just go barf all over my new computer. Okay.
At least I'm finding a bunch of garbage out in the woods.
Whoop.
Like, you know, anyone should. You're encumbered. No, I'm not. Don't lie to me. I'm gonna gaslight myself. I'm not actually encumbered.
You know, Boo, you can sit like that. It's okay to sit. I don't have a single goddamn light down here.
I leveled up after I hit him in the head and bashed it.
Bashed.
Yes.
Oh, the bear is fighting something. Oh, it's fighting the door. It's fighting the door. The one I'm hiding behind.
What is it attacking? Oh no.
Yeah, that's generally how it's been.
Small rock.
Craft a stone axe. Fuck off, dude. I've made many stone axes in my time. Even twice, actually. I guess I haven't.
You know, since it's kind of dark, I'm just gonna stay in here and just hope to God the bear just leaves me alone.
It ain't. It can smell
It's
you.
not. It's good. It smells my fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hot pot place we were looking at was Vietnamese.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference? In terms
I assume in like some of the veggies they, well,
Mhm.
like some of the sauces, the brew stuff is different. They've got a coconut one,
Sheesh.
like a coconut mushroom,
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I like mushroom.
and they're individual hot pots, so you don't have to share with anybody, and they're just a little one.
Dang.
Yeah, it's fancy.
Fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy.
Fancy.
Man, I'm getting so much experience just being out here. I know it's
know.
probably because you guys
I
are
know,
out
isn't that
killing
nice?
It is. I know Stitchy
I'm like-
somewhere just like, fuck these
things.
bitches.
Chopping down trees. And that's where I'm getting my experience from.
Oh god. Did it break down the door? It's getting there.
It's coming in.
It is.
Coming in hot.
It is. Oh boy.
This should be enough. I should plant the trees, though. I have,
shit,
like,
oh shit, oh
gone
shit, oh
water.
shit, oh Jesus, help me! Thank you, Raiju, for
He
throwing
loves
things at
bears.
me. He does love bears.
He's like, God, I love bears.
Shit, motherfucker.
Come on, bear. Oh no, bear, no. Close the door there.
Yeah, at one point I was gonna be TreekickerBoar.
Ho, 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 ho.
There you go. Alternate reality.
Alternate reality, you're also gonna be like artistic octopus.
Yeah.
Well, fuck you too.
Oh, I do like elephant. They're pretty cute. Little elephant, whatever they're called.
Dumbo.
The Dumbo octopus?
Whatever the fuck it's called, yes.
The ones that got little
I'll
cute
be-
sea flaps.
Yeah. With the cute CC flaps.
I'm gonna die killing this fucking bear. Ugh. There's so much blood. How would you notice I was here if I didn't throw stuff? That is true. That is true. So the zombie bear killed me in church. I guess I should have yelled out sanctuary.
Sanctuary. I should have never taught him that word.
Sanctuary.
Okay, how many of my boxes are fucked up?
It's not my fault.
I'm not to blame. Don't, Wolfie, don't bore my chat. Just go to Boar's chat. Throw him some French fries.
What? You're wet. You are not getting up here.
I have pets.
He does. He has a new head pet. Thing.
Actually, let me double check. It's not because I like it, and also I adjusted prices because I felt like it.
Yeah, just the price.
Where the fuck is pet? Where the fuck is it? There it is. Head pets.
Head pets.
Oh,
That's
Sorry,
our
just the
boar.
head pets.
The head pets
Praise
are
and
nice.
affection.
I want to get head pets.
you need head pets.
I do.
Pretty nice. And yours could be better because as your head moves, it could follow you. Like you touch
What?
it like a hat.
What the shit?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
Boar's
you're a
gotta.
VTuber. Hey, how'd you do?
Boar's gotta teach me.
Go for the fries. I'm just saying because you can attach yours. for-
Can I? Wait,
like-
is that a
like,
live
you know-
2D thing?
I don't think it's live.
I think it's a live 2D.
It's the same program I use, but you have to like. I don't fucking know. You attach it like a hat. It's like if you're moving your head, you can, it stays with you when you move around. So you're not like me, where if I fucking move away, everything's fucked. If I change position, everything's fucked.
That's fair.
Fucked.
There is 80 rotten flesh in here for you, farmer boy.
Oh yes.
Farmer
Farmer boy.
boar.
Farmer Boar.
Aw, do you remember when I read you Farmer Boy? I am infinitely saddened that you don't remember our childhood.
Doesn't everybody just remember being 5 once, and then all of a sudden 13, and then adult?
Trauma.
Childhood trauma.
Do 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 do.
It comes free with every lifetime subscription of life.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, got those. Where do I have clothes? Clothes. All right. Everything's all settled up again, including
God,
meat
this place is really
stew.
fucking barren after I went through here.
Yeah.
Run
Around
away.
the house. Hey, you guys won't be able to complain about there being, too many trees near the house.
We've never complained about that.
I know, but I was
Missed.
mentally thinking it.
Okay.
19, so many trees though, around where
Oh,
I'm
no, 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 no.
I don't know what she's noping.
A bear.
Is it a zombie bear?
Yes.
Is there
Yeah,
any
I've
other
been beating
kind?
the shit out of it.
Is there any other zombie
Boar, what are you doing
kinds?
on your stream?
What?
You're just like whipping your head around crazy.
Well, because I'm planting seeds. I'm planting my seeds.
Ew. TMI.
And the easiest way to do that is just whipping your head back and forth. It's the game's
Stitchy,
letting-
have you
yeah,
been
listen.
using creative?
No, why?
Because I just realized there's a creative thing.
No.
It's just
I'd like to
Why?
trust you. Why can I not trust
Military.
you?
Die, military dude. Die. Oh, sorry.
Damn.
I mean,
Thank
just
you
get,
for your
like-
service, military dude.
Thank you, Tina. Did you offer to buy them a coffee?
I think they're a
Thank you
little
for your
dead.
service. They turn around, have like that.
Whack
tip
your crap
thing
out
they
of 'em.
got,
Yeah.
Like going to Caribou or something.
Oh, I'm in some sort of burnt town,
Yeah.
following the road.
There's a wolf very slowly walking towards our house.
Well,
That's
go out there
fine.
and bash him one.
I'm not going to. I don't have a knife to cut him up.
I mean, you could also just hammer it, I guess. You can
Yeah.
make. Why can't you make a knife?
I
There aren't
suck.
any bones in there, I bet.
Bones, you can make a bone knife.
I know I
you-
could have,
You
but
just use an
I'm
axe.
already off.
Just club it until you get enough bones, and then just start.
I'm trying to find
Whatever
new
sound effect
stuff.
is.
Yeah. I'm not gonna
Alright.
lie. Sometimes I've thought about doing that that angel grapefruit technique sound. Yeah, that thing that haunts my fucking dreams. It's yeah.
Water, right? I don't have water. I can't see it. So I thought I had another water jug. There it is, pure mineral water.
Look
I
at
can
this.
boil some
Look at this
piss.
boar. He's just drinking mineral water.
Yeah, he's
gonna head
special. We
south
gotta
and see if
drink
I can
boiled
find out.
piss.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
head
should
south to
find
my town.
fish. fine piss you got.
What was that? What was that, Stitchy?
I'm heading south.
Yeah, I'm heading east. I figure if we die, we come back, so...
Teleporting, E-class.
I must be in the town you guys were in, the burnt town.
Yeah.
I'm hearing something out here. That's faster than a zombie.
It's probably
You guys
zombie
were already
Boar.
in the burnt town.
Oh, well, we
That
didn't
will
get
stay
everything
zombie.
out of there. We've been there.
I was there and I shot a bear, and that's as far as I got.
Hey, sir.
I
Sir?
smacked a bear.
Sir, that looks like he's about to ask me, like, he needs money for a bus ride to the hospital because his mom's there, and what he did. Oh, no, you're fine. Come back.
Where are my empty water containers?
But don't worry, when you give him money, he's just gonna then just hang around in the same area. He's not gonna, like, go anywhere.
Boar has feelings.
Apparently.
Boar has also lived in a town that does that completely.
Yeah, and I've gone to, like, the worst gas
Okay.
station every time.
Poor Boar.
These gates open? Oh, the gate's open. Oh no. Rabid doggy. Rabid doggy.
Well,
Rapid
shoot
doggy.
Oh, don't fall. You'll...
Oh,
I
no,
don't
my club is
appreciate
broke.
the torches. The tortini. I mean, the torches are nice, but I'm making this wall double thick.
Radio hazmat. Radio hazmat. Radio hazmat.
Oh, too far. Come back.
Too far. You've gone too far. Well, now.
Unless you get a
I meant the
has...
person was wearing it.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, well, take it.
Yeah,
take
Found some cooking
water.
pots.
I should probably eat some food.
Give me some goddamn guns. Jesus.
I'm hoping to find some guns.
Maybe
Yeah.
the gun was in your heart the whole time.
Maybe the BBEG is the friends we made along the way.
Really is. Hey, Tenny guy,
You're
what
locked.
you gonna do when you get punched? I do love beating up zombies with my fist. It's just funnier.
It does
It's
feel
funny.
pretty cool.
It literally hits different. Like when you
I
go
can't
knife,
even with Boar right now.
especially if you go like knife build. That's my favorite, honestly, for beating up zombies. You literally just fucking
Wait,
shank
what
them.
the hell?
Okay, I repaired
Taking
my
away the
club now.
torches.
Oh, I think I see a house.
Oh, hey, doggy. Hey, good doggy. Come here. You want to get punched?
Yes, there's a whole town there.
No head? Alright. Knife. Can I get a knife?
A real town.
I need 5 bones.
Yeah, I
Alright.
found a real
Be
town.
Good doggy. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's where Tree Kicker and I came from. Boar and I
Nice
came
one.
from that direction.
It's a
Will?
nice one.
What is that freaky sound? Like 1,000 souls crying out at once.
And then suddenly silence.
Yes,
Well,
exactly.
you know, I belch, so when you said that, I have no idea.
Jailbreakers. What are those? Lockpicking success.
Oh,
Well, I don't have any. Atom junkies. Explosion What the shit? No. Somebody leave some clothes? Thank you.
oh yeah, I'm only wearing barbed clothes.
Yeah, I'm putting on some boots finally. Oh yeah, you're far enough away. Alright, bye.
Hey, fucker. Papaya, papaya, po.
It's the sound of the wind.
Must have been some rats. How much wood do I got?
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could
4,000?
chuck
Yeah,
wood?
I'm good. No, I was just seeing, like, you know, how much am I gonna have to do, you know?
He's just a little boar, you know. He's just a little boar.
I I'm at U.S.
Crack.
Army Post 7.
Ooh, let me take a look.
You build it.
Oh, you
build
found a
them.
U.S. base? Well, you have a gun, so you'll be fine.
What the fuck am I looking for?
The rest of us would have suffered.
Brain is just like misfiring. Isn't there like a? Can't you
I'm
make
hoping I
slopes
haven't
in this
bullshit
game?
through is what I'm saying.
Make what?
Ah.
Slopes.
I thought they were angled. Maybe you gotta go under building?
I'm just gonna go look, I guess, inside and just.
Oh, thank
do those
God, I'm
require,
getting some
like,
clothes.
Wood shapes. Oh, that's for building.
There's
But-
my pickaxe. Found some more.
But for real game, where the hell you hiding them? You hiding? Where you hiding? Why you being so stinky? Or is it like a workbench thing?
I don't know.
Could be
Probably
a
a
workbench.
Oh, oh, maybe it is a bench thingy.
Fuck. Just didn't even know how to make a workbench.
Not currently.
I think you have to be able to build the.
Oh, God!
Advanced engineering workbench.
I am on fire!
How are you on
Stop
fire?
I stood on something.
Why'd you do that for?
Well, because I accidentally saw the... It's been... Okay, remember how I didn't have the ability to see details?
Yeah.
I just saw an on-fire zombie. Like, the torched ones.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those are very popular.
I love them.
Yeah.
Hey,
New
lady.
wood, Boar.
Lady, I hear you. Get off my fucking wall. I'll punch you.
She's like, fucking do it.
She's like, oh, don't punch me, I'll come.
No, that's you, Boar.
But we'll have to see, zombies. And you're just... Luckily, I'm just hungry.
I love how you said they're popular, and then the next 3 zombies I see are torched ones.
They fucking love existing. And this probably might be actually fine. With quotation marks. Asterisks.
Some zombies might have discovered I'm here.
Asterisk, asterisk.
Asterisk.
Ooh, shuffle. My ankle cramped. That's a new sensation.
Garage.
Ever had an ankle
Oh
cramp?
no,
No.
this must be the military
It's
post. Maybe,
fucking
Stitchy
terrible.
found?
Is it, Stitchy? Do you see your mother?
Mom's close to me, yeah.
Oh, hello, military guy.
No, it's National Forest. I'm gonna get my card stamped.
Yay!
Stamped.
Huzzah!
We told Boar he was coming with us to go to national parks, and he's like, oh, you know, I might be really slow. And it's like, oh, wow. It's like it's an entire family of people with disabilities who understand that there are restrictions to what people can do. Nah.
I mean, mentally.
Oh, yeah. No, no.
Just-
No. We knew what you meant.
Golly gee willikers.
No fair to come up behind me, Mr. Ranger.
He's like, hey, would you like a tour of, death? It only costs $10. Actually, it's for free, but we really would like donations. It really helps actually keep the park running.
Mm-hmm.
Punching people.
Squid gets to get in for free.
I do.
Oh.
Do you all get in free with me?
I think you
Up
can
with his head.
2 people come in
I was a
with you.
child soldier.
Well, Boar, you can come in for free with me.
Yay. Also, am I going crazy?
Airplane!
People putting up
Plane!
more torches.
What the shit? Oh, it's compressed.
Plane!
Boss,
I
the
don't see it.
plane, the plane.
Oh, now I hear it.
Oh, cool. I got good water.
And that thing's flying low. Low and fly.
Oh,
He's a low flyer.
Here's zombies.
exactly what I was going for.
I
Thank
hear
you.
You're
assholes
welcome.
punching my damn walls.
I got 2 bone shivs.
That's it.
I got some
Gotcha.
pretty good stuff. But I'm coming back encumbered or not coming back at all. Construction
Little-
stuff for Boar. Listen.
Hands. All right. building and we're happy.
Are you?
No, but we're building.
Motherfucker! Who? Oh, it's one of the little guys.
Yeah, I should use my level ups.
It's like, you are now encumbered. Will I find glass? Who knows?
Hooray, I'm getting cement.
The glass is inside you the whole time. Ah, fuck.
Well, it says plaster of Paris. But I'm getting cement on
Am
the
I
way.
that encumbered? Yeah, I guess I kind of am. But I could scrap some stuff. I found a blade trap
You are
schematic.
fat, and I really need to move my foot here for a second, kitty.
Kitty Kitty says no. Well, I'm about to come back to y'all.
Oh,
This is gonna
I
hurt.
found weapons. I found a bone chip.
This is gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt!
what'd she find?
What?
Wait,
Historical squid eliminated historical squid.
My brain, someone expected Tina to finish that sentence with, I found semen, not not cement.
I
So
mean
much.
cement, not plaster of Paris. It's semen. I don't see no sailors.
Oh, Wolfie, hold on. I don't know what my throne... I think it's wish list. Hold on.
Yeah, that's the.
That's the one. There you go, Wolfie, if you wanted to check that out.
Empty boredness. It
Me
doesn't
brain
feel
bad.
bored.
Your brain fine.
I have the hungies. I must.
I have returned.
Oh,
I
can
bled
make
a
bacon
lot,
and
but
eggs?
I'm
Oh,
back.
Fuck yeah. I'm making some bacon and eggs. I'm gonna make some grilled meat because I don't know how grilled meat
I'm
translates.
going back to
into...
my semen.
Good job.
You know what?
I should boil some water.
There's an
'cause I
empty
got
mountain
pissed
man
off.
chest over here?
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
What the fuck? How did you find that,
Because
Boar?
Well, because I looked at the ground and I noticed it a little bit raised.
Oh.
Like it looked like shit, so I just hit it once. And I
Okay.
was like, hey, empty mountain man chest.
Okay, so we don't need that. I'm gonna go put stuff away, because that's what I do.
How dare you hit a woman?
Domo says that, Domo says they love you.
Love you too, Domo.
Oh no, that was only to Tina, I'm sorry. I didn't want to get anybody's hopes up, but that was only for Tina.
Oh.
Oh, what?
The
I didn't even
dead
hear.
I was about to say,
silence.
how appropriate.
The dead silence. Oh no, don't worry, Boar. Tina loves you.
Okay.
She is your mom.
I'm gonna eat some bacon and eggs. I made some bacon
I
and
found
eggs.
pipe bombs.
Oh,
Drinking
that's
some boiling
fucking
water.
terrifying.
Right. Whoa. Pipe bomb.
Oh my god, I just found a shit ton of bullets.
There's a fucking zombie outside.
Yeah, I hear him. That's why I'm gonna go and fucking punch him in the mouth.
Go punch him in the mouth, boy.
Gonna give him a dental appointment. Oh,
Good
it's
job.
a fucking screamer. You son of a bitch.
That's how
Stop
they do.
hitting my wall. It's not
So
finished.
many bullets.
I'm gonna come back with so much metal. I shouldn't be able to carry this much metal.
You get
that
away
sounds.
from me,
That
cop.
sounds good.
Unless
What?
you're gonna be eaten.
What? Oh. Okay.
Sorry, there's a chicken running out of base.
That's
I was like,
that's fine.
I should have killed it. But I was like, I don't have a gun on me, do I? No.
Why would you need a gun for a chicken?
You know why.
I don't want to run after it.
I don't know why.
I just
I
wanted
brought
to
back
eat a
some
meat.
sham chowder and stuff.
Sham chowder.
Chowder.
Shout out.
Got some good sham chowder.
Tina's a
Say it,
metalhead now.
chowder.
Oh my god.
Say it right.
Powder.
Time for you to go. Oh. Hey, how's it going? Hey, you can hit him through.
Come
oh
here.
god.
Yeah,
love
I can
when
hit
their
him
heads
through.
Get, like, splint open.
Thank you. Right?
I always love that one. That's my favorite death for zombies, where it's like,
Heck yeah.
you got the brain all splintered in, alright.
Yeah. There's another one over there. Oh, she's wandering away like, nah. This is bullshit. I'm not dealing with that.
I don't want this. Not like this.
Not like this. Well, guess what? Boom! Alright, I'm heading back.
Nice.
Which way did I go? Yeah, this way.
I'm essentially building a platform for
Woo!
the zombies to jump up on so we can hit them appropriately in the face. Why am I still hungry? I ate bacon, eggs, and grilled meat. What else do I need?
Everything.
I guess I've been hungry for so long. You know.
In the words of Tank Holman, hammer!
Hey, Whispering. Hi. Hi.
I'm not gonna lie. Throne has got some really cute stuff, like, for, like, jewelry. They just got this new jewelry partner. And it's really nice looking, but they're expensive. I mean, I understand they're, like, handmade and stuff, but still, I'm like, ooh. I'm hungry. I have a tuna packet and 3 Ritz crackers.
Like the whole tube with 3 Ritz crackers? Because I could...
Yeah, do you have 3 individual crackers or 3 tubes of crackers? What are we talking
3
here?
wax. Come on. Maybe share them. Hell out some Ritz. Is this what I want? No, I don't think this is what I want. I was fine with the idea I had. After. After's good.
I'm glad to go home and empty out.
Scared the piss out of me. Alright.
Oh, 3 individual crackers.
Oh, that's a little bit sadder.
Yeah. That's
Little.
that's too much cracker to tuna. Bless you.
Oh, with tuna? Oh, okay.
I don't know if you know who he is. No, I don't. I do not know. Tank Tolman. I'm sorry.
There's like somebody out there going, starts crying. What's wrong, Tank Tolman? I feel it in the wind.
Someone doesn't know who the hell I am.
Fades away just a little bit more. Just...
Who the hell is that? Okay. You,
Man, I sure
you
do
good over
love
there,
building.
Stitchy?
It only requires 8 to upgrade, huh? I might have went overboard with cutting down all those trees.
I'll eat more when my boss comes back from lunch I forced her to take. Aw.
Nature killer.
Oh. No, don't worry, I replanted them, but I destroyed the ecosystem, so now it's like, sorry, I just keep seeing the zombie. I'm like, is he gonna fucking come at me? No. I destroyed the ecosystem by planting only 1 tree in a certain area, and thus what's gonna happen is that they're
And
just
it's an
gonna
invasive
overgrow.
tree.
Yeah.
You monster.
Yes, the wildlife will not come back, and my nipples are cold.
What?
Sorry, I looked over and I saw it was cold, and I was like, I can't say I have
You
appropriate thoughts.
scared me.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's scary.
Okay.
Hey, zombie, you've been kind of out here, and you look like you're gonna ask me for money. Get punched.
Get punched. Someone just started shitting in a toilet outside? Ew.
An outside
Does it really
toilet.
surprise you?
It's not even like an outhouse. It's just out there. Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
He dresses like a Viking, does wholesome videos, and he cosplays as a barbarian dwarf. That is kind of,
Oh.
that does
in
sound
the
kind of cute.
phrase of
Rue the Barbarian.
shit, I forgot his name.
Who loves cheese dip.
Life finds a way.
Malcolm.
Yeah, I can think of the character name. I couldn't think of who the fucking
Yeah,
actor
I
is.
listen, I don't remember anybody, so.
Malcolm in the middle.
No.
Well, that's a good. That's a good TV show. I said movie. I don't think they did a movie. They
Eh.
might have.
No, I don't think they did.
With my luck, they might have.
Jeff Goldblum?
Yes,
Yeah,
Jeff
that's it.
Goldblum.
Right as I was lurking while taking a look over my cousin's college project and writing her all the things she needs. Did I miss anything? No.
No,
No.
nothing will admit in court.
Okay, I found my semen.
God.
Like that.
What do I have I can add to this?
Do I hear a fucking zombie?
No, I can put my battery with that battery.
I swear to God,
No, I
I'm gonna
can't.
come
I can
around
just
here
add
and
it
I'm
to
gonna
it.
fucking show hands.
Throw hands.
Yeah, show hand and throw hands.
Don't knock on my door anymore.
I'm a knock at my door. I'll be waiting for you. You
This
got a
is
blessed
all
job.
yours and mine. 2 is company 3.
Zombie better be punching the inside of our house. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God, if I go out there.
Why would somebody hide wood? Why were you hiding in the ceiling?
Why not?
Oh, okay, there she is.
Well, obviously it didn't.
Who's hiding in the ceiling?
Domo! Thank you for those 100 biddies. Payment for the giggles Tina's giving me.
Someone gonna
Aw.
tell me if we have.
If we have what?
There's a food chest. Okay.
Yeah, we have a food chest.
Add country soup to country soup.
Soup.
Cat food to nothing.
It's just soup. That's some good soup.
Good soup.
Good soup.
We had to explain to Jen and Rob, our friends from North Carolina, why we'd want soup. Sorry for everybody on boards.
It's a rude sandstorm, and it's okay.
Yeah. Which, apparently on YouTube I have to mute, because apparently then my videos can't be seen in Russia.
What?
Oh no.
Apparently,
Just-
I know. Oh no. Sorry, Russian people. It's a shitty situation.
You shouldn't have attacked Ukraine.
Well, they didn't. Well, you know what I mean.
None of
The
it.
individual people.
I
Because
have
soup
a
is amazing,
slug
yes!
What?
I know,
so
no
good.
Russian kettle stream while there is sandstorm. Sorry, we cannot, Yeah, apparently it only mutes that song in Russia. What kind of, like, thing is this song that it's muted in Russia?
They probably said
Or like,
something.
well, no, it's like, oh no, it's,
Our first aid kit somewhere?
everyone was using only that song. Oh, maybe.
Hey,
Oh.
you motherfucker.
Okay, do not
I'm
fall, do
building
not
a
fall, do
utopia.
not fall.
Ow.
Alright,
outta here.
yes, crawling up there.
Bang, zoom.
I'll be back in
Straight
an hour when it's over. Oh, 4 ads. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Close that door. Yeah, bring it, Zums!
I'm say, still there. That's why that's mine. Like,
If
30
you
seconds
don't
every
want to look at ads, I know they can't hear me, but if you don't want to look at ads, please go ahead and take a look at the donate there. We're helping the It Gets Better project. It's for good things. Good things to help good beans. And you're all good beans.
swear to God, I can see. I can smell them.
Well,
Trying
I
to hit
found
my
a
wall.
shotgun.
I know we have a first aid somewhere.
We do.
Don't get up, I'll punch your ass. I swear to fucking God, I will call down a storm of ass kicking.
More like ass kissing.
Same
Okay,
thing.
weapons. Got the 2 bone
I'll
chips.
blow their world away. They'll never be able to feel whole after I'm done.
God damn it, Boar. Also, oh, no, it's fine. It's fine, Wolfie. I was gonna say, also, did you know I have a YouTube channel? I have a YouTube channel that's got 43 views in 1 day on my shorts. What the fuck?
Oh my god, there's a horde outside.
Oh, shit. Well, sucks to be you.
Fine. It's fine. I say as I'm like begrudgingly upgrading the frames I need first.
I know! I
Deal
have...
with it when I get.
Hold on, let me pull this up.
Oh, hey, thank goodness they know I'm here, so they're all like going into a queue.
They are. Boop.
All right, y'all gonna have some knuckle sandwiches for this soup kitchen.
Oh crap, I didn't see you behind me. I can't move.
Wow, that's more
I
than I,
got broken
thought.
bones.
Like, I've
I
got,
concussion.
ow, don't bonk me. I've got, like, regular videos and stuff like that, but, like, okay, remember the clip where the music just kept playing romantical music that over and over again, and I panicked? That video? That? Yeah, that's got 48 views on it.
Oh god, I got a concussion.
There's so many views on things, and I'm just so confused.
Oh, drop loot. Thank God.
So, you know.
Free stuff. Free stuff.
I'm now level 16. I should probably level while we're waiting for, you know.
Damn, that horde. It hit different. Alright. That wasn't a mini horde, that was a
Oh,
goddamn
no.
queue.
It was a queue? Did they all just walk? I know.
They
If
all
you don't...
like single file cam at me.
Oh, that was nice.
Why am I so confused? I don't know. I just get confused when... Okay, like, you know how Boar is when we give him compliments?
You have
Yeah.
to make a
I
decision.
gotta eat. You
It's
need
the-
a first aid kit.
It's the
Why are you crawling?
It is the exact same thing with me. When people, like, sometimes when I'm like, oh, you know, I've got a stream, and people are like, oh, so how many people you got watching you? I'm like, oh, you know, a few. Like, oh, what was it? There was a girl who I was
It's so
playing,
weird.
not Overwatch. I was gonna say Overwatch because I was thinking of apples.
That's definitely a different. God, he got dumpy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Dude.
No, it's okay. Wait, can you hear me?
Continue.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Oh, good. No, you guys go
like
ahead
a
and
man.
talk. I was just muting.
Oh, okay.
If you want me to talk, I will. I don't want to, like, override your stream, Boar.
Don't worry. I could definitely just hit the.
Oh, he muted himself. Oh, he did. Okay. So, there was a girl I was playing Valorant with, and she was telling me that, for streaming,
These are even built up.
she's like, oh, I would never raid a big streamer. And so I was like, oh, so
Trying to
somebody who's
accidentally
got,
deafen
like,
myself on
maybe
stream.
like 300,
Just Squid. Who's
like,
talking to herself.
people who, like, have, like, 300 while they're live, right? And, no, don't worry, there's a reason for the story.
I hear a screamer. Man, I don't like how there's so many goddamn screamers.
So many goddamn screamers. I asked her, like, so you mean people who've got, like, thousands
this
and
way, I'll
thousands
set
of
you on
followers?
fire.
And she goes, oh no, somebody who's got, like, over 500. I'm like, so you wouldn't have played with me? And she went, oh god, no. And I'm like, it's like a whole idea of, like, big streamers based on who you are kind of thing.
I have to go and check.
So
whole
the idea
fucking
that people want to
perimeter
watch
and
my
make sure they
YouTube
haven't, like,
is
beamed a hole in the
flattering.
wall.
You know, just because I don't do editing or stuff like that. I mean, the editing I do is the VODs,
And
the
they have glass
the
channels,
shorts.
that's good.
And I only do those because Twitch allows me to
Glass
do
jaws,
it.
even.
Yes, Wolfie, that was the exact clip. No, she wasn't even talking about how many were, like, live in the chat. She was talking about even followers. That's what she was talking about.
Yeah.
So it's kind of surprising what's big for people. Oh, wait, why are your eyes glowing?
Why not?
It's nighttime.
No, the other one doesn't have glowing eyes.
Well, they special.
Alright.
I punched a guy so hard. Ow, motherfucker. Like, plant fiber behind him exploded.
Will you go down?
No.
You guys stop crawling on each other for 5 fucking seconds. Ow. My arm is sprained.
Yeah.
from
Are you
whipping ass
outside
so
or
hard.
inside?
Outside. I'm trying to finish building up the wall, but these little
Oh, there you
fuckers
are.
keep.
There's one.
Yeah, that's
have a
what
bunch
I
of
was saying,
torches on
Domo.
me.
I was like, wow.
Oh, I have steroids.
This so they can hop up so we can get to them easier.
Oh, yeah. And then they can just essentially single file themselves.
It was
And this
it was
little
some
thing on top
strangeness.
is prevent them from stopping up.
And of course I support my little baby boy bro.
Fuck you. I mean,
Fuck you too.
just remember that like meme video. It's like how, hello, darling sister.
Hello, hello, brother. How are you today? Oh, I'm worried about this and this. Versus, what's up, bitch boy? I don't know. What's up, cat
Bitch
girl?
boy.
What do you want, Dabs? just
No, talking to siblings is honestly like that one video where it's like, I'm at Starbucks. Do you want anything? I'm in line. Do you want anything? I am getting to the ordering station. Do you want anything? All right, I'm coming back home. I got Starbucks. Did you get me could you get me Nope, you're too late. Oh, I'm not breaking that open. Fuck that. That's like a...
Don't destroy.
Don't destroy what?
my handiwork. This is really good.
Doing good?
I'm hungry. My brain hurt. My brain hurt. I got my head be hurt. It hurt.
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, my head, you hurt. You hurt. You hurt. But I'm being really brave about it.
I found a pistol in a toilet.
That's weird. I'm not gonna lie, Boar. I have
This is a bit weird.
I have thought about buying you a t-shirt that says, like, my head hurts, or, like, I'm feeling emotional, but I'm being really strong about it. Thought about it.
That would be good. Hey, how you doing there, little golem? Punch you. Stop. Let's stop, like, fucking crawling all weird.
Where the hell are you? There they
Yeah,
are.
I'm still at the base.
I found a pistol in the toilet. Oh my god, Domo.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, that's the wrong kind of piss to take.
Well, now you know.
Remember.
Okay, now it's getting light out.
Oh, thank
good.
We've
That's-
made
that's something
another
else.
day.
Hey, I see a little.
Stitchy dies. Stitchy, you want to talk
Gonna
about
die.
that?
I have weapons and I don't want to lose them.
Fair enough. Sexual tension. What a movie.
Sexual
was a
tension. Now in theaters. She wants to bone him, and he does too. But
They
it's
can't
a
talk
wild
about it
society.
but they can't talk about it because they've been best friends. Sexual tension.
I'm gonna just put some extra torches over you because I have extra torches. And the game's just saying, fuck you, eat shit and die. And I'm like, alright, understandable, fuck you. I'm just trying to help out society.
Well, that was your
Torches
first
by the
problem.
door. Yeah. That's the true. There we go,
I
that's
brought
all the
home
torches.
so much stuff.
I have 8 HP. Am I dying?
I have 27.
Like I have
You have
8
8,
HP.
I have...
Well, now she said
And
she
you
found a...
fire.
You know, I'm gonna
Oh
bring
my
these home
god,
for
now I'm
boiling.
gonna die.
You know, well, I might just let it just happen. I got a headache. I got my hungry
I have an
hurt.
hour and 39 minutes on a broken leg.
That
Oh,
middle
no, then-
chest is everything I brought. That middle chest is everything I brought home. I
Activate
brought home
switch.
2 guns and a shit ton of bullets.
Concussion. Concussion.
Okay.
Here, they won't let me jump
That
up here.
ammo,
There we go.
that base was good for something.
How do you get upstairs? That's to lift that door. That I know I don't want to... And probably to unlock that door.
I may have low health, but you're about to die, motherfucker. And
That's
is
our
every time I
boar.
punch, I'm gonna die by punch, guys. Literally, I am going to actively die while punching. I have only 2 HP left. Get fucked! Oh, I punched the wrong thing. I have 1 HP. Oh! I died.
Oh
because I
no,
punched.
it's a fucking bear.
Where?
Out in the east
my
town.
ass. My ass.
I'm just gonna...
It's eating my ass. Yes.
Is it eating your ass, boar?
Yeah. Look. You are hungry. No, I'm not hungry anymore. I've lost the ability to hunger.
Welcome back to the corporeal form, bitch. Oh god, the bear sees me.
Damn, I'm back in my meat suit.
Okay. There's gotta be some fucking guns at the police station.
This is so cursed.
You think so?
Well, I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Oh.
Did you take
Speaking
the
of
gun that I
cursed
left
shit.
in the...
No, because I haven't been back yet.
No.
I'm doing this because we have chests on these walls, so I'm upgrading part of the log cabin as much as I love it. But I don't want like a zombie to like somehow get in and just bash and then they blow open.
I feel that.
And then we lose everything. And then we lose everything. And then I get bullied. And the zombies go and then they make munching sounds in my asshole.
And they make munching sounds. And they're happy and satisfied because they ate.
I kept saying, I kept threatening, but they're like, bet. And then they start eating my ass.
They're like, delicious.
Like, wow, this is what boar really tastes like.
This is
Tastes
good.
like
I like
calamari.
this taste.
No. I keep hearing little
Just
asshole
one
sounds.
little part of the boar tastes like calamari.
Just the one part, you know. The
It's the-
asshole.
Yeah, I hate to tell you people, if you have a less than desirable place, they're more than likely feeding you not really calamari. Come on, zombie bitches, let's go. Line up for the ass whipping.
This is our castle. And that is our asshole. Alright. It should be fine. I say in a lion manner. Don't mind. I can't tell you. There we go, I want it. Never mind. You know what? They can stay. Man, that's so cursed. Seeing pillars of like brick like that. It's fucking cursed. Why can't I upgrade you? Oh.
Oh, shit snacks!
Seems like crafting. I can make some worn boots. Pardon the oh no.
Oh, like a fuck ton of them just fell out of the fucking ceiling.
They do that.
I have suffered an abrasion.
Why? Why me can't do the okay? I couldn't upgrade it from an angle. This
Oh,
is
shit,
shit.
my item needs repair. Fuck.
It should be fine, I say. Gaslighting myself yet again. In terms of wood, but let's make it stone. How much cobblestone do I even have? Not as much as I hope. I'm gonna have to go and start
I keep
diggy
panicking like, oh my god, I'm not at work.
Oh god.
Only 1:15.
I know, no, it's just my brain going, you should be at work. And I'm like, no, I have to go till 5.
Wait, what time do you go to work?
I work at 5, so I have to leave at like 4:30.
Oh, right. You were fine then.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm just, for whatever reason, my brain. Spicy brain, you know.
Oh yeah.
Ah, it's fucking locked.
If you find this note, this might be a lucky day. I've been bit by one of the creatures. The fever's taken hold. I don't have long, but at least I could do.
Could be
But
worse.
at least, but the least I could do before I turn is him. Someone, anyone, as God would want me to. There still is a God. So I leave you with the map. To the One Piece. The One Piece is real. Alright.
Oh, Boar.
I'm gonna just put it away.
Stretchy pants.
Right.
Oh,
I have so
should have run on my broken leg and my sprained knee.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that.
Lucky looters. Someone find more brass and loot. Oh, okay, that can eat all my power attacks increase, but that's for bats. Man thing. Oh hey, I have a lot of wood. Just realized I can make spike traps.
Oh, yes.
I mean, yes, you do, Boar, but you shouldn't be saying that from your sister-in-law.
No.
You shouldn't say it in front of your sister.
I take
You ain't here.
one
Those
piece
balls?
of grilled meat and some boiled water, and there we'll have such glorious tidings. What the fuck is that?
Okay, that's all I had.
And cat food.
That's all the semen I took.
And here's the ammo I have.
Damn it.
Boar.
Someone get meat
Boar.
stew.
I
Boar.
need to go inside.
Boar.
What?
This
Boar!
one.
Boar!
This
Boar!
one. That top one.
Oh, good. I'm glad glass is an option. Put it out. Glass it out. Hobo stew. Oh, no, that's just regular stew. Okay, that's just straight up an actual pistol here. Okay.
I told you, I found a pistol.
Oh. But I was just more seeing where can I put ammunition. I don't need lockpicks.
Oh, I thought you needed ammunition.
No, I just want to put it away. I'll take the coffee. And the coffee. And the meat.
Sorry, kitten.
And the potato.
Yeah, I have to get up.
Look at the potato.
You
Actually,
know
we
what?
can't
I'll
make
probably get
potatoes.
eaten at some point. I'll take those.
Yeah, those potatoes.
As we all know, you can't make potatoes.
I
It's
got
hard
you
to make a
potatoes.
potato seed. It says, oh, just more making fun of the game, like going, you can't make a potato seed. That's weird.
Not gonna lie, I probably would not actually know how to make a potato seed.
You just,
You let
it is the
potatoes grow.
seed.
I
Just
know.
jam it in the ground.
I know. But, you know. I'm just saying, the game's not wrong. I learned in boot camp, things that you think are a duh is like, you know. Little different. Now I want to redeem a
Have you ever
change
had a
word to
potato
another.
and not eaten it?
A little different than ban word, replace word. I want all pronouns changed to semen.
My pronouns are C and men.
God damn it. Everyone go to their corner.
Sorry.
Unless you're in Boar's chat,
sorry.
then you just stay where the hell you are.
Yeah, this is the corner.
Yeah.
Got to make some delicious corn seed. One fucking corn seed, and that's it. I'm spent. One whole corn seed. One.
Yeah,
Not
two.
nary more. One, not two.
A 3.
A 3. Oh. Alright.
Alright, Shade Tree Auto. I don't think I need anything there. There's a chicken. Ah, fuck the bear.
Oh, there's no wood in here. That's strange for me.
Listen, bear. You should be sleeping, bear.
Why aren't you hibernating, bear?
You should be sleeping.
Thank you,
Never
Stitchy.
heard anyone trying to become
Disney princess.
Disney princess as hard as that.
Yeah. There was not guns, by the way, in the police station.
Oh, zombie outside.
Don't worry, they were, you know, shooting them off for fun. Funsies, you know. Alright, where the fuck is that little screaming asshole over here? Please die.
Oh, shit.
Perish. Perish. Oh, I'm tortured out of here.
Well, I'm coming home.
I'm coming home. Smash cuts, just
Smash
awful
indeed.
dying sounds.
Pretty
Oh,
much,
hey.
yeah.
Tiny mini horde.
Coming
I'ma
back
punch them
to
all.
help. Cause I got eaten by a dog.
Nice.
Yeah.
That doggone good.
Hey, you made a little walk path on the roof.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
very nice.
And plus, it's also supposed to block off from them trying to jump on each other, you know, when they're bashing our wall.
Lobstering.
Yeah. When they start crab potting.
Wow.
Jesus fucking Christ, that scared me.
I know.
Like,
Listen
Oh,
here.
it's one of you. It's... Sorry.
Walk in front of me again, Boar. Go ahead.
You know, I was just about to go, I'm gonna punch him, and then also just the corner of my eye, all I see is gun.
Hello, Mr. Army Man. Nope, not you.
Pretty soon just turns around
Shit.
and gives you like one of those tick charts. Putting some spike traps up. Don't shoot me in the head while I walk around.
I was about to say, you're brave and dumb at the same time.
Yeah. By the way, if you would like to know that things are going to get better in this place, you can make things better here by helping donate to the It Gets Better project. Was that a good segue?
Fuck.
What the hell are you eating, Mom?
Not eating nothing.
Oh,
I love when she says, I'm not eating nothing.
I ain't eating nothing.
I can't eat in the thing.
There are good books to read inside. What did you give to Boo?
Are there, truly, and for sure?
What did you give to Mukwa?
a treat.
A pepperoni?
Oh, okay.
Screech, my lord.
It's a pepperoni.
Knuckle.
I can't be mad at her giving a pepperoni. The grammar, the double negative, so she's eating something. I think it was pepperonis.
Pepperoni. Oh man, I want to make iron knuckles. I want iron knuckles. Oh god, that stretch! Holy fuck!
Yeah, who hasn't stretched the boar in a little bit?
Like was like, let me just put my arm behind my head, kind of deal. Then I was like, I'm like, unsettling. Like pop rocks going off in your spine.
Oh, me. Good. Good job.
At least that's the benefit of my condition. Every time I stretch,
Oh,
I do that.
thank you, Domo. I was kind of shrimping there for a minute. I'm actually going to try and pop my back. Oh, that felt good. And then you hit me with stuff? How dare. But thank you
Wow.
for the hydrate.
I can't believe you done this.
I know. Now I have to,
Do we have a pickaxe? Actually,
Yes,
I'm
we
gonna
did.
fucking drop shit inside the base because I've been just.
why are stuff new now on your side? Did you, like, just upgrade the...
Stuff is nude?
New!
What?
Open your
Upgrade for the
ear
hydrate.
holes.
No.
I don't think
I
you
have
can.
ear holes?
Which things are new? Are you talking about the wall of stone?
No, your redeemables.
Oh yeah, I got some new stuff because I
they have
changed the
new-
price too.
Oh, okay, so you changed the price. I'm putting armor with the clothing.
Thank you for the fries and head pants. I do love the head pad. redeemed.
Okay.
The
I'm
head
so happy.
pet's
I was so proud of
adorable.
it.
Yeah, you should be.
I'm so proud of it.
I'm back.
Even though, again, like one of those, it didn't take as long as I thought, but it, put it off.
Well,
Takes it longer. But,
you're assuming I can walk out of this building in a straight line.
well, which is worse,
Oh,
I
this
feel
one
like.
got damaged.
Just make some.
There we go. I fixed it.
Can we even
I'll fix
upgrade
this one
spike
too.
traps?
That's all bloody.
Can we upgrade? No, we can't fix.
There we go. I fixed it.
All right.
Are any more of them bloody?
Oh, no.
Just making sure nobody's done drop-offs. We have.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to drop off stuff.
Yeah.
But here I am making more spike traps and lay them around because it's day 5. Almost day 6.
That's
7 days.
Seven's the deadly day.
God, we
7
fucking
days
hope
to
so.
lie. I'm really glad it's not like day 6 or day 8 or something that throws me off immensely.
Forest bites. Yeah, those are medical.
There you go, you dork.
Who are you
cheating.
saying's a dork? Who's a
The one
dork?
who's randomly holding her paw up.
Oh, the puppy dork. Okay.
Now where is the garbage?
I couldn't find the
chest?
first aid to drop off my aloe and crap.
It's on the top row on the left side, third chest.
Oh, she's assuming we can remember that.
On the left side, from the door, 2 to the left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2 to the left. To
I
the
know.
left.
I got a
I will
broken
put
leg
them in
for
the chest.
23 more minutes.
Put a cast on it. Simple as.
I got a cast on it. That's
I
why
put
it's
it with
only
your
23
tea
more
animals.
minutes.
Oh.
Or I got a
oh,
splint
3
on
more
it.
minutes.
Something. Okay.
The one I'm in
Left
right now.
side.
Here.
Corn seed recipe.
That
I already
one.
know how to do it. Art of mining.
Okay.
A black strap.
You
That's
Like
like
not
this
good.
aloe vera.
That.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see my box full of shit?
I did. I am
Waste
taking it.
all the fucking ammo.
Yeah, I'm taking it.
Go ahead.
Not the machine gun. I'm gonna take the pistol.
Are you in that chest right now?
In the weapons. Yes.
I don't know who's in what.
I'm in.
I'm just like going, where's the junk chest?
The junk chest is wherever you put it where there's not already stuff there. If you put something that's got already stuff in it, I will hunt you down.
Take that stone. I'm gonna take that concrete mix. I'm gonna take that clay. Take that wood.
Hot.
I'm gonna take those nails.
Gotta boil some water.
Yes, we're gonna need water soon.
We have water.
Yep.
That. Just
If I had a hammer.
Do you need a hammer?
In the morning.
Do you need a hammer?
A hammer in the evening.
potentially. Not right now. Let's say.
What's
What's
going
he
on?
need? All the love?
Who needs love?
Probably Charlie or Dibble.
Oh, you know who needs
Boar.
love? Boar.
And
Boar
I'm
needs a
really
love.
fast.
I'm gonna-
really fast.
I'm petting Boar. I'm gonna pet him.
War needs love. All the love.
All the love.
Screaming sounds. It's like,
He's
alright, I'm
lonely.
done petting him now. Yeah, make that sound.
Ah.
Oh,
That's
you're
pure
inside
affection.
that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Brain going. What my brain do? What the brain at? Okay, that's the gun. Go back into the gun and just put some brass in there.
There you go. Everything's all sorted out.
God, nothing terrifies me more than hearing it. Click, click. Alright, I'm gonna make
Click,
like
click.
4 wooden signs. So we can at least, you know, label.
Aw, Boar's having the moment.
Boar's
one-
having a moment.
Yeah, where you're responsible for everything, so you're just like, oh my god, things need to change.
Sorry, it's like.
Anything
pick
but
me
a
up.
moment.
I need it, but just a moment. Pipe bomb, whoa, whoa, pipe bomb, so cool. Wonder what happens if I-
You know what? I'm gonna take some
Okay.
training
My
in
stomach.
pistol.
That hurts.
Take that. I've had many moments. Let's see, what's the word?
Everybody dead?
Gun.
And we hope we have many more.
Yeah, pipe machine gun. I need to make. I put away all my iron pipes, motherfucker.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit in there.
And what's worse, I put it away, and I was like,
How could you?
For just a moment.
For just a
Encumbered.
moment like this.
For a moment like this.
You know we have clothes, Stitchy?
I'm a nudist.
Yeah.
We
Does
discussed
this really
this, Squid.
surprise you?
Not particularly. What's
Does
up?
it not work? It doesn't work.
It doesn't
I
work,
can't
I'm
put
afraid.
signs.
No.
It just.
I'm sorry, Boar. I'm sorry, Boar.
I'm solid.
Why did you? No, Boar, come back. You could just put like signs that tell people where things go.
How?
I'm getting hugs
Is it
from.
on there? Is it actually?
No, just like no. You could just like put down signs that are like the medical is on top thing. You know?
Like a sign?
Yeah, isn't that what you were doing?
can't. You can't though. That's why I said it
Not-
just
You
can't
fell
know
off and
how.
below-
Not above
fell
the-
off and broke.
Aw, his sign fell off and broke.
Just Cuckoo.
Cuckoo to chew.
I'm gonna make some more bacon and eggs while I'm here. I'll make
Okay.
like 8.
I brought more food back.
And I'm bringing like 44 cans of water because I'm about to like fucking go find a lake or something.
An empty mountain man's chest?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was there. That's always been.
What are we putting in there?
nothing.
It just is.
It just
Oh,
is.
It just was
okay.
there. It just was there. And I can't make knuckle wraps because I put away my leather. Because I'm stupido.
You're not.
Keep
Anyways.
putting away the things I need. But why?
Oh.
Why do I do this to myself? My leather. I can't be a leather daddy like this. Alright. That's money.
Well,
and
time to take him out. He said it.
You said the magic word.
Listen,
Just cut
listen,
it.
Boar, you're too young to be a daddy.
But he's a
What
leather
about-
daddy.
Oh,
I
that's
just wanted
even
to be an
worse.
adjective daddy, okay?
Oh, it's even worse.
I have no idea what any of these fish up on. Like, I don't know this fucking
If
car
Cock's a
battery.
leather daddy, does that make you a leather mommy?
We're not going there.
We already went there.
Nope, not allowed.
I'm gonna begrudgingly eat this grilled meat and, question my life choices. Alright. Speaking of life choices, can I put this just like anywhere?
Probably.
Ew.
Did you move?
No, I cannot. Can I make a farming plot? I need nitrate flour.
There is
powder,
nitrate
flesh.
and
There should be lots of nitrate.
rotting meat.
Crap, I still have nitrate powder on me.
It's in
Why
one of
you
these
said that?
chests, and I'm choosing all the ones that are empty.
The chest that's got stuff in it.
Oh yes, that.
Oh
Actually,
Jesus,
we're
Tina, I
doing
almost shot you
almost.
because I heard the
Life
zombie
of
behind
almost,
me.
Life of
I'm
never.
bringing Boar his nitrate.
Oh, there's
I got
rotting
300
flesh.
on me.
Good, you found the rotting flesh because
Oh,
I brought a bunch
good.
of that back for you.
Yeah. Poop out the nitrate. I'll eat it.
Oh,
You know,
Yeah, that's right.
shit I don't need to hear in my life.
and
Well,
yet,
shit comes later. Alright. I'm gonna make like 10 farming plots to start. Alright. I'm gonna go out into the wilderness and go dig a hole. Just fucking perish. Alright. Wow, thank God it's foggy.
There you go.
Oh yeah, I was gonna make a gun.
there are guns.
Pipe. No, I was gonna a pipe. I need a pipe.
There's a pipe shotgun.
Pipe machine gun. That's it.
Oh, there's a pipe machine gun.
Yeah, but I'm
I think
better.
I found one.
You did.
I'm already better.
Okay then.
And fuck you, I'm out in the woods now. I say it's only 5 feet away from the house. I've
Kinda
ran
like-
away from home.
Yeah, kind of like when you were like, I ran away from home, but you like just put a tent outside in the backyard.
Yeah.
Okay, also, we had a very big backyard growing up as kids.
We could have died out.
Yeah, we could have.
There's no yelling to your friends.
Our friends were
We
like
didn't have
miles away from us. Boars being, we don't have friends.
We didn't have friends. Not there.
We are too poor for friends.
I could barely afford the time.
Exactly.
Ooh. We're measuring shit in time money? Because that's
Yeah.
expensive.
That's expensive.
Should bring a torch.
What you doing over there, Stitchy?
I don't need animal fat and cloth.
Oh, we have that.
Fuck you, game.
We have
I'm
those.
already ran away from home, even though it's definitely within visual sight range.
That's Moo Boar.
Definitely within range.
That's Moo. Yeah, she's not doing nothing. She's just being a Moo.
Oh, I have 2 torches on me. Never mind. Fuck my ideal. Idealism.
Your idealism.
Yeah. Fuck it. Ooh, an untouched bird nest. Delicious. We do eat eggs.
Doot, 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 doot. And it's time to see if... I gotta stop reloading like this because that causes me problems in Valorant. They're like, you had 14 bullets left. I'm like, but it wasn't a full bullet set.
Arise, chicken. Arise. Chicken. This looks so betrayed. Like, bah.
Thank you. God.
Welcome, child.
Don't reload. Don't reload. Don't reload.
Is
Don't
that a
reload.
Aw.
What? What? What, Tina?
I can't aw.
Yeah, why did you awe?
Falcon. Aw.
Uh-oh.
Hey, look, a road. With a zombie
Bee,
near
run
it.
away, run away, run away! Ah, more zombies!
Oh no, zombies! Sorry, I saw the tree swaying in the wind. I just damn it, like, fucking just started punching it.
Oh, a bag!
Alright. Uh-oh, that's the thing I'm missing, aren't I? You can't make one of those, can you? You technically could. Alright, that's good, the tech.
Hooray, spam! Oh, wait a minute. Hooray, sham! I can't say spam. It's registered
Yeah.
trademark.
It is.
It's a trademark.
Minnesota.
Austin, Minnesota.
Oh, she did.
We
Okay.
could like visit there.
Yes, they have the museum.
I'm just
What
not
a
into.
shame.
I'm not into it.
Pretty great. I feel like you, like, slice it up.
Yeah,
then,
well,
like,
you know what?
fry it.
I'm not into Elvis, and they're gonna make me go there.
Oh, you poor soul.
Elvis. Elvis
Yeah, they're gonna make me
Presley.
go to. I know they're gonna make me go to Memphis.
Oh no, not Memphis.
That's right. I good bored him.
My tits were too.
I do worry about Boar's tits.
Yes.
An untouched trash pile. It's me. It me.
We got something at the wall. Is it a screamer? It is.
I have to
She'll
run back
scream
home
in the morning.
'cause I don't have a pickaxe.
She'll
I know we have
scream
one.
in the evening.
She'll
And there's
scream for
any
your
fucking trees near our
daddy.
house.
What?
You fucking have trees near the house, huh? I say in a jokey manner. Just I'm running towards the house. Went, I ain't shit. Find a tree. Find a tree. There we go. God, that scares me every time. Hey guys, I'm back! Against my will. I'm gonna make this my will. My little farm plot, my little farm plot.
Boar's little
Farm
farm
plot.
plot. I was gonna say plot plot, but that was wrong.
Do 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 do. Boar's little farm plot.
Just... Now Why'd I come back? My train of thought has derailed and like it has become an ecological problem in the area. And that will probably never be actually addressed. It just is.
Oh yeah, no. It will never be addressed.
Will the CEOs get punished for it? No,
No.
No, why would they? Like, come on. We live in America, the land of zero consequences. Oh, there is a pipe machine gun.
Yeah, we said there was.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I assumed mine was better.
Was it?
No.
Yeah, that's
Come
what I
on.
thought.
I just hear something fucking breaking. Fucking patience.
That's how I feel.
Ye
Oh,
und ha.
posture check. Thank you. I do turn into a little bit of a,
Oh, yeah.
a little bit of a cow. And thank you for the hydration, Wolfie. It's just a small concussion following.
Yeah, that was a sentence. I don't know. Alright, time for me to go out and punch this fucking wolf in the face. Not Wolfie.
Well, Wolfie's a werewolf, so
Oh,
completely
one
different.
punch. Fucking kill that wolf. That lady. Alright, time to chop up this wolf, 'cause that's what I needed. I need your leather, your meat, your bones.
We did put more meat and leather in there, just to let you know.
Yeah, but I
Oh, I thought there was a zombie having a small seizure. It's Boar.
What's the difference?
Boar's eating?
Well, back to the town for me.
The most punches don't know. Also, I'm checking all the bird nests. Ooh, egg. Eek. Put eek. Alright, where was I gonna dig my mine? Oh, probably where those two rocks are, because it just looks...
Yeah,
just
make
so
sure
goddamn-
it's further away from the house so you're not like,
Cool, I got a raw diamond.
what?
Just...
Says I have a raw diamond.
I found a level 1 pistol with $20 on it next to it.
What the fuck?
I wish I
I
had
don't know what the hell to
loot.
do with that, but I got it.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm gonna go and shoot that wabbit. Shoot the
Oh,
wabbit.
I guess I could.
Shoot the
Never mind.
rabbit.
I found iron.
Recipes.
I found an iron node next
Oh,
to
a
a tree.
diamond blade tip mod is what you can make with it.
Ah.
Ah.
Nah. This is my hole.
Oh, his belly jiggles when he's dead.
Got that jiggle
That's
jiggle.
gross.
Yeah, those don't take a lot to kill.
Well,
I am
Oh, I can only
infected. That's okay. I will keep going
have a
until the
solution
time I
for
die.
it. Aggressively cocks gun.
Can you unaggressively cock a gun?
Passively cocks gun. I live in this hole now.
You've been down there like what, 2 minutes?
Yes, it's not even a hole. It's like barely even a trench.
No, come on, Boar. If you're gonna go crazy for that, you gotta have better choices.
Oh.
That's right.
All right,
Hold
this
out
is
for the
just-
good insanity, okay?
No.
You deserve better insanity than that.
All right, time to put some torches here, cause. So I know where it is.
Cause cackle. Okay.
There we go. Just whatever. You just hover. It's fine. That's appropriate. Oh, okay. That's metal though. Fuck you, game. I can't tell what's metal or not when I'm digging until like you get deeper and.
Seems like a
it
user
just-
issue.
It is. It's a skill issue too.
Mm-hmm.
Diggy 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 hole. Fucking steel.
I hear her. I can't walk because I'm hitting the wrong key.
Alright, make a nice little slope. Hey! Hey! Zombie, stay away from my precious hole. doesn't give you a hand. I just love how when you upgrade fist, you just run over and go.
Look at that scowl. What scowl? Do I have a scowl? Oh, I guess I did. Well, I was thinking. Thank you, though, Domo.
Oh my god, I put a torch next to it and I don't know where the fuck where my hole is. I ran away from my hole.
See? Told you. Guys have problems finding holes.
It's supposed to be their job.
Well?
Why are you hitting that tree, you psycho? Psycho's on. Also, why can you take a punch better than the other one? Also, just start beating up a tree like an asshole. Like, what the fuck? What the honest hell?
Think face. Scowl or confused face for me. That's true. That's very me.
I have resting think face.
Oh no, I have resting bitch face. You just can't see it because of the model. People who've watched me before might remember, but I had to really try to not have resting bitch face. So people are like, are you upset? And be like, no, I'm fine.
Oh, there's a hole. Thank you for jumping into my hole.
I'm just not actively doing something with my face.
This is my hole. Punch. Get back into the hole now.
There's a chicken inside.
Kill it. Take its meat. Take its feathers.
Take its feathers.
Feathers. Yeah.
God, I look like a dork.
You are,
I
but
don't
you're
even know
our
what my character looks like. What do I look like? I don't have shoes on. Alright. I have like hookworms out the ass.
Oh yeah, you probably do. I'm bringing back potatoes, aloe vera, potatoes.
Hey.
Somebody had a little farm in here, so I'm punching the shit out of it.
Even though I prefer to punch it, but you know.
Oh, I do. I do punch it.
No, I mean, I prefer if I took it, because I can harvest better than you.
Well, I can't help
That's
that.
all,
Sorry.
I know. I've said I wish I could, but
Yeah.
I'm appreciative of what you bring back.
Thank you.
regardless.
I'm bringing you back yucca, and aloe, and potatoes, and I think some corn. Yeah,
Nice.
corn.
Oh, gotta fucking not to, like a level of other people. But I like cream corn. Cream corn's pretty good.
I don't think I like cream corn.
You don't like corn.
Well, I like corn.
I
Like-
like basic corn.
Yeah, I like basic corn. And I mean,
There's
if
corn on the quab.
I like corn on the quab. If there's something else, like it's got corn in it, I mean, I'll eat it. I really don't like carrots, though.
Really?
Yeah, I really don't like carrots.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I have to be careful when I cook carrots around her.
I mean, I'll eat it, but secretly deep down, I'll just be like, do they not love me? Do they not know I
Yeah.
hate this shit?
Don't worry. I think that of myself every day. Things they gave me.
Aww. No.
But not because they gave me corn. It's because they gave me a lack of it.
Give a lack of
I think the
corn.
lack of corn is what made me into the man I am today.
Oh my god, I can't wait for corn trucks.
Yum, carrots. I'm currently eating carrots. Well, you're a monster. Now you know.
Monster.
I don't know. Like out of vegetables, I don't like celery in any form.
Oh, fuck
And-
celery.
Yeah, fuck celery. And I don't like corn. Or
It's not add to anything.
well, I don't
This
like
adds,
corn from cans. Oh, I have
So
to
if somebody
piddle.
creamed your corn.
Ugh, cream corn is disgusting.
No, cream corn is disgusting. I don't know who in hell came up with that concept.
But I love it. It's so good. Like,
Ugh,
Some poor older
it's-
gentleman who can't, you know.
It's all for you, Boar.
Some old man who can't
Delicious.
chew corn.
I love me some creamed corn.
If we get
Pre-creamed corn.
ugh.
Your grandpa loved cream corn.
Everyone has a dislike thing, so it
doesn't
makes you feel
surprise
better.
me.
I loathe onions and garlic and dislike tomato. Really?
Oh, God.
Huh. I love garlic and onions, and tomatoes are okay. I mean, I know that they're a major part of, like, food most of the time. Why am I wet?
'Cause it's raining.
Is it? I think I'm in a
Apparently.
greenhouse, though, so...
You know, I'm kind of semi-underground, but I'm still getting wet.
You know, fuck this. I don't care if this is a load-bearing fucking... Oh, I can't get in
That's
because
a
there's fucking
load-bearing
glass. God, I'm so dumb, y'all.
Although, if you do find, like, a super corn, I
super
need to
corn?
go there.
Yes, there is super corn.
What's super corn look like?
It's red.
Oh, yeah, I'd let you know.
Yeah, because I'm like, then I need to get it. Because I'll harvest the most out of it, and then I could probably plant it.
I think
So
I'm
if you need,
safe.
like, a
I
lot.
think I'm safe here. Because it was pretty hard for me to get here. I'm going to take a quick BRB.
The
Cause...
zombies all of a sudden just immediately just like teleport in. They just no clip to the wall.
Pretty much. Boop.
Dinky hole.
If you want to see live action, go to Boar's chat. You can click on it through the title.
Yay. And I only have one ad every hour.
Every hour of every day.
Yep, 30 whole seconds of real life you won't get back. But there's also a horrible pre-roll because of it. But it's not that bad. Again, it's 30 seconds. And I don't think you even see another ad for a while. Unless, of course, I became a dingus and then started playing ads. In terms of... Man, I've been just digging a hole here and I'm just fucking making so much leveling. I'm fucking... hate them all.
Hammer in the morning.
If you want action of somebody digging in a hole, that's me. I haven't lost my sanity yet. That comes later.
He's
What's
gonna
a
dig in the
secret
morning.
thing?
He's gonna dig in the night.
Oh yeah, it's day 6. Okay. I was just like, why'd I look up when I said, like, day 6 looks up in the sky instead of, like, using my actual eyes to look up in the middle of the screen. Fuck. To get some sand. Hey, can I repair this? I need a repair kit.
No, I lost my
understand.
spear. I threw it.
Should be able to find it, maybe. Maybe. There's so much iron here.
Now I gotta go outside and retrieve it out of the freaking body.
I mean, at least you hit. You're not like me whenever I throw the spear and it, like...
I got 53 seconds. I can't
overshoots.
run on my leg yet.
Just slowly waddle out.
I guess while I'm outside, I can fix any of the spikes that they destroyed.
And we need a workbench. I'm just like, what do we need for a house? Workbench. Workbench. Which requires either advanced engineering or somebody finds a workbench schematic. Where is
Somebody
advanced?
finds a workbench with schematics.
How smart is advanced? Like, how are we talking? Okay, I could literally... No, I think I need to get... I need to get intellect to level 4, which I wouldn't be able to. I mean, I'd be able to get it, but I won't be able to put points into it yet. Yeah. Just say yeah. It's told to come here. Good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some cream cornbread with celery and carrots. Oh god, not at least celery. Everything else is fine. I just fucking hate celery. Like nothing like whenever I order Chinese, it's the least favorite vegetable out of everything I'm eating. Just like, ooh, broccoli, I'll fucking tear into broccoli. Like, holy shit, I love broccoli. Brussels sprouts, yum.
Oh, the chicken died.
Asparagus, fucking amazing. Anything else? Just dog shit. Celery is dog shit. I hate it. I don't like it. I suppose I don't need a pickaxe, but it's way better with the pickaxe. Well, I didn't dig myself into a literal hole here. Kinda did. Okay, I can get out though. Oh. Double. There we go. Double torch action for your torch convenience. Not far from the house, but you can't really see it. Which is a benefit. I'm growing it in my kitchen. Ooh. I mean, that's neat, but... Oh, hey.
I just repaired those, you bitch.
Just...
How well that work out for you?
Sucker punch.
Now I gotta repair it again. Okay.
Bearing gifts, which is hopefully,
Yeah.
what is it?
Love
Barbed
me.
wire fence. How much can I make? A lot. Holy fuck.
Really good.
Let me make.
Hello, Pinky.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah,
only...
she hasn't even really tried to
Oh,
lick
uses all
them.
the wood.
You're such a good girl.
I'm not going to say that our second one is going to go so well.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh,
Considering
yeah,
this
Margaret's
area.
probably good. Oh my god, look at her go.
Oh, that's cement I upgraded. I thought it was repairing. Oh yeah, because I don't have wood.
Probably gonna need the
Well, back to the woods I go.
clothes.
Just. Oh wait, no. Let me get a repair kit.
Uh-oh. I heard you, but where'd you go?
Look at my little plants.
Trees on the border of our property?
The very border, probably.
Jesus Christ, have you seen it?
I have not. But I will as soon as I. Damn, a raw diamond, huh? God, I don't know where anything is. Even though I'm pretty sure it's all in that one area. There we go. Alright, let me go check. Since I'm gonna go out there and probably chop down some trees anyways. Oh, never mind. She just ran into it anyways. Can you not repair these? I thought you could repair the bloody ones. Oh, I don't have wood. I'm stupid. Again, a cycle.
Boar, I love you.
A cycle of me not remembering I need it. Hey, look, a deer. Look, a deer. I'm gonna fucking blow its brains out. Look,
Oh
a
my
deer.
God. A
Okay,
deer?
yeah, there's a lot of trees. Okay, yeah. God, we have like a square of trees.
You have a square of trees.
I told you, it's just trees.
Got him.
That's right. If you didn't know, we've got Stitch.
Yes.
Okay, now are all anything still repaired?
Fucking bopped that
Nope.
deer. That deer got bopped.
Hammer you! Hammer time!
So much meat.
Don't have anything up here.
Uh-oh.
I think I have up here.
Alright. Time to go chop down. God, yeah, you're right. Those trees are fucking.
I
there's a
lived in
lot of them.
Coronado.
A lot of spikes need to be replaced.
Oh, I do have a lot of seeds. I have much seeds to do.
Ew.
I am the seed man.
Ew.
Look upon my wife,
He's
see
your
mighty in
brother.
despair. Can you tell someone just shot at me or something? I was like,
God damn it, I did it again.
Beware of dog.
bow, bow.
Close the door. God dang it.
Where the fuck are these? Where's the center of this
Woman.
tree?
What do you think you are? Come up behind me and stab me.
I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty.
Okay, fixed you.
Drink some coffee. Coffee rehydrates, right?
Fix
It's not a
you.
diuretic.
Well,
Fix
you know,
you.
I'd like
And it
to
does
say,
rehydrate. But you know, not it.
I'd like to
It's good
say,
liquid.
but then again, I've in our family, I've gotten all sorts of terrible, you know, helpful options. Like, don't drink water after
Yeah.
drinking wine.
It
Like, I knew about
rehydrates the
that since I was
grapes.
a kid. Yep.
Luckily, she only
Right.
told me that as an adult, so, you know, I didn't believe
Oh, I
it.
heard it. Oh, heck, as a child, I heard it, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Considering wine is, there's no whole grapes. Maybe
Yeah.
raisins. Maybe raisins. I could believe raisins.
Or the one that I heard as a child, and it kind of stuck with me for a while, was dogs can't breathe when they're on their backs.
Stupid.
I know. Made me feel stupid. Because I believed her. And then one day I was watching, you know, Sylvanas just flopped onto her back and started sleeping. I'm like, wait a minute.
Mookwa does that now.
Yeah.
Man, I'm really glad
Where
our
the
recipe
hell did you
didn't have a
come
lot
from?
of faults, right? Right?
You were in
Right.
the house. I am right here. Where did you come from?
It's like, sorry, I'm Airbnb.
You monster.
chop down that large ass tree.
Mm-hmm.
Break down the tree.
Tree go down. Tree go down. Tree go down. Fuck the trees.
I got
That's what my
some
namesake.
meat for you, Boar.
There's a zombie coming up on me. No, he just existing. He vibing.
You vibing?
Yeah, he's stepping at me now. So, punch, you asshole. So,
Asshole.
my health regenerates as long as I'm not thirsty. Oh, no.
You know, it helps a lot if you spend the points you have as compared to just holding on to them like I am.
I mean, it depends.
Yeah.
I just like the feeling, you know, of leveling up. Although I'm right now holding on to him because I'm like, considering whether someone else wants to be intellectual.
When I was a pup, I believe the watermelon seed growing in my stomach thing. Oh, yeah.
I don't have to be intellectual. I found schematics.
Oh, well.
There's a lot of schematics, by the way.
Build a workbench then.
There is one.
Yeah.
Well, then fuck. Why is no one telling me this shit? Like,
Because
I'm
I
bitching
assume
about it.
you're gonna look at shit.
Now we need
I've been
cement
digging
maker.
in a hole for like hours in game. I don't know fucking shit. I don't know shit. I'm just gonna say it right now. It might be, you know, controversial, but I don't know shit.
Boar don't know shit.
Build more spikes.
Yeah, there's a lot of empty spaces now.
Don't worry, I have fucking 111 barbed wire fences.
That's a lot.
Are you gonna,
Yeah, that's why I went mining.
are
What's
you gonna put them around the bottom of the border?
Around the outside. Dur, dur, dur. And yeah, and also at the bottom. What?
Doot.
You know, once we have all the holes filled.
Ow! Why are you hitting something, Bam Bam?
Smack her again, Bam Bam. Throw fishes at her.
Don't throw fishes
It's
at me.
very efficient.
No.
Where the fuck is that workbench?
In the house? It's in the house. in case
Oh,
you
hey,
don't
we
know.
have 2 entrances in this house? Fuck.
Yes, we have
Yeah.
I did not know
Just to
that.
make my present known. How dare
So,
you?
What are we making candles? Why are we making so many
Oh,
candles?
fish.
Was it because we're leveling up? So many goddamn candles. Got so many candles. So many candles. Do you know why we got so many candles? Why we got so many candles?
Because I'm making candles. Because I have the fat and the grass on me.
That's fair. I guess I can make I might stop with that and eat soon.
This is because Tina told me so. Ah, the fish.
Oh no. I hear. I hear. Oh, never mind. He's just fat guy, not cop. Oh, how's our forge doing? Oh, we actually have an anvil? We actually have an anvil. In Crucible. That's nice.
Well, yeah.
I haven't explored, okay? I haven't explored, so things are very, very expensive.
I'm in danger.
I'm not in danger.
Q is not walk. Just to let you guys know.
It is not.
Where is my... There it is. So we can make some meat. So I got stone.
I quit making candles if you want to use the bench now.
No. Oh, okay. You just put in the stone and it starts smelting. Got it. I haven't really got to use one of these for a while. Thank you for the hand pants. I should make a little squeaky sound for that thing.
You probably
So
should.
the this lumberjack just like destroyed half your spikes.
Motherfucker.
Yeah,
Well,
he did that.
luckily I have like 90 more. Loaded. Ow. Oh, my back. Oh, shit.
Oh no, we didn't stretch out the boar. Oh, I have diarrhea.
Oops. What?
I ate 2 sham sandwiches, so I have dysentery.
That's what you get for dysentery.
Do you feel good about that, Boar?
No, I don't feel good about anything.
Aw, don't say that. We love you.
You should never diss Terry.
No.
Alright, what is the thing I wanted? Can we make bullets? Or is that something extra? We can make bullet casings and that.
I wouldn't
is that a
know.
workbench thing? I don't know. We haven't really gotten far in this game, okay?
That's true.
Okay.
So,
You can
Bam
jump
Bam.
out at bullet. Okay. That's how we do it. How do you make gunpowder?
Pokey pokey.
How do we make gunpowder? Or do we have to find gunpowder? No, we could definitely make
Are
it.
we watching,
That train pull.
are we watching
fuck.
Pretty Llamas today?
Pretty llamas.
Pretty Llamas. So Tina came in while me and Bam Bam were watching, K-dramas, and she asked, what you guys watching? And I said, K-dramas, and she goes, Pretty Llamas? So now that's just what we call it.
Oh, you got a cigarette.
Yeah, she's got a
Think
little
of
cigar
what
in
is-
her mouth.
Yeah, it increases your strength. Good.
Yeah.
Whoops. I don't
Well.
have much of that. I'm trying not to waste that.
Well, I'm making a bunch of it right now.
Thanks.
Oh, you're making a bunch of it?
I was gonna ask you if you wanted to. Oh shit, nobody told me my Be Right Back's still here. Y'all,
Someday, some guys
making me look like a
No.
fool.
looking like
No,
a
just
fool.
a scrub.
Looking like punch. Oh, I thought you died.
I was gonna stab you.
Good. Oh, there's a chicken down here.
Yeah, the dead chicken.
Wait.
Well, not very smart.
I love stabbing chickens until they explode with their meat.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh no, I was. Hey, Squiddy, your Be Right Back sign's still showing. My two mods are watching my chat. Both
They
just.
Walked away from you.
Fuck off.
I went to Boar's chat when you Be Right Back, and I haven't come back. No, don't worry about
I'm
it.
never coming back.
Don't worry, Domo. It's okay. I understand. Boar is a very entertaining boar. It's okay. I understand it. As a child, I learned that Boar, as a second child, would, learn to do things better and faster than I ever would.
I thought you were gonna say, he'll do the things that I did, but then people will like him more because he's my brother.
That was the underlying intent.
Oh, okay. I'm putting like a second line of stuff around the flooring.
But you
Putting
know
down
what? That's
somewhere,
okay. It's hard to balance between you two. Oh, I'm sorry, Domo.
Sorry for giving you options.
We're so sorry for giving you options. We're Minnesotans. We're very sorry for doing
Look at that
things.
fat man come.
Oh,
Look at him
No.
just stand up in the middle of the field.
I don't
Sorry,
want to
I'm
watch
sorry.
that.
Hey, punch.
He's a lumberjack and he's okay. He works all night and he sleeps all day.
Man, one day I'll go and get that water I was gonna promise. You son of a bitch. Oh, you did? Dead in one punch?
You're both too fun. Aw.
Stay down.
Aw, that's so sweet. I'm on mobile because you're at work. You know what, Domo? I feel like we should give you a multi-stream link.
Hey, Screamer.
But then that's
Uh-oh, I'm hungry.
You go, well, we got some bacon and eggs. Go get
I'm
'em.
hungry in the middle of a fight.
Oh, no, I'm hungry. Just look. Go eat. We have food. Oh,
Yeah, that's what my stomach just did.
oh okay. I'm hungry.
I might as well
sorry.
drink while I'm at
I
it.
realized
I'm
my stomach
sorry,
was-
Wolfie.
What the fuck? Tasty. I have 5 level skills up to do. Sunday.
They don't stream when I'm at home, except on weekends. Okay, listen. I thought about doing some weekend
punch it,
streams, like, on YouTube, just because, I have a YouTube page. And... Okay, so I'm gonna say this to Bam Bam, specifically, but y'all could be involved.
I shot.
That
So...
was a good shot.
So, Bam Bam told me that I had to start uploading things onto my YouTube page. I had one because I didn't know what to do with it, but I wanted to claim the name just in case. And you know, I was putting up my shorts, what I thought were shorts, you know, onto my YouTube page, but they weren't getting very many views or anything like that. And I was like, okay, maybe I'm just not as entertaining on YouTube, you know? Maybe I'm not what YouTube wants. Okie dokie. And then I realized, one, something exploded near me, and two, what had happened was, I didn't edit them into shorts, like the way they like it.
The way did they like it?
Oh, I am cold. It's fine. There's a duffel bag down here.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go punch it. Okay, I'm gonna be in the like eastern half punching shit.
You're gonna go punch
So-
a Bambi?
Twitch literally just did a thing now where
shot. I saw it. It's just like chest.
it creates the shorts for you, and you can even upload them onto your YouTube. And I was like, that is super cool. And yeah, so I did that. I uploaded a short in the actual short format to my YouTube. It's got like, one of them has 43 views in one day.
Nice.
I know. And then there's like actual people watching stuff on my, like the VODs. This is probably getting uploaded to YouTube, but you know. So, hi YouTube people. I'm glad I could be the motivator for you to upload videos on YouTube. Yeah. I thought about doing like a weekend stream of like YouTube stuff, you know. But I have to get unlazy on the weekends. GG. Yeah, GG. So something
Pretty llamas on the weekends, though.
What was that?
Pretty llamas on the weekends, though.
I know. I have pretty llamas on the weekends.
Pretty llamas.
Walking down the street, pretty llamas. The kind you'd like to
The kind I like
meet.
to meet.
Pretty llamas. I do not YouTube, but have a ball. That's okay.
Alright, I'm gonna go and cry. Alright.
Oh, that's a lot of dogs. Hi. Yeah, if you zombies could just like line up, that'd be great. You only feed your llamas on the weekend? Well, it's the only time, you know. Listen, I do a lot of feeding llamas on the weekends. You know, that's not just saying that that's the only time, but that's definitely dedicated time. You know?
I wonder if there's any. I don't suppose anyone's found coal in Europe. I know I found iron. It's so desolate compared to all the others.
I figured if I did any streams on YouTube, they'd probably be on the weekend. Just because then I'm not as worried. I gotta figure out how to do stuff for it anyway. It's a whole different kind of upload system, and it scares me. Because I do not feel that I am very smart. So. Don't they get hungry? I can't imagine going 6 days without food. Listen, I feed pretty llamas with Bam Bams exclusively on the weekends. I feed my pretty llamas every single day. Don't somebody try to pretend like I don't feed my llamas.
Don't llama
Pretty
shame.
llamas.
I'm really hoping to find.
I watch.
a
I
cool
watch.
node.
Wait, what are you hung, Domo? It's a lot of dogs in this house.
Untouched birdness. Ayo.
You smart for
Fine.
sure. I don't know.
Egg.
I don't feel smart. So, you know, when I try something new, it's...
You're not cola. You're stone.
You
Yeah,
know.
you're stone.
Oh,
Hey,
Pretty
zombie
Llamas is the nickname we gave to watching K-dramas, TV shows. That's what.
All because I can't hear.
Yeah, all because Tina can't hear.
I'm trying to like desperately look for like a coal node. I think you stone. Yeah, you stone. You stoned man.
What the heck is a K-drama? Korean dramas.
Korean soap operas.
Yeah, pretty much. Korean soap operas. I have gotten Bam Bam addicted to Korean soap operas.
Next, he'll be watching General Hospital and The
Ernest.
Young and the Restless.
Only if it's in another language. Also, Squiddy, I may be applying for a new job. Yay! No, don't worry. Your boss talking at you, it's fine. Aw, there's a... Oh, shit, pig!
Tell your boss not to bother you while you're working.
Boar, I am so sorry. I just murdered the shit out of you.
Good.
Don't worry, it had tiny, tiny tusks. It wouldn't have survived.
Yeah, it wouldn't have survived out there. I understand.
Yeah, it was stuck inside of a house.
Oh yeah, it's a mercy.
It's a mercy killing.
It's too hungry.
What kind of new job are you getting, Bambi?
I was too hungry to live.
Yeah, he was stuck inside of a room with a bed and trash.
Oh.
It would have
Looks
been
around
bad.
my room.
Yeah, what a terrible way to live. I was just looking at the little, like, terrarium. I love the tiny terrarium.
That just means
I love it so much.
Man, I'm really hoping to find like a goddamn somewhere. Like a little tiny note of coal. I really want to, use coal. Make ourselves some bullets for the impending day, which is happening today.
Not yet.
Tomorrow.
Might be tomorrow, yeah.
Oh. Well, either way, the impending day. Ooh, sandwich. An old sandwich.
Work from home customer service job, but you still have to apply first. Okay, if you want to know what it's like, I'm telling you, Boar did, well, he didn't do it at home, but he was a customer service representative.
Call center agent.
Boar, sorry, I'm gonna have to kill another one of your people.
Good.
Stuck in a
their
pen,
meat.
Refuses to come out.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a wolf, not a boar? What the fuck? They're both in there. There's a wolf and a boar. What the fuck?
Oh god, okay, it's
Kill them
betraying
both.
its race.
Yeah, I
It's
killed him.
betraying its race.
He is betraying. Now, don't take that as anything else other than we were making fun of that. Get out of there.
Yo, we don't think about real life things like that.
Yeah.
We're all just people. There's no
Exactly.
race. I was like really hyped. It's like, ooh, different looking rocket. That's iron. I'm like, fuck that.
Do you not like iron?
Well, I mean,
Don't need
I
iron,
know what
need
iron's
coal. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh.
for.
And I basically do
Find
customer
this-
service work now. A wolf and a boar. Imagine.
Imagine.
I know, Wolfie.
Remember, pig orgasms last for 30 minutes.
Lucky
Yes, indeed.
pigs.
I know. The only thing that could be more ridiculous is a boar and ferrets. Could you imagine?
When they hit
was
their
like-
prime
No,
age.
because the poor ferret would pop.
Oh no. Just playing
Imagine.
like some fucking.
If the elephant and the mouse mated.
What? This guy just had a little throne to look down at the pigs? That's weird. Oh, you wouldn't be doing
that's
medical
so
field.
weird.
Okay, what kind of job you doing then?
This is not what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting wood trash in here. I was expecting. I don't fucking
I
know.
gotta go
Not wood.
home.
I don't know what I was expecting, but now would
What's
trash.
happening? Dumbo, we're just making fun of things. We're just making fun.
Like a squid in a.
The field
Boar, I
mouse
can
and the
imagine.
bear cannot mate.
Oh, Boar Pig Man. Ah, okay. That's the one I went into.
Let me in. Let me in. Right. I'm in. Somebody already. Oh, I was gonna say somebody looted this area, but like it's not as looted as it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Needs a boar's touch. Those are pants.
What is happening?
I
Listen,
didn't have my
Domo.
pants on.
We got nothing. Speaking of ferrets, where's Apples? I don't know. Apples raided me instead of Boar, and I think that they broke up.
And I was lurking.
Yeah.
That's
Bear
like,
Pig-
now
oh
I have
yeah,
two
there's
squids up.
there was like a little spray thing that said on the wall, like it was like snake, bear, man, pigs. It's like
yeah, that
that place. That's where I got all
inside his
those
house, he
boars.
has all those things.
He does. I didn't see the snake, but I assumed that meant that it was like
Escapade.
Died.
either escapade or it was inside the tank.
Hey, this is a water tower with water in it. I mean, that sounds like duh, but still. Sounds like a duh moment, but...
I had a zombie duck from my massive swing, so I felt pretty pissed off there.
Oh, I didn't know.
And I also think I saw Stitchy or someone just run past.
Not me. I'm out in the middle of a.
Sorry, I'm trying to get comfy after Boo Boo has left to go lay down in his chair. There he go. He is comfy.
I heard him.
In our house, you just hear a thump, and that just means that Boo has jumped into his chair.
Can I climb down again? Thank you. Nothing
I
scares
found
me more
one
in
bare
games.
testosterone so far.
I have
On
too
by
much
your
stuff. I
chest.
gotta go home.
Oh, second one.
I don't even have enough room to put glass in to go home. I have to run home.
Well, you drop something and then quickly, like, pick up the thing you
Nah, I'm
dropped after
good.
you eat. Takes like 5 seconds. 5 milliseconds, maybe.
Well, then I have to drop the cement. Oh wait, I actually
Yeah,
do
drop
have
it.
glass. But I just wrapped a wound. Fuck it.
Cement was the friends you made along the way.
Yeah.
Shade Triado.
You're not cold.
Just seeing text, just like, eliminate. Oh, now it's head. Oh,
No
Stinky.
means no, Boar. That's what Domo says. Ow, 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 ow. I got an itch
Look at
in
all
my
these
head.
dead corpses I can harvest.
And I'm home.
Consent is the best.
Yes, consent is
Jailbreakers.
necessary.
Oh, it actually. Oh, I did not know.
It's like to help you pick locks.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I did not know. Twas not known.
It is known.
There.
I don't know how to
Yay,
make coffee,
clothing.
apparently. But I can make yucca juice.
Yeah, you need to have some coffee beans.
Well, apparently I don't know how to make them.
That's it.
It's like the potato thing.
Yeah. I still don't get how, like... Has no one ever just untouched a potato for, like, a
I
week and then
have,
come
around
back to
this
the
house, untouched potatoes that are growing.
Oh, sewing kit. Mm-hmm. That's a shot.
They're just there. Being awesome.
No, I like
I brought back some full first aid kits. Yucca juice? Yeah, that's what a kid would call it. Those are yucca juices.
That's icky.
Yuck, it's juice.
Exactly. Plant those spuds. I'm not the farmer of the group.
Oh, fuck. God, I went around a corner and there's just like a zombie just vibing. Bastards.
The sewing
Fuck.
kit, is that considered a healthcare or...
Kind of both.
Yeah,
Healthcare and clothing, I guess.
I guess.
It
I'm
was
gonna
used
go...
to like stitch up a wound.
I'm gonna put it in the med kits. Corn, yucca fruit. I brought you 120 meat, Boar, and potatoes and corn and cornmeal.
Ooh, an untouched toilet. Oh, bathtub filled with gross ass meat? Yes, please.
That's
Listen to
our
this
Boar.
disgusting sound. Slurping soup sounds.
Gross. I got her.
Wow, I'd say.
Listen, What?
She
What
went
are you
flying
making
back
that?
into that rock. Did she get up again?
No.
That face.
Get up. Ow! Why is that face? Domo, why? Oh, thank you for the posture check.
Oh, wait, there's uppies. What's in the uppies? What's up here? The plane!
You know, I think if I ever get a super special model, one of the things I want to do is like an uppies thing. Like, it's just an arm picking up a little stuffed animal or something.
Oh, that'd be cute.
Wouldn't it? Adorables.
The real reason I just watched so many streams is to mooch ideas going, oh, that's really cute. I'll take it. That's mine.
Not gonna lie, I've done it before.
Do it fucking again. I'll fucking do it again.
I took an idea from another wonderful streamer. Well, not, I guess borrowing it, because it's a.
I mean, it's not like the original.
Yeah,
It's
I'm sure. Oh, the tub of meat. That's what you did the face
Oh my
for.
god, there's a cop coming.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, I realized how we're at fucking stash.
Boar, your stash is completely legal.
Yeah,
Not
no,
another
I
monkey.
can grow plants. I mean, it's still pretty not legal. It's not illegal, I should say.
Yeah, I was like, so what do you complain? You don't have to hide anything.
Now I can make up the what are they, 8 plants. Ooh, yucca seeds. That's
Yeah.
pretty fucking
Yes,
tight.
that's what I brought back.
Oh, okay. Well, I just found yucca seeds.
Oh.
I don't know.
Anyways.
Ooh, okay, mineral water.
Are you gonna give the idea back? Because yes, I'm gonna give the idea back because I
to the
don't
people.
use it anymore.
What the fuck is...
I used to, and kind of can't use it anymore because of
Motherfucker.
what was it?
I thought you died.
Because I just can't do it anymore. That makes sense? That probably doesn't make any sense.
No, so elaborate.
So I used to do it. Bam, sure. So what I used to do is every time that I got a sub,
Ooh.
it would, depending on the level you got, it would add a letter. So on the sides of my stream, it would spell out on one side Squid, on the other side Squad. And when it said the entire time it said it would be spelled out, we would roll a randomizer to ship out a tiny crocheted squid to you. We just don't do that now because Stitchy has a job and she has to focus. And I don't know how to crochet.
Hey.
That's right, dear. You weren't getting away. So can't or not allowed? Oh, no, I can still do it if I wanted to. I just, I can't because you missed out on a tiny squid? No, you donated $100, Bam Bam.
Yes,
You're getting
Bam
a
Bam's
tiny
getting
squid.
I just got the main part of the head done. Now I just gotta fill it out.
Yeah,
And
she's
the eyeballs are coming tomorrow.
excellent. Oh yeah, I heard a crochet squid in my car from you. Purple and orange hangs in the back of my seat. Yeah. Thank you. I still have the thing on my Discord where you can see squids that made it over and people took pictures of them. Like, if it was something that I could do knitting, I could do it, maybe. Like, I can't do it because I don't crochet. Crocheting's too hard for me.
Dad's trying to teach, or Mom's trying to teach me crochet. Bluey can do it, why can't you?
I don't know. Listen.
Bluey was in a supportive home environment
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah, I know, right?
with good
With parents?
what's that? With a great support structure.
Okay,
You know.
the knife kills are pretty awesome.
Yeah. Check them out. Are you just running around stabbing people with
Yes, I
knives?
am. I love those
That's the reason why
Aw.
I love going with the knife. Pretty fun.
And I'm just Bam Bam.
It's an outhouse.
Well, Bam Bam, you get to get a squid because you donated $100. That was the whole dealio with it. So we're getting eyeballs, and maybe we'll start doing those again for like bigger events. But I borrowed that from somebody else who had
They had theirs going up and down.
they had theirs doing that kind of thing too. So I was like, that sounds like a really cool idea. So I did it, and I just could not keep doing it. That was the only
It's
problem.
a karaoke bar. Hey, puppy. What are you doing, you sleepyhead?
Is it a stinky
God, I almost
puppy?
gave him whiplash. Because he, like, jumped down, but he, like, looked over at me as he did, like, huh? And just,
He spoke to me.
like, oh, yeah. Attention. Praise and affection. Golly.
I'll do it again just to make sure I get one. I mean, technically, if you donate 100, you get 2. I mean, if you donated another 100 to get it again, you would,
I would
get
have
2.
to make a second different squid.
yeah, you get a
And
second
I have
squid.
the Rising Colors to do it.
Oh, well. You take.
I mean,
You take?
we would appreciate the donation. I'm not going to say no to it. Oh, really?
No.
What do you mean,
You
oh, really?
save your money. You hold on to it.
I don't like how Domo just said, oh, really?
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 Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like having only 16 tokens.
Oh, look at all these trees right here that are all in the way.
Keep the fat. Keep the fat thing.
Yep. Exactly, Tina. No, I don't like it.
Touch coffee McKeer.
Am I saying that right?
Coffee McKeer.
Luckily, screamers don't have much life. Oh no, somebody broke something.
That you're hearing me like running around breaking chairs.
No. I think
Like,
the zombie
just-
broke something.
That son of a bitch. I was about to say wanted it. Oh, that's a cooler. It's a water cooler. Is anything in the toilet? Who puts
I do
cement in
nothing,
it?
absolutely nothing. Why do I... Domo, why do I... Why you get me concerned?
Should
What?
I be concerned?
I feel like I should be.
Lost reward, lucky. Also known good boy.
I know, that one...
Oh.
That's the one thing I was super happy to see when I finally got details on the computer. I was like, I can see good boy.
Wanted dead or alive, kumquat. Also known as the champ. What?
What do I hear? Is somebody digging for something?
I mean,
Are you in the hole?
no,
Boar?
no. I'm actually looting.
Oh no, it's Tina in
In
the
the
hole.
hole.
Oh, okay.
I'm out of the
Medical
hole.
supplies.
I was just hearing that. I was like,
Recog.
what the hell?
I'm the one to decog.
I was trying to find coal.
That work out?
No, I found
you
rock.
could potentially find coal if you dig and get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I'm just offended that somebody apparently like
Wee.
came here to loot, but they like partially looted.
It could have
In,
been
like,
me,
such a
because I
weird way.
might have been like,
Full.
full.
Old trash. I don't want that, but I'm like, old trash.
Grayish.
Yeah, there's a. Empty
Wait, who's
gun
in
rack.
what hole? Oh, Tina was in her own hole. No, I
I
know
was
where
in
you're
a
go.
hole.
I know where you're going with that, but no, Bam Bam.
Duff.
I brought you another 30 meat.
A locked wall safe, and nobody went through
I don't have lock picking.
it. Nobody went through it.
I have lock picking.
I got a pickaxe. It's like a lockpick.
Make
Every hit you make is a life you take.
Wait, what?
What?
But I gotta say, I'm already super proud. We've made already $140. That's pretty. That's pretty amazing.
I found a knife.
Thanks, Stitchy. We're not done, but you know, I'm still very proud of what we've gotten to. Oh God, no. Domo's used it and said, "I'm harmless." Flame emoji, shush emoji, LeChonk emoji. That terrifies me.
Just
I heard someone's in a hole. Listen, Leon, my mother-in-law was in her own hole. It's fine.
I'm allowed to be in my own hole.
Am I in a
She is allowed to be in her
PlayStation?
own hole.
I might be in the police station.
I might need to use a repair kit to fix my stuff because I'm a little
Yep, I was in
afraid.
the police station. You were here once.
I was,
Remember you
yes.
mentioned-
Empty out.
Hey, what is Mr. I'm halfway in the ground doing here? Get out of here.
Nothing there.
Come
I
fully
also
in
just
ground.
keep running through Boar's farm.
Why?
I don't
My
know.
beautiful, beautiful
Go
jungle.
there.
Shit. I might be filled to the brim, but I'm not
What's
that
up
filled,
here?
if you know what I'm saying.
Jesus,
Books.
fair enough.
Do I
I thought it
have
was
any
Bam Bam.
books?
No, Bam Bam is
I
here
don't
though.
have books, but I can add paper.
Oh, you're a burning corpse man. Punch.
I don't have any mods.
Punch. Kick. It's the name of the game. Soda fountain.
Oh come on, that was great. And nobody saw that.
I wish I didn't have a pistol.
Nobody saw that.
Bolt door hatches. Scrap you. What do you turn into? You turn to iron. Good.
Wait,
You
how
can
do I
make more
repair
springs.
this? Ah, I need another repair kit for my hunting knife.
Knife.
I found them. I should be able to use them.
Hunting knife. What's in the sports bag?
If you don't clip it, I'm going to be
That
disappointed.
was
I don't have any
like-
clipping abilities. Because I don't know how to do things.
The burned down building.
Last time I said that, though, somebody clipped when I did a
Add
wheelie.
the cement to that
Really good?
cement.
Well, like a wheelie. I popped a wheelie.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I said. I can clip. Domo
Add
can
this
clip.
brass to that brass. There's no weapons in here.
Okay,
I
so
could
burning
add
building
this
can
clay
partially be turned.
to that clay.
Oh,
Clip what? Oh, when I, like, baffed that last screamer up into the air. And she landed on the house.
errors.
Weapons. I can add these
Let
shotgun
their
shells
poncho.
to
I wanna
those
wear it.
shotgun shells.
Fuck the jacket. We don't. Where I'm going, I don't
These
need it.
9mm to
Also.
those 9mm.
What?
She's doing things.
Crossbow bolts.
Golly, I wish I had coal. Oh, I did find some coal. I was at day 7, but not danger 7.
I don't know.
Hammer.
Oh, I guess because we started the
hammer.
server.
Did we start the server a little weird?
I mean, we didn't get into it. I don't know.
The day 1 doesn't count as day 1, it counts as day 0. So day 8 is technically 7 days.
Okay. More than 2 minutes ago? Probably.
We're on day 8 today.
If I wasn't trying to actively do my job in real life, I'd clip it. If I actively believed that my stream deck wouldn't forget how to do things, I'd clip it myself.
I can put
Buster.
coffee with coffee, soup
Coffee.
with soup.
Alright, I'm going back home.
Water.
Actually, I'm gonna go check out that. I'm destroy more of this burning building so I can take more coal home. It's not a lot of coal, but it's something. Burger. I like burger.
Burger. Excuses,
Burger.
Bam Bam. Excuses.
Like
Ooh,
the-
trying to attempt to clip crash my stream. Oh! Poor
Ooh.
Domo. Then forget it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It was just a baseball shot of a zombie. It's okay.
Yeah, it'll be still there, hopefully.
It will be
Okay.
there when someone sees the VOD.
Ah, emptied out. I could go out again.
Well,
Oh, I can't
feel
go
like
out
my
again.
VODs
It's
last
dark
like
out.
way too long. Not in a bad way, but just like my first stream was on for like almost 2 months. Just
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't wait for it to go away because I had an earlier model of me and I didn't like it.
Oh, yeah. Like, trust me. Plus, trying to do things on mobile suck. That's true. Like, it's fun for me that I've got, like, people...
Everyone
Oh, God, it's a
punch
dog!
me. Motherfucker. Punch your ass. What's in this gas
Will you-
grill?
Will you-
Going around me.
Thank you. Jesus.
Ooh, delicious grilled meat. I'm just gonna sit here and eat all this grilled meat.
Yeah, do it. There are people who don't know that I used to face stream. And then there are people who've never seen me as my 3D Squid. And there are people who have only seen me as a PNG. It's a whole thing.
Some people who just haven't seen me. Just,
Hey, okay, listen, if you
you
like...
want to get up under bed?
If you, like, look up before when you weren't an affiliate, trying to find you is so hard.
Oh yeah.
But, like, now that you're affiliate, it's like, if I type in Tree Kicker, it's like, do you want this? And it's like, yes! Wait, you used to face stream and you have a 3D Squid? Yes, you're looking right at it, Bam Bam. And yes, I used to face stream. But I just don't now because it's a lot of work to do for me.
We're
It made
saving so
Halloween a
much
hell of a
money
lot
on
easier,
makeup.
though.
This is Halloween.
This is Halloween.
Halloween's the only time we
Alright,
miss
we
it.
don't, we don't need might where we're going.
But- Now I just need to find, I need to find somebody
Oh,
who can
no,
do
I
a
ran
live
out of
2D for me.
Oh no, I almost ran into barbed wire.
just don't do that.
It hurts.
Exactly.
What the
it's-
hell,
just-
Moo?
I need to get out of here. Keep finding new shit. Hey, sir. This is a Denny's. Get out of here.
Oh, we got a melee mod bundle. Oh, well that was really worth me
Beer.
breaking
I'ma
my
drink all
goddamn
this
leg.
beer.
Fucking rude, sir.
Oh no. I forgot beer made you blurry vision just like in real life. Wait, gross. Someone using the toilet in a fucking building?
See?
Ew. Not like inside of like a fucking supermarket.
I said that!
More offended that there wasn't enough murky water. There wasn't enough shit for me to grab, literally. Hand over fist shit. The asshole. Asshole. Get out of here. Get out of here, stalker. Ooh, repair kit.
Wilma,
Okay, that's
you're
way too good for me to
stinky.
leave. Fuck. What can I abandon? Aloe cream.
There's a 3D squid? It's this. This model is my 3D squid. I had a 2D PNG model, which after the fundraising is going back to having a day for itself. And I mean, I'll have a way for you to redeem it so you can enjoy it. But I'm also looking into getting a 2D model. One, because it's kind of easier on computers, and two, because they're fucking gorgeous. Happy Pollinators Day? What?
What?
Okay. Wilma, I gotta
My
go.
brain went.
I gotta go.
Well, I guess I gotta go and find some Bumblebee VTubers and see.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that a bear?
Is that a bear?
Painkiller is definitely something I want.
I think that's a bear right next to me.
Okay, I don't need seed. I'm filled with seed.
If I just don't move, the bear
Move
can't
seed.
see me. The bear just pushed me off. I don't know. I can't quite see it. It's just pushing me around.
Hurt my stuff, now I gotta fix it.
Now I'm like, where the fuck is it? I gotta wait for day to come out so I can shoot it.
I have set for abrasion. Oh, there's something attacking me. Eating my ass. Alright.
Oh, did it hear me doing stuff?
I don't want to die quite yet, game.
Oh god, what the fuck's going on with this?
Working stiff, duct tape. That's duct tape good.
I don't know.
Look.
I hear this bear hitting things and then roaring and then walking around, but I can't see a goddamn thing.
Row.
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 Doing a row.
A row.
To run a race. A row.
You know what? And I'm like, if Boar does a 2D model, or a 3D model even, are you just gonna do that one anime thing and have a boar head?
Oh, maybe. Probably. Ooh, clawhammer. Fuck out of my life.
I guess you could
I
also
got
have a
nice.
human face, but like boar tusks.
Probably. But then I'd be that's kind of like orky. Not like that's
He'd
bad.
be a man bear pig.
Yeah. I don't know. That would be something to talk about with a model mom.
Yeah, whenever I actually,
Yeah, once I find one, Boar, if it's affordable, I'll help you out with it, and
I'm going
we
in
can
at
have the
11.
same model
I haven't
mom.
been told otherwise. And as far as I'm concerned, this girl hasn't worked a full shift since she started, so she knows the system. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going in at 11.
Good.
Is my arm broken? Soon I'll be coming home. Don't worry.
There's a
Ooh, a
bumblebee
fire ant.
VTuber? That's
There's probably a
adorable.
There's a bunch of bumblebees.
Oh, I saw a stingray one recently.
Ooh.
I saw an octopus VTuber. I don't think I've seen any squid VTubers, though. Like, I've seen a lot of octopuses.
I've seen an octopus one.
Yeah, I've seen octopuses, but not squids. And
Well,
I'm a
there used to be a
specific
bunny.
type of squid. I'm a vampire
The
squid.
rabbit is dying.
Oh, no.
Oh, I got an infection. My hand hurt. My tummy hurts. My fingy hurts. The zombies are bubbling me.
Bee? Yes, a bee.
Be all you can be. Get buzzed. I've seen a few bumblebees. I don't remember. I don't think I'm following. I don't remember
Yeah.
if I'm following. So some were a bit thirsty.
I'm
on
just
me.
waiting for the sun to rise so I can see if this zombie bear can see me.
Definitely can see.
Oh, I know. I can hear it roaring.
What? Just seeing for my sake, it doesn't.
And Boo Boo's taking a
Military
nappy.
fiber, okay.
Okay.
Good for him.
Sunlight's, yeah. He's finally peeing and pooping, so we can stop feeding him Pedialyte.
Yeah, he's.
Yay!
Yeah. It's
Or
kind of
Red
concerning when you realize a dog hasn't eaten or drank all day, probably because he realizes, if I eat or drink, I'm gonna have to shotgun poop outside. And that makes me sad.
That's right, Boo Boo. They're making fun of you.
I'm not making fun of, I'm saying it's a complete thing.
I have a broken arm, my hand hurt.
Alright.
Mom's telling
Where
all
are
the
you,
dirty
Bear?
secrets to everybody online.
My arm broken. God has abandoned me. Ooh,
Oh, hey.
My God. Alright, that was not worth it. Hey, is there a zombie ready to like fucking take me out of my misery? Once I'm done, like looting all this coffee make you. And I need to.
I killed
find
it!
the fucking river. Yeah.
You killed it.
The
bear?
zombie bear. It
Zombie
it
bear.
was standing it was standing with me all day.
It thought you guys were just like having a friendship moment. Like,
Well,
maybe
it
this will be the moment where I'll be able to tolerate humankind and
Maybe they'll be my friends.
Nope.
maybe.
There's only one dopey talking animal in this household, and it's Boo Boo. You know, he is kind of shaped like these bears, though. I'm just gonna mention that.
You're pretty much a bear.
Pretty much a bear. Mixture between a cow and a bear.
Bear.
If he
A
made
bear.
bear noises, I'm pretty sure the world would end.
Yep, time for me to find a zombie to fucking get murdered too.
I thought he was gonna say
yeah.
he's gonna fuck the
Yeah, I
zombie.
know! The pause there,
Oh, it's
Boar!
a zombie dog. What appropriate thing to get murdered by. As I'm like, I'm still not going down without a fight. I'm going to Valhalla, motherfucker. Also the fact that your meat is meat.
I guess
Meat is
so.
meat. Oh wait, no. Well, leather's leather. I want his leather.
Oh wait, I've been in here.
Am I dying every time I swing? No, I'm good. Oh, I don't care about animal fat. This thing don't look like it had any animal fat on him. But he had bone.
Listen,
Got
Dom.
bone on him. It's just bone.
I got a knife. I got a knife!
No. Is it the hunt master?
I think it's just a hunting knife.
Don't worry. I'll die sooner enough and it'll be very,
He's being very brave.
being very brave.
He's a very brave boar.
Being really brave about it. Oh, I have motor oil on me? Oh, fuck that shit. Why am I having it anywhere touching me? I can motor my oil. I don't know what that means, but I'm my boss, so I
yeah.
can say whatever I want.
I guess that's a thing you can say. Looking
You are-
inside the shuttle bus.
There's the dead bunny I heard.
Why would I use the door? Why would, whatever. Ammo pile. Ammo. Ammo here. Max, I got a gun.
He'll fucking do it again, too.
Oh, I found a. Oh, fuck. I found a honey knife schematic. What's something I can give up? Sorry, Cash. You might be good, but am I ever going to use Cash? Have I ever thought to? Ledger. Oh, I don't care about animal fat and stinky dead bodies.
He kind of cares.
Not really. Alright. Forever video? Oh, that sounds depressing. Like something that won't happen. Forever video. Welcome to the fancy garbage can. I've learned how to make an anvil. Oh, fuck. Dude, I didn't want to hit every button wrong. Hey, zombies, I'm coming in. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Open up the door. It's me.
That is indeed what he said.
Let me in.
Wait, what kind of
I'm
boots
using
are
a
those?
hammer.
Oh, those are cool looking boots.
Let me in. Let me in. What's in this gender cart? Employment. I know it. Ooh, empty soda fountain. Fuck you. Empty soda fountain. Fuck you, Wait, someone looted this place. Oh, good. No Zambi. Oh, untouched toilet though. But there's a knife in the toilet, but why? Just.
It was a
Let's
really
go.
painful poop, okay?
You know, when you gotta cut it to go down?
It's a poop knife.
It's a poop knife.
Poop knife. Just. Two shitters full. Like, slice, slice, slice.
Oh, it's today.
There
Right.
it is.
Well,
Shit, motherfucker!
Yes.
zombies won't get me now. The zombies won't get me now. Where the fuck are you? Oh, you're down there?
Is
One
that a
of my
water
ants?
processing plant? What is that?
Moo, quit licking my foot.
She
Like,
can't.
Moo,
Yeah.
quit licking my foot.
She's like, good soup.
It's super.
Oh, little
Solar
shot,
panels
mother.
in my country? It's more likely to. Alright. Really? That didn't hurt me. Okay, getting punched by zombies.
Oh,
does more
there was
damage
not
than
water
dropping
here.
4 feet.
Okay,
Alright.
that's
Understandable.
kind of bullshit.
My character then has the concussion.
Oh.
I was affected by the concussion.
The concussion. Domo, why are you
Sir.
making faces?
You know why.
No, I don't. That's literally why I'm asking.
So, please. You want to hold my hand, so please. Can I just finger your eye hole?
Ew.
Man,
Ah! Wolfie! What the fuck?
die. You can
Oh.
eat me when I die, alright?
Wolfie, that was frickin' terrifying.
Yes.
He did a
It's almost
phasmophobia.
there.
You keep saying things, then Stitchy screaming obscenities.
I love when they go to eat me, they like switch to like 69 position.
I know, right? They're
You know,
very thoughtful.
They're so yeah, they're
They
so generous.
eat the most tender part of the boar.
They go right for the asshole. That's the easy way to access.
It's true.
Gotta go for the butthole. All right,
Just
I'm
go
back.
for the butthole.
To the displeasure of everyone.
Yep, I see you. Parkour.
Da, 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 da.
Gotta get inside this house.
Well, I found a fireman's axe and a schematic to make a hunting knife. So if someone wants to make better knives.
Very nice.
Burning shaft mod? Interesting.
Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do.
Wait, no, I didn't want to take it. I
That
wanted
might
to
hurt.
use it. I forget people might. What are you? 8. Fireman's automatic retrieves chant. I don't care. Threatening needle. I'm not doing that. I only got so much. Oh yeah, I don't need pistol. Where gun? Guns. Where'd gun go? Where'd gun go? Gun go here. Gun go there.
Nope, gotta fix that one. Oh no, those aren't fixed. Those are...
Oh! Those are bombs.
Oh, be careful,
Watch
there's
'em.
birds circling the
Bomb.
house.
The bumba.
Well, you know what? I think I'm gonna come home.
Glass is the fastest
bump.
train.
Boil some piss water.
I had to make
Question
sure
my
that I
life.
got home in time.
I mean, that's fair. I'd say it's almost like a cripple mod. Oh. What gun? For what weapon?
What weapon, my child?
Weighted
You'll
head
never know.
mod. Advanced bellows. We'll just take that. I think we don't have those.
Whee! Time to go put some stuff downstairs.
Bellow this. Bellow me this. Bellow me that. What's the difference between clay and clay soil?
Mm.
Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna throw some more iron into the fire.
Sounds good.
Oh shit! I brought back coal. It's really fun being able to move. I always forget where there it is. It's not that much coal at all. Okay. How much seed can I make? I can make some seed. I can make some coffee seed actually. So go to wild seed. A lot of seed. Some good seeding.
Well, why don't we speak of the ferret? Hey, Apples.
Speaking of a ferret,
I speak of the ferret.
Oh, you can make those. Interesting.
Speak of me, mommy. Never.
Never. Oh, you need clay to make forged iron. Interesting. And
yeah, just
steel is
play the
just
chest next to the forge.
taking the coal.
Don't bonk me for
No.
reading things.
Putting all the coal in there. And that iron, that stone is
Not allowed.
Ha ha! I killed all the birds.
Oh, that's a good
I
thing.
need to
There are no birds
put
circling
this
us
close
now.
with that close.
Huzzah.
Medicine.
Close goes with that close.
That's technically a
Brass.
weapon. Alright. Bonks for apples. Ah, okay.
God, it's weird being able to move fast.
Alright, I'm home. I'm ready. I'm here.
Weapons were
Just
up
I'm
here.
queer.
I'm just
Get used to it.
No.
just smelt all this brush.
I don't want to equip the
Lips.
torch. I'll freeze to death before that happens.
Ow! 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 Ow!
There.
That hurt. That hurt. That was a bad idea.
Just bringing it up before we have this wonderful time. If you do this, follow that link right there. You can help support the It Gets Better project that supports the LGBTQ family across the world.
I have no cobblestone.
Why do you have no cobblestone?
Just don't have cobblestone. It's simple. See, I'm just bang, 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 bang. Not distance, it's literally outside.
Yeah, I'm outside, shooting zombies.
I'm waiting to poke zombies.
Oh god, I almost shot you, Stitchy.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, but it would have been on
Nor the
accident.
last.
And I just realized zombies don't do those high kicks like that.
Hiya! And the kicker, sir.
And then I kick her, sir. Ow. Cricking my neck.
Hold up. Hold the phone.
What's up?
I'm the phone. Never mind.
Oh, we have to hold the phone? Hold on, then.
I'm gonna throw in the trash all this animal fat.
Oh, I thought you needed that, though.
No, we just got like a bajillion candies in there. That's all I'm just gonna stop it right here. Right here, right now. God bless his name.
Well, I guess I'm not needed there. I'll kind of poke over here.
There you go, Boar. Oh, there's a lot of them. This is just the wanderers.
No, I am the wanderer. I am the wanderer.
Giving the
Round and
boy
around
the
and
head
around
pets.
and around.
Give one the head pets.
Giving head pets. Boom. Why won't you stay down?
I am the wanderer.
Wandering.
You're wasting so many bullets. Get
Shut
better.
up! You get better!
Get better, Scrub.
Get good.
I
Get
can't
good.
stabby till they get close.
Well, run into it.
That involves me having to go outside.
Yeah.
That's so weird being able to move fast. Is my corn done? It's still growing. Shut
Yeah,
up.
is your farm plot safe, Boar?
Is it ever truly?
Have you planted the other fruits and stuff we got you?
Maybe.
Did you?
Planted the seeds I got right now.
Okay, so you planted the potatoes?
Nope. I don't know where the potatoes are. I haven't
They're
checked.
with the fucking food!
Finally, after all this time.
My
it
little
was-
kitty. I love you so much.
Which kitty?
Cthulhu, she's on my lap.
Well, of course you love Cthulhu. She's a baby right now.
Bye.
Well, like
She's a bye.
she's literally being a little baby right now, but in a good way. You know, like super affectionate.
There it is. Blueberries.
Hunts you down in the bathroom.
Fruit.
Sits
She
in your
used to do that
shorts.
Before.
Sits in your shorts. Purrs. Lets you see her tummy. I remember when we got our cats spayed that we were like... they were like horrible, like just awful reactions, you know? They just did not... They weren't happy. And then I'm like, oh yeah, because we had to give them pain meds the traditional way. For Cthulhu, they gave her injectable pain meds.
Oish.
Yeah, I'm like, hell, I'd like some of that.
Rotting meat and food. I put those away, apparently.
Why you bonking me?
I'll put it away, sir.
Weird. I'm missing. What doth I
Roar!
miss? Rar.
A row?
A row.
A row. I'm watching Stitchy make a line, and now that she has, you know they're going to show up on the other sides.
I'm gonna eat my bread.
Yeah. There is D. There's that. I guess I'll take that. I'll take you. Put you back because I don't want all of you. I question my life and its purpose. Where the fuck is it? I'm just like, I had it in my brain, and it was like, it gone. What? It gone. Where'd it go? It gone.
What'd you lose?
My mind, apparently. All right.
Are these all trees that Boar's planted?
Yeah.
What the shit?
What the shit
That's what-
biscuit?
What
What's
are
this
you,
doing?
Johnny Appleseed?
Yes. Do we have more nitrate powder?
Yeah, probably.
I just like go. My brain just goes. What does it look like again?
White powder.
Like in a weird tube.
No
There it is.
injected pain meds for you, but I want them!
I want them. Make me feel good.
I assume.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, the only, like, pain meds I've ever heard. Great job, Boar. Plant those trees.
Plant those trees. Plant those seeds, or you will die.
Ugh. The only major medical I've ever had was my jaw. Well, I mean, I had tonsillectomies and stuff like that, but...
Make bullets. My brain just shut down. Just, how to make bullets? Ammo. No, not bukkake. Ammo. So I need a bullet tip and bullet casing.
I'm sorry, what? What? What not? You said bullets
We
not
need
what?
lead.
You know what he said.
Because I was trying to type in bullet and all of a sudden it was like B-U-K-K, B-U-K, and I'm like, no, not bukkake. No, not that.
Got zombies on the south side.
Sounds on the east side.
You guys are all the first
Ow! Don't F my chat.
Shit. When you're here. No, Father. Father, help.
I would have never turned them over to you.
No. Father, no. Just the real good father. Damn. I love him, but this anchor gibberish. What I do.
No. A sniper would work better than a pistol. Yeah, well, you'd work better than your mama, but
Here we are. No, don't put it in the one game. I'm trying to. Don't put it.
Don't put it in the goddamn one, I swear to God.
There we go. Make like 60 bullet casings. I'll put this out. Come on, put this out, and then I'll put this in, and then I'll sit around and cry, cause my life is full of sin. All right. Seriously, with it. Why can't I read my fucking this menu?
Tell me how you really feel. You know what? I think you do terrible in pistol rounds. There, now you know, Bam.
What?
Bam said, "Tell me how you really feel." I said, "I think you're really bad at pistol rounds."
I think he's bad at picking sexy llamas, so you know.
That's true.
Okay, we have a line of defense against zombies. It's not a good one, but we have one.
Yeah, we have something. I didn't. Hold on. I didn't mean that, Bam Bam. Okay, listen, I didn't really mean that. You came at me from a place of anger, and I had to react the way I did. Okay. Okay, you're great at pistol rounds. Okay. I think you're even better with the classics. All right. Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Just running around, just reloading
All that she
everything.
said
I
was
think
a
I'll just
lie,
leave
Bam
now.
Bam, 'cause I heard it all.
You're one of my mods. You can't leave.
Bah!
You're not allowed. The contract has been signed.
You've made a deal with the devil. You must stay.
You can't leave.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm out of cement.
Oh, I heard a screamer.
Stone.
I killed like 6 of them. I need to
I know.
But
They're
I
they're
don't
just
have
like,
iron because I
whoa.
shoved
Wait, I said a contract? You did.
You can never leave. I need to find more nitrate.
Oh, here they come.
There we are. That's where it's at.
Like 50 bullet tips.
Oh, we started already?
Slightly. It's a small walking line. Oh, is he gonna get caught?
Oh,
The bathroom.
Aw, down he go. The more you
Yep.
know. Yes, every one of
Go
my
down, you
mods
go
have
down.
signed. Just doing a run to see if anybody else is out here. Nah, it just looks like South was the one for right now.
Looks like liquid water in the sky.
Liquid water in the sky? Now you crazy talk. Brass. Alright, what is some
I'm running
bullets
by. Don't shoot me, Stitchy.
Okay.
You do it, no one would know.
Because I thought I heard one over here.
Do people want 9mm? Or do we want more 7?
I'm okay on my 9mm. I've got almost 300 bullets.
Oh, well, fuck. Well, I'm just gonna make some more.
Yeah, because I
I
brought
have it
both
over
my
half-life
300.
on my spear.
I'm gonna make like,
Make sure to close up the house when you're coming out.
well, takes
Oh
that
no,
long.
It's
birds!
time!
Scrap! Scrap!
Holy shit. No! Let me die!
Alright, I'll close up the house. Don't you worry. As I always fucking just let it happen.
I fell off the edge.
Oh. Oh.
It's fine, I'll be back.
But at what cost?
I don't know, some kind.
And I can't.
Ooh,
my brain's,
okay,
like,
I did
shutting
it.
down. Oh, that's you reviving. So just say, I'm like, what the fuck's what in the God's hills?
Oh, they are rushing our doors.
And I literally just picked up like a can that I want to break down the iron. And my brain is like, but what can? Is it useful for anything? Or is it just scrap? Alright. Game says I can scrap it. Don't you worry none. I'm gonna go behind the door. Hey, you. Look like you don't have arms. Alright, I'm coming back in. Ooh, bird. Bird! Bird. Well, it gives you bones and raw meat. Oh, I was hoping for nitro. How long does it take?
I don't know.
I'm just sitting here repairing doors. I'm just sitting here.
Shoot something at the door.
Oh, I would put... No. There's no way I would do it better. How long will it take? There we go. Upgraded door. Upgraded door. Door upgraded.
You upgraded the door?
Upgraded door. Time for me to take my handy dandy pipe machine. Oh, hey, you mean like a lot. At first I was like, what do you mean by a poor defense? Yep, jumping over the side. Woo! Alright, you're fine. I'm just checking out the perimeter. Actually, I'm trying to bait them to run into the other trap.
Yeah.
Punch.
They're over on north side.
Oh.
Okay, I'll say it. Your line of defense, pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's at least catching them up enough.
Damaging them, so. Oh god, we got a cop.
Yep, I'm trying to aim, but
He's
Got
dead.
a dial-bometer.
He's dead.
Got my fists up. Got my fists up. Sing my song. Butterfly fly away.
Shit.
You okay?
My gun needs repair.
Oh god, he just fucking jumped down in front of me and I was like, oh, time to pull out my gun. And then just... Okay, have a Heelys.
Okay, I have to go inside to repair my gun.
Go inside, repair your gun.
Ooh, I'm glad I missed. Oh hey, that's a lot of ammo.
Oh crap, I'm concussion.
Fuck. Nice. I like how I just saw a fucking head just get yeeted out of existence.
Right?
Oh, that disinfection. Ah, okay, I understand. I understand. Gothic boots, but they look prettier.
You okay, Stitchy?
Soup. Soup.
Yeah.
That's some good soup.
Oh!
That's some good soup.
Oh my god, it took out! That was you, Boar. It was you, wasn't it, Stitchy?
Yeah, it was me,
So
but
coming.
it was taking
I'm
out
coming.
zombies that were below the fence line. I couldn't see them.
Oh well, oh, I got fucking sprains.
Oh shit, and now I'm out of fucking...
I'm just slowly walking towards where the
I got the
door is.
birds.
I'm out of bullets.
Yikes. That hurt. Oh, bird! I was like going, I'm like, that wasn't...
Yeah, they're birds.
You know, I didn't see them.
Oh,
I lauded.
Oh shit.
Oh, you fast woman. Girl, you just came up on me like a damn. And I don't have bandages on me. Well, if I die, I die.
Oh shit, get away from the door, get away from the door.
I have duct tape. I die, but I'm not gonna die alone, alright?
Shit! We got a zombie inside!
I've been trying to make my way towards the front, but it's not gonna happen. Just like,
Oh no, zombie inside again!
they're eating my ass. They're eating my ass.
God, I wish.
My ass.
There's a lot of them!
It's all a dream. 25% experience loss. Yikes! Alright, now we're starting to hit that point where it's definitely not worth dying. Yikes. Alright, hey, a bunch of horror. Yeah, it's a good time. The house. Boar's fine. Slowly muddling my way through ground walls. Ah, that's why I couldn't.
Hey, you get out of here!
They can get in here that way? They're like,
They can! They have to figure out how to crawl.
Wait, we could have crawled in the whole time. Look.
Yeah, that's kind of how they're doing it. I'm walking in front of you.
You taking steroids?
No one but you takes the steroids, Boar.
I'm drinking some beer.
I need an aspirin. I got
There is definitely some aspirins in the house.
Realize I have farming plot put down.
Okay, my
How's your farming plot?
concussion is gone.
More plot. It's good.
More zombies
Good.
that I can see.
I can plant our potatoes now.
That is true. He has ended up with a pretty llama addiction.
Potato,
Ugh.
potato.
Wasn't the best line of defense, but it was a line.
It was.
I mean,
And it helped out.
Considering our generally what happens, it didn't go that bad.
Yeah, I died once because I fell off. I ran out of bullets,
died.
but we were still alive.
God, I'm so drunk, and it hurts my eyes to look. Ow.
Repairing my...
Where are
Ow.
you?
Ow.
But I
There's
can
a
run
line.
so fast, though. Look at me. I can draw. Sorry, I just noticed the trees.
Yeah.
A line of like, it looks like
Yeah.
a tree farm.
It does. Come cut down your own trees. Did we get all the packages out?
Yeah, I think we got all the drop loot. Just be
Okay.
careful of the fence. Be careful of the line now because they hurt.
Yeah, and they're kind of hard to see in the grass.
I apologize. It was just a line of defense.
No,
for...
no, it works. It's perfectly fine.
Fine.
I'm gonna go inside and maybe die.
Yeah, God, it's like.
I have
It's like
124
1 in the room.
shotguns.
I don't need any shotgun shells. I need 9mm.
I don't have
My
none.
favorite are like the
I have
random
shotgun.
ones. that
Are
just
you
have pieces.
looking in the medical one? No. Okay.
No, I'm putting crap in the medical one.
I love you, Ster. Is this my hole? That's not my hole.
No, Tina had a
Okay.
hole.
So that's not my
Thank
hole.
you.
Has torches around it.
Taking
And I didn't put it so
painkillers
close to the base.
and
Ooh,
antibiotics. I'm
Ooh, I
alive.
found a really nice fancy.
Sledgehammer schematic.
We did really good there.
We did! Yay!
Yay! We lived! We lived!
We
I only
did!
died once I actually jumped out into the area. That's the only time I
Yeah.
really did.
Now I'm just gotta put stuff
If I
away.
just had, stayed inside, I would have been probably fine.
I guess, but what's the point of that?
Yeah, no. Come on. I ran out. It's supposed to. I ran out of bullets. No, I didn't run out of bullets this time. Also,
I
there's
did.
like more assault rifle bullets being made in the workbench.
Oh. Well, I need 9mm now.
Oh, well, how'd you go through 900?
Well, there's 56 in the
In the weapon thing?
weapon chest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
But
put
we
them
can
in
always
there.
make more. It's just.
That's fine.
Made some bullet tips and brass tips and
Got a Zom outside.
switch. Huh?
She said we had some Zoms outside.
Oh,
Oh, we have that bitch back again.
a can of sham. I love sham. Sham. Hey, zombie, what are you doing out here, silly Billy? Punch. I'm half steroids, so
Okay,
I'm
we
fucking
gotta
fast
find a
as shit.
shotgun.
There's a deer out in the field, Tucker. Go get it.
I can't shoot it. I don't have a gun.
It's too beautiful.
That's
Boar
repellent.
can't shoot it.
You know, I'd fucking shoot his asshole right open.
Oh god.
I'd tear
There
into
you
it
go,
like a
Tuck.
goddamn
It's
Muppet.
dead.
Where'd it die?
Boar
Cardinal.
over there, like in front there,
Mm-hmm.
by the trees. No, to your right, to your right. Run straight ahead. No, stop.
When you
stop,
say to the trees,
stop,
I'm like,
stop.
There's so many.
Face
only
east,
tree.
run east.
oh, wait. Oh, there it is. I sees it.
There you go.
I found 22 candles.
It's my favorite band.
22 candles? Oh my god. You Dorcas Malorcas.
Add my frostbites to those frostbites. My
Oops.
caramel tea to that caramel tea.
I could find where my my hole is. Where's my hole, game?
I don't know how big your hole was. I'm
It
sorry.
wasn't, I don't know if it was that big, but it had two torches near it.
Oh, I
What's
don't.
problem is when
well,
you're running
then
around
me
this.
just
So
Oh, there
making
it
holes
is. I found my
randomly isn't
hole.
gonna throw you off.
This is my hole.
So
it was
Squiddy-
made for me.
Pretty llamas for sure tonight, but I'm not sure the exact time I'll be on. What? You don't know the exact moment that you're gonna be on? Can you give me a guesstimate?
Potato.
La, 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 la.
Well, now that we're done with 7 days to die, now it's gonna be 14 days. 14 days to die.
There you go.
But hey, it wasn't that bad.
It was
Consider.
not. I found a baked
So I'm like,
potato.
oh, I felt happy that our walls didn't fall.
Hopefully between 7 and 8. Okay.
I wonder if I'll find coal if I just dig deep enough.
Oh, maybe.
So that would be 7:30.
Purple.
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 Oh, yeah.
I'm cleaning out the chest since it's been a little bit apparently since I did.
Well, we just had a big zombie attack, so.
Yeah. Nope, looks like everything's okay. I'm here to take some meat, and off I go.
You can do it.
I sure done hoping so. Poor Boar has to, when he's done with his hole,
Yeah.
is gonna have to, like, look over to make sure that the ground isn't blown out by the, protection.
Eventually. Good news is we got a bunch of cement, so we can just
We
make
did.
cement walls.
But there's a car show in town I work tonight. What? Starts at 5. No, that's all good.
Oh dear.
'Tis understandable. I guess I could do a couple of, like, by myself Valo kind of things.
Diggy diggy hole.
You know, try to finish up my, my battle pass. I at least need to get the knife.
What do you got there? A knife!
That's pretty much how I feel all the time.
I mean, too much.
Isn't it pretty?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just got a couple days left of the battle pass, that's true. And then we have to... Hopefully Boar will get to play with me on Friday, and then he can decide if he wants a battle pass. There is some animals coming running towards the house, by the way.
Good.
That's, 4 zombie dogs and a zombie bear.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Not as good.
You gonna be okay?
Well, they stopped and I don't know what they're chasing. I think the bear's chasing the dogs.
Oh, okay. Well then. Mm-hmm.
Just a Yoshi. Yep. Yep.
He'll be
Time
addicted
go
to
back
it.
home.
Well, Boar does probably have the the beta tag. I don't think he got any guns.
No. I almost ran into the spikes. I looked away for 5 seconds. I almost just ran in fucking.
That's a bad thing to do, Borb.
Hey, madam, could you kind of walk over here? Don't you know? Okay, you son of a bitch.
Do you know how excited people were when we would go traveling and they'd be like, where are you from? And we're like, Minnesota. And they're like, oh, you don't sound Minnesotan. And we would do the accent for them and they were so fucking tickled pink. Every time.
Every time.
Does coal tend to look like a big shiny black rock?
That's either
Marley.
Yeah, it's a
chair
big
or
shiny
coal.
black rock.
Oh, because I'm looking at a big chunk of it then.
Yeah, if you could,
I mean, or you could just hit it with a thingy.
I could do that.
See what it gets you.
fucking bear, don't you dare.
Is that a burnt
Oh,
potato?
yes, I have coal.
Yes, that's what we want.
I already hammered it for you.
Well,
It looks like there's more ore below.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Man, we
Boar,
have
see
shot
where I
the hell out
am.
of the book.
See where I am, Boar.
Zoom out. Oh, it's right over there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm standing literally right on it.
All right.
I will wait.
No, I made a waypoint over
Oh, and then you ruined their experience when you told them duck, duck, great. Listen! No! That is what our state is known
It's
for.
not on me.
It's not on me. It's our fucking culture is duck, duck, grey duck, okay? Okay, I don't know. Like, should I drop something so you know that it's...
No, I put a waypoint on it. You can
Okay.
go.
Should I make...
go if you want.
okay. I just don't want you to,
You can
like...
get the fuck out of there if you want.
Oh,
Just
okay,
make it
there's a
more
little...
aggressive.
I guess you can kind of see the little shiny part. It's by 2 trees.
Okay.
You'll see the little shiny spot of it.
My leg.
There's a couple more
not, well,
around.
I can always just
Found one bear
blame me.
testosterone.
So much. I got so much of it.
Death rattle.
Second bear testosterone. I was claiming I'm hungry and I'm thirsty.
We got a shit ton of food.
Mm-hmm.
Just like food, drink.
I have a shit ton of food on me. I just need to eat and drink it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Found some Mega
God.
Crush too. Mega Crush. Mega Crush these nuts. Where is the repair?
It's with the materials.
It's just enough.
Yeah, I was just making sure I didn't have them with me because I was carrying a
Just
couple
like
of
looking
them.
at them, I'm like, Oh, hey, it's nitrate powder. That's something good. But don't see here. Is it next to it? I don't see goddamn shit. I'm blind. I got enough iron on me. I was like going, should I steal some of that iron? I'm like, looks over. I have almost more on my person from mining. So I need the repair kit. So I need to repair my pickaxe.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish there was a search function. Every game should have a fucking search function.
That is true.
My eyes just like glaze over every time I look up. Just cloud over like a fucking zombie movie. Okay.
A
it's
zombie
definitely not in there. Okay, it's not in that chest.
There are 2 chests that have crafting material.
Okay.
That's food. That's money. Oh, okay, there it is. I've never seen this one. I've never seen this before in my life. Alright. No, come up this. Oh, I need pipe. I need a pipe. Which I thought I had a bunch of pipe. Really did not. Pipe. Oh, it didn't even require. Oh, yeah, it's a pipe pistol. Why would I need a repair kit? Whatever, I'm taking a repair kit. Just one. I make more farm plot. What am I missing? Clay soil. It's like, wow. You know.
Yeah, I know, I suck.
Take wood.
Is this a trader's?
Probably.
Could be.
Yeah. That's
Take
what
your-
that be.
Take that leather, because I love leather. I'm
That
leather
clay
daddy.
with that clay.
Which is no.
Somebody else can fix that. Weapons.
Oh, good. It's Trader Joe's. Thanks, Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's or else.
Bless you, Tina.
Fine, just
Ah.
Interact with the machine rental. What?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I was like, but why? Alright, where did I put the thing? Oh, there it is. It's only like 300 feet away. Meters away. I know conversion distance. I fucking almost
Do
keep
you?
running into fucking spikes full speed with my groin.
Oh, hey! I just got a chemistry station schematic.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Yay, that's the one we're missing.
Cool.
Oh, that and the cement mixer. Oh crap, I just walked into the barbed wire.
See your inventory? That's nice, nice. That's pretty good.
Nice,
Don't
nice.
fall off me,
Nice.
Cthulhu.
Is that a radiation wasteland?
There's always
Like right over
Shamway
there?
up the road. You can try looting.
Because I
Or
just
is
see
it a desert?
dead ass trees. Like not even kind of like burnt or just shitty. They're just like
Thanks, my dude.
they look like the thing I would be disappointed in. Let's see. So buy trees.
Oh, look how high up you are.
Please.
I didn't go that high on the road.
Ah, I found it. Okay. My marker wasn't that far.
There's two churches,
Let's
or at least a
get some
church.
coal. Oh. Speaking of coal, I have like levels like fucking points too. Holy fuck. I'm just fucking. Let's move to something else.
Thanks a lot there, Squid. Now I want Taco Bell.
What?
Ikiyo Taco Bell.
Why is that my fault?
Because it was a ad on your page.
Well, we have a Mexican place. That's better than Taco Bell.
Not the same. I want the greasy Taco Bell.
I like Taco Bell's breakfast.
It's interesting.
Is that it for the coal mine? No, that was a really disappointing coal vein. Sad. We're more coal.
Stabby, stabby people who come by. Come down here, birdie, and I'll stab you twice.
I got the hammer.
Hammer.
Stop.
I'm gonna take
Hammer
it. You
time.
guys already looted this place.
There's more coal here. Okay, good. There's more coal. Even further down. Nope, it's stone. Never mind. Fuck. It looks like coal. Well, I'm out.
You're out.
No, I'm just out of the hole. Pink coal, such snow. Alright, what the fuck is over here, though?
What is
Like,
this?
this looks like...
Ratchet. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think I'm okay here. I don't think the Zums will get me. Because why? Because I have to piddle again. I'm sorry. I've had a lot of drinks
these
today.
trees are coal. Burning. Is this like a fucking...
I found a coyote.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, so while I'm gone,
Not
if you
a
could...
wolf, but a coyote.
Lovely. If you could, check out our donation here. And check out some of our incentives. I'm pretty sure I'll do like at least a 12 to 16 hour stream if we make our goal. So check that out, okay?
Consecutive. Yeah. These are burnt out trees that have coal in them. That's pretty nice.
Okay.
What else do I want in this kind of area?
Let's finish walking through the desert. Oh, you got to be iron.
A dead body. Perfect. I need that nitrate, brother. Just that forbidden soup.
You're burnt land.
Yeah, I'm in the burnt land right now. There's dead bodies in the burnt land, or is it a? No, it's a sports bag.
Back
I
to the
guess.
desert.
Only had soup. Why would it have soup in there? Why would you tease me? I want body bags, not sports bags that are filled with rotted meat. That's fucking confusing as hell.
Oh, I'm thirsty.
Why is the music so fucking creepy in this area? Yeah, but no, like this area just has like a fucking turkey's like getting like slowly chirked, slowly worked. On my ears.
No, I went the wrong way. I got turned around.
Hey, is that a board? That's probably a board. Hey, board, you want to come over here and eat like a fucking knuckle sandwich? Or you want to get shot? I could probably just shoot you. All right, come closer.
I want to
'Cause I don't
boldly
wanna
go where
waste-
no one has gone before and find somebody.
Oh, that's a fucking huge ass bear. Okay. Hey, dead body on the ground. That's actually better. Hey, bear, zombie bear. Want to get fucked by bullets? Awkward reloading. Please don't hit me. Oh no, it learned. It's learning. Okay, got it. Hey, zombie people. Yeah, you got nitrate inside you. Good.
Good bear. Good bear.
Not a lot of nitrate, honestly, and it's kind of disappointing. Hey, fat guy, could you like fuck off? Mother. Fuck off, please, sir. Sir, thank you. I'm trying to be like fucking wrist deep in a bear, okay? Yo. Alright, now what was I saying? Or doing in my brain? What was I doing?
Damage for
I
me.
lost my train of thought as again derailed. Can I wear this? I can. Would it be better when we not wear the... I guess I don't need heavy armor. Mixed martial artist. Huzzah. Acha. Pashisha. It's just bone and leather.
Oh, no. Damn it. Ran right into a cactus.
That means I can do this. Yeah. Better knuckle wraps. But man, would it really be good if I... You know, actually, I probably could make iron knuckles at this point. I would just need to, you know, make
Poured
them.
some iron.
Better yet, I'd rather have, like, that badass thing. Ooh, it's a Wild West town inside the burned lands. That's nice. A bird nest, untouched, filled with egg. Delicious egg. With 3 G's. Egg. I like the burn land. It's got a cool aesthetic, and also everything has coal. Except for the music is fucking terrifying as shit.
Isn't
Why?
it, though?
Why? Why does it have to be like it? Okay, I'm gonna fucking move you around. I have a fire axe? I do. put you there. But it has coal. You know. And wood. Even the trees are coal. Untouched. That's my favorite thing to hear when I'm looting. Pipe shotgun, alright. Sorry, I just got like 50,000 like fucking. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh well, whatever. Whatever. Is this also coal? Nope, nope. That was just regular wood. It's like, why would you do that? My child built that for me. Church. Anything could be in a church. Hopefully dead bodies I can cut up. Actually, that's true. I was about to make a joke. Then I'm like, oh fuck, I do want it. I want to get inside those dead bodies. Alright.
You wanted to get inside the dead bodies.
Yeah. I thought they smelled bad from the inside.
Yeah. What do you mean for the
It's like
outside?
Nope. I don't need animal fight. I fucking apparently brought you. God damn it. Whatever. I brought garbage. Yeah, come on, zombies.
Things got
hey, untouched
spans.
coffin? Yeah. You guys fast here. Why are you alive? Punch.
Mm.
Alright. Time to go and defile a church. And the only way I know how.
Being you.
Yes. I don't want to pick up glass game. Let me pick up glass. Wild West coffin with warm boots.
I know.
which I'm
Like,
gonna
why are
instant-
they Wild West coffins? What's the difference between that and a regular coffin?
Yes.
I'm bringing home blueberry pie.
Ow!
Yeah, I got that excitement there, Boar.
Serrated blade. Emu. First aid bandit.
Come on, bring it. Bring it.
You know what? Okay. Break down that.
It was rotten.
Working down anything that I can already make. Throw away. Just doing that real quick, you. Gas and pass. Please actually have something good. Most every one of them I usually see, I'm like, wow, car parts. And then I just sit there staring at it like, is it gonna get good?
I don't know, and technically we could build a
Wow.
car.
Blood bag. I don't care about blood bag. I know it's for first aid kits, but I don't fucking care. An untouched coffin. I love me an untouched coffin. How's this different from this one? Whatever. I'm God, I love me some untouched coffins. God, why are there so many boots though?
Cowboy.
I guess, but it's like gothic boot too. Come on, start coming out. Come on.
Ooh.
I know you're in
Red
there.
poncho? Better than this leather drab poncho.
Can't I just harvest dead bodies? That's what I wonder. Why can't I just harvest the dead? Come on. Leather poncho. Ooh, that is good. But better than the puffer coat. Who would wear puffer coats here? Honey,
You
when I
know.
die, bury me in my puffiest coat. Can't do that, please. For me.
In the puffy coat.
Up in the puffiest coat you could find.
Or else. Okay, serrated blade mod. What do I want to put on the serrated blade mod? On that.
Oh, you good? You good, CDC guy? You good?
We're good.
No, he's not good.
Rotten meat in my coffins. Nice. But I want to see some nitrate. Come on. Ooh. BDU bottoms. But I love my gothic
BDU the
boots more.
cutie.
Haha. Their tagline.
Oh, hey.
Anything else?
Saw another CDC guy.
Hey. Wow, you're listening to professionals instead of, radio personalities? Wow,
I know.
I can't believe you.
I know. Oh, I found BDU bottoms. Hmm.
And I found it in a corpse station.
Do I need... Yeah, I probably do.
Fuck is being angry. Oh god, I'm getting stuck. I was making fun of them, but then all of a sudden I got stuck. And then, what the fuck are you guys breaking? Stop it. Stop it. Hey, CD. God, you're a scary CDC guy. Actually, you look like a more interesting CDC. No. Take a lot of punches.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit
Bagel,
going
bagel,
on
switch
here.
Chairs.
Bad
What?
games
Oh, hooray, I got a
off.
flashlight.
Bagel, bagel, switch chairs.
Ah. He's not just laying on the floor?
Easy goods. Oh, that's for
No, he's
me.
in mom's chair now.
Hotel.
Oh, shit! Getting out the
military
gun.
Guy's fucking stomping his way in. Come on, get over here. Yeah, that was face. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Up, push. Chica.
Oh, you are gross looking.
They really barricaded this building, huh? Golly, they sure did. Ow. I just walk into a building here, like 20 people. Like,
Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me.
one guy just fell in front of me.
You just shoved them into a giant open grave? Is that what we did?
They're called mass graves.
Punch.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Let's find semi-safe spot. Don't that get?
Oh, that looks nice there.
Oh, please. All right. Be right
Okay, I thought I could close that. Robot turret schematic. Yeah, I'll bring that.
I like how somber the music is. It's just
I know, it's super
life is
somber.
just so bad.
It's like, do. Do.
Your corn is grown.
Ah, shiitake. Hmm. Do we need oil shale?
I know there's something you can do with it. I've been bringing it back.
I do not have lockpicks. There's a hardened chest. If I smash it, does that break it all, or does that actually open it?
I don't know. Risk it?
Uh,
Or leave it and come back with lockpicks. I know I put lockpicks in the chest. so-
well, I'll just leave. Oh, great. Now I can't see where the fuck I am. You know, I think I'll be safe here sitting for a minute or two. Cracking the neck. Crack, crack the neck. Kind of hoping I had a light with me or something to take a look around. I'll just close the door for now and just kind of hover here until it's safe to see. in general. Everyone else in this chat's really quiet.
Sorry.
Did I unmute? I did. Okay.
Yeah, you've been talking.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Because Boar's been quiet. Oh, Boar's gonna be right back.
Oh, we'll be right back. Oh.
Okie dokie.
Not 8 health.
Yes. 8 health.
Are you
Thank
eating
you.
to heal?
Wolfie, I almost spit out my drink onto my keyboard. I hope you know that. Wolfie did a creeper hiss.
Ooh. That sea glass color.
That is really pretty. I think Bam Bam will like this.
That sea glass color's really pretty.
He better.
Okay.
What? Oh, you're not sorry, Wolfie, and that's okay. What will I like? What happened? Oh, I saw the part of your squid that she's working on.
I live. But at what cost? I look over and Squid got to angriest face.
Oh, that's apparently just my eyebrows. It reads it as like if I look down, it thinks
It's
that
like
my eyebrows
Squid's
are
still there, and I just see.
Hold on, let me do it. We'll do it. There it
What can I
is.
get rid of?
It's 7 o'clock. Can I not see where the hell I am?
7 o'clock. Do you know where your vulture is? As I punched it like 5 miles away.
What the? Oh,
Shit, look
I'm
at
in a
the
fucking
trees around the
grave.
house.
What's worse, I think they get bigger the longer they
They
don't
do.
get cut
They
down.
are bigger.
Good. Let them grow. Let them grow. If you touch them, I will cut them. I just want to see if there's something behind it. Dude, kill if it was, but I was afraid of it. I was frightened. I was
Shit.
frightened, scared. I was petrified. I'm still crouching. What's down here? My favorite. The gross film.
Ugh. I was pretty much in a fucking crypt. That's why I couldn't see anything. There was dirt all over it.
I love me some musky. I mean,
Thank you, Stitchy,
Toilets.
very much for making the mini squid. Yeah,
the mini ski.
she's making the mini squid. And I'm sure Bam Bam will send us home a picture when the squid gets there.
I found a level 6 pistol.
Woohoo.
Mm.
Money. Yeah. Take that. Well, let's say I don't know if we need pears.
Like the fruit?
Yeah, I was just thinking the drink.
Oh.
Yeah, just scrap that. I think. I'm gonna eat it. Just
Okay.
a can of pears.
Just
Just
yeah,
take
go ahead,
pears.
eat some pears. Yes, I will. You better.
And a bite was
You better.
long pipe. Okay, I need that long pipe. I need it. I yearn for the long pipe. I just go, just turn around the corner and punch someone's face right off. I yearn for the pipe. Just- I need the pipe. I love punching in this game. It's kind of almost as satisfying as stabbing, but I feel like stabbing's still more satisfying.
In the game.
Yes, in the game. 50 eyes. Side eyes.
Boar did try to bring me back a knife from, well, you did. You brought me back a knife from Germany. I have it packed away.
I didn't try.
You did. You
I
tried to get
I
me.
succeeded.
You tried to get me some chocolates from Switzerland.
Nah, I didn't really try that hard.
Well, they took it
We
from...
only, like, had 2 stops.
Oh, no, I meant because it got confiscated.
Oh, they fucking took so much shit.
Oh, they did. What else did they take from you?
Like, there was a lot of shit. It was like food items. They're like, nope, we can't bring that with. I'm like, no, but the food. But I want to eat it.
Oh,
Give this
it's
to my child.
gooey.
Oh,
Okay, take a look over at my stream real quick.
Oh, wait.
hey, hold on.
Yeah, I've never seen that one before.
No, I haven't either, and it just
Oh,
barfed
dude,
up at
what
me.
is that?
It's like the
barfed
policeman,
at
but
me.
with extra
Oh, it's one of the new zombies.
spunk. He got that spunk we crave. Oh, shit.
No. Oh.
Drink this boiled water.
Ah.
Sweet. And I haven't found we gotta find a goddamn lake or something so we can fill up those cans of water.
Oh, you can't fill the cans. It's just the mason
jars, I
jars.
mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Like, I got questioned for Stitchy's gift that I brought her.
How many churches do you need? Never mind. I was gonna say, how many churches do you need in a small town? I'm like, never mind. I've already made the joke when I was looking over at your city. And I was like, God, how many are there? Like 8. Clutter chest? Oh, fuck yeah.
And then I still have, cause Mary told me to take the toys that you had, that I got you from Japan. So I have those packed away
Tina's
too.
here. Okay. Knows Tina was here. Because I heard gunfire. I'm like, pardon? Cement.
Yeah, I wasn't willing to get close to the cop to do stabby stabby, so I wasted what little bullets I had.
Aww.
Ooh, a moldy backpack. What could be in store? It's a bone knife. No. It's Khaleesi out there.
If you're wondering what we're talking about with Bam Bam and the little squid, he
that a
is
bear?
getting 100.
Is that a
for-
bear? Is that a
It
bear?
probably is.
That a bear? That is a bear. Damn, your ass huge. Oh my goodness.
Brown furry rock, shoot it.
There you go. For donating $100 to the It Gets Better project, he is getting a delightful squid.
Nice.
Yeah. A handmade squid made by Stitchy.
Y'all motherfuckers want to fight me? I will fucking cut your assholes open
With the
and
special
eat it
yarn.
like a goddamn.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hey, Ethan! Thank you so much for those 10 biddies. You can call me calamari. I'm okay with that. Calamari is delicious. Especially with like a garlic aioli.
And I just like garlic.
Yeah, I mean garlic aioli in general is pretty delicious.
It's the fancy mayonnaise.
How you doing today, Ethan?
I don't care about testosterone. Oh no, I'm full of rotten meat. Fuck, I'm full of rotten flesh. Ah, fuck.
I kind of want some
shit.
calamari now. We had so much calamari while we were on vacation.
We did.
It was like, oh, what should we do for appetizers? Oh, calamari? And we were like, yes. So I had it with all sorts of different, like, dippins. It was delicious.
So
Also,
just
the
the
trees here
marinara is
in
very
this
popular.
burner.
Yeah, marinara is pretty
Give me
popular.
coal. Hello.
Getting up, kitty, kitty. Here we go. Get
Chopping
them
down
on
some
your
trees to get some coal and wood.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we crave. And there's fucking more bear. I'd rather deal with doggy over there than bear.
Yeah, bear is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I was like, a lot of bear.
A lot
I'd
of
rather
bear.
have a dog. I'd punch a dog first. Punch
Out
a
of
dog than a bear.
out of context. I ate a lot of seafood also while on vacation.
Come on.
Because why not? It's literally like I could go outside and go and catch it.
If the waves weren't, me tall.
I know. But I still got Boar some presents.
Pretty fun ones, too.
I just gotta get the rest of his presents to him. Cheese curds.
I was promised cheese curds.
And then
I
he
was
didn't
denied.
ask.
I was rightfully
They
denied.
were in the
Give 'em
car!
back.
You forgot to mention them. That's your fault.
Yeah,
Hey,
we put them in the
It's not-
freezers.
I thought you guys were just bragging about how you guys ate them.
No! We didn't even get to
No,
eat
they were
ours
cold,
yet!
so they stayed cold.
Like, I know that.
I mean, that's fair,
I just
considering our
assumed when you were
family.
like, here's all your presents, and then all of a sudden just like, you know, that's it.
No, I like specifically mentioned, hey Boar, we got you cheese curds with not spicy coverings on it.
Well, yeah.
And then I was like, as we had gotten into like St. Cloud, and we're like, no, we got another like 3 hours of driving. We'll get it to him later.
I'm not often given things.
Okay.
People say things like, hey, we got you something. Did you? Well, we ate it. Oh, okay. But it was delicious, I'll have you know. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm gonna go punch a zombie.
Yeah, go punch a zombie.
He's coming at me. He's approaching me menacingly.
Mm-hmm.
Weedle.
We got some robotic turret schematics and some SMG auto turret schematics.
Ooh, those would be fun.
Oh, and the chemical station schematics.
Oh, good, because I have an oil shale.
Excellent.
So tired. If only I had steroids. Oh, wait, I do.
I just brought home some steroids, too.
Oh, hey, is this gonna be... Nope.
There's someone banging at
Got
our
it.
door.
I thought that Boar was taking care of that.
Wow, we're really not that far from Burning Land, huh?
No, I'll go take care
Not
of
like
it.
at all. I'm coming for that screamer. I'm gonna punch her in the back of the head real
Oil,
quick.
add oil.
She's gonna be like, goddamn, I thought you were... Bam! Punch her. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm too tired now. I got the EPs. I'm tired. Alright.
Plastic with plastic.
Oh, there's like a mini horde. Let them. Alright, it's time for me to finally plant all the farmer plots that I made before I left, but, you know, didn't actually put down. Didn't listen to our planting ground.
I don't have any lead.
Which only takes 5 years for them to grow. Compared to, like, legit farming. Hey, did someone destroy that? That wasn't me.
Destroy what?
The corn.
I didn't.
I did.
So I was like, how much corn did you get out of it? Because I get like 5 times that amount.
I didn't.
Like more
I
corn.
didn't do any corn things. It's right there. I can't get it.
Good.
Come on. Come on.
Really?
That's it. I'm
You're
gonna make,
attacking her
out
head.
of anger, a bunch of cornbread.
Out of anger.
A bunch of cornbread.
Cornbread.
In my rage.
Oh shit! Back up.
My anger. I have made cornbread.
Oh, you didn't get him. Let me get him for you.
Allow me.
Why are you attacking my mouse?
I've also run into bullets, so.
What kind of bullets do you need?
9mm.
Well, there's 48 more 9mm.
Okay. I hadn't gone inside to check.
Blueberry
I just heard someone say, holy shit, I'm walking across. I just heard somebody say, we haven't gotten that screamer or whatever, so I went to go get it. It's unknown nut, but I do know it gives me life. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember. I played Green Hell for a little bit.
Another sound. That might have been. We should make a fucking shotgun turret at this point. We have so much fucking shotgun
With
turrets.
signs. Why is there leather in the... No!
Whether or not, here we come. Alright, I have like a bullet. Not a bullet, what is it called? A gun. Where was the guns at?
I'm in the guns.
Where are the guns? Where are the
I'm
guns?
in the
Where are
Do you
guns!
have any schematics?
Where are the guns? Where are the guns? Where are the creatures? Alright, put away shotgun. And then there's a level 6 pistol if someone needs it. In the gun.
And then I'm throwing other
level
stuff
6
in the
regular
second thing because there wasn't room in the first one.
Boar.
I do it for you, Kermie. I also have 67 cornmeal for you that I found.
I must be the one who farms. Or else am I?
Oh no,
Or
he's
am
going
I?
into it. Fun fact,
Oh, yeah.
there's evidence that Mayan and Aztec cultures did head surgery. Oh yeah. Am I thirsty? Is that what I'm doing?
Thirsty. He's so thirsty.
I'm thirsty. I'm so thirsty.
So thirsty.
So thirsty.
Cough, weed. Anything inside the mountain man chest?
No.
Sometimes I like looking into it in case, like...
Didn't I do it for you, Bory? Alright, I got all my stuff back in there. I'm gonna boil some water.
Look, there's level 6 fisties. Oh, that's mine now.
What? Level 6
Oh.
what's?
Knuckle wraps.
Yeah.
Fisties.
Yeah. No. Nope.
Wow, look at all those fisties. Tasty.
I'm gonna take my food.
With all
Take another
all of-
10 grilled meat.
No, I don't have
But Boar,
Yeah.
Meat.
Do you know what time it is?
This one here.
Yeah.
it's been 5 hours.
Oh,
Do it for you.
that's not meat.
Do it for you.
Oh, I have gunpowder.
We know I do it for you,
That's not food.
Bory.
No food in there.
Yeah, but it's time to go, Boar.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. It's no, but hey, at least this has probably been the best run I've
I
we've had so
know.
far.
It's been so good. It's been. Hey, nerd.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but I love that wall design.
It's okay if you toot your own horn. I have no problem with the tooting of
I
your
love
own
it.
horn. Okay, bye.
good wall.
Get back here, Tofu. I'm not done talking to y'all.
Come on, nerds.
Boom.
Just fucking explodes.
Just
Oh, that's not good.
indeed.
That's a good.
It was a good time. Oh, don't vomit, Tofu, unless that'd make you feel better. Then vomit. Oh, Tofu don't feel good. You know what? I'm going to take you somewhere where you can throw things, and you can lie down and throw things. So I want to say thank you. Thank you all so very much.
Okay, I'm gonna to see who I'm gonna wait out to. Oh, I know who I want to wait out to.
Who you going to wait
Ooh,
out to?
Oh god, now oh god, there's actually people.
I know.
Like, more than a few choices now I have.
I
Oh,
know.
fuck. Oh shit.
Like,
Ooh.
I'm like, ooh.
There
There's...
is Melwin. There is
Ow, Wolfie.
Dania.
Yeah, I
got-
know. I've
There's a lot more.
got,
Like,
I got Madeline. I got Ophelia. I got Sam. I got the Queen, Leon Lai.
ooh, I know who I want to raid too.
Who you going
Mainly
to?
because I want to support them. They're,
Who
they're,
you rating?
they're not affiliated yet, and I want to support them.
Oh, okay. Who
They're a
you?
German English
Oh.
gamer. They're playing PlayStation 5 game. They're playing Yakuza 0.
Oh, well, that's pretty
Well, I
cool.
know this is
I'm gonna
how
go
this
wait out
is
to them.
near.
Yeah.
My
So talk to
bed.
you guys later. It was a great stream. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank
for
you,
being
Boar.
family members and haven't abandoned me yet.
We never abandon you, Boar.
No,
Not
never
yet.
abandoned you.
Give
Never
it time. Give it time.
Never. Never.
No. All right, talk to you later.
Bye bye, Boar. Okay, so Boar is gone, and we're gonna go ahead and raid. Let me take a look here.
Oh, we're exiting?
Yeah, we're exiting.
Yeah, we've been done for a little while there, Tina.
Let's see.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. I'm gonna raid somebody who I don't normally get to raid, so I'm gonna go do that. Okay?
Is it Sammy
you all...
Bammy?
No, it's not Sammy. I said I wasn't gonna raid somebody that I haven't raided in a while.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and raid here. If you want to stick around to go with the raid, that would be delightful, because it's just nice to show support. If you'd like to go check out the fundraiser, you can always look at it while I'm offline or online. You can check it out. You know, it'll be right. I will see you all tomorrow. We're gonna play some new games, and we're gonna have a great time. So I shall see you all later. Bye bye.